Hold on, let me check my email right now.
What? Do I have the agenda?
The one from yesterday, for Saturday.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Delegate Rick Nez on the line.
Delegate Paul Begay on the
Good morning,
line.
Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Paul Begay.
Um,
We'll go ahead and get
Morning.
started.
Special duty.
Looks like we have a quorum this morning.
oh, okay.
Good morning again to
Yeah, just send
everybody
it out.
that's on the
And,
line. Good
I'm
morning
gonna
to
forward this
President, Vice
I'm
President,
gonna
Madam
forward
Chief
this
Justice.
to,
Good morning
the
to
controller right now,
everybody
so she
that's
has it
on
in
board. Good
place.
honorable
Have
morning,
Chief
Honorable
send
Freeland. I
it.
see you. Good morning to everyone that's
Thank you
listening
all.
in, all the employees of the Navajo Nation, all the
You're
constituents,
welcome.
all our
Index
visitors
number,
online
make sure that
listening in.
Chief
Thank you
Tucker
very
sends that,
much.
and then
We'll go ahead and
run
get
it
this
over.
Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council started as our regular meeting. This is a via telecommunications meeting. I'm located here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have Honorable Edison Wanika here with us too as well. Today's date is Thursday, February 25th, 2001.
Brenda just put
Time
that
now
in
is
that one, sign
10:02
that
a.m.
and then run it over and then scan it and send it
This
back
is
to me,
a
send it to
proposed
Roger.
agenda that we have here before us that was posted. Presiding is
Thank you,
myself,
guys.
Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, we do have Ms. Nota that will be here with us taking roll call. For the record, Ms. Nota, Mr. Herman Daniels is excused for the day. So please note that on the tally sheet, I guess, on a voter roll call. So with that, Ms. Nota, if you want to go ahead and take roll call, and then we can go ahead and make us official. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call.
Delegate Brown
Honorable-
is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present. Good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Morning, everyone.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Pernell Polona. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 12 members present, including yourself.
Okay, with that, we have 12 members present. I do have a 2 committee rule. A 2 be enough.
Okay, so. Again, okay. Okay, so.
Do I have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jamie Hinu, Vice Chair Smith,
I would hope they did.
Madam Chair Amber
vote,
Crotty,
because they said Lisa
Honorable
Iron-
Elmer Begay on the line.
She said that Iron handled the executive budget.
Okay, with that, colleagues, we do not have a quorum.
Your budget was
Now,
good to
continuing
go.
on, though,
It was good to go.
we don't need to have a quorum to start on the report, so we'll go ahead and start on the reports. Receiving reports, but before we do that, let's go ahead and start off with the invocation this morning. Chairman Rick Nez, you mind doing the invocation for us?
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and do the prayer, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Ms. Honorable Chief Justice, as well as all our dear Navajo people that are listening in on the Naabik'íyáti teleconference meeting. Let us bow our heads and pray. Nihit ka nihidigan ka aganaho arahon lona hunetsen. Although yon eden hidigan lene. Ehe hot inna ben hikechisle ohunzaten hios cartentla. Creature hans so inna be den da ilti. Nihit and the hint nanden the seat ego te hasse hala nin hidigan. Nregon de kalo ne hosan. Although John goes Santa Naznelda. Johna Edo, Ehona Edo. Nkenda de chilo njanon kenada de stula. Zista njango zasta pato nkeda de chilnla. Nkenda de yasto parehocha. Danjana de shi kenada teligeto yat ehoshin chil hanada hin sedo. Kenada ilgen shi but arona hotlodo. A con de galgon hinana shidel order. Although Hojonda Hitchin now. Ashin Hedate a sata at the Hindayilzi. The hot era big Halaban de Kasha. Even in our age at the seat eater, Nihidigan Leni. And jet neat eon da ini kankoro, hot sump and hissing. Halado yonit era. And it all hot era to Naban today, Kesla, but there they need send us. Right, Ashin. Neat etle additional yields are twitchable on the hit neatly. Which either gada say has sent the bay the nebe do yat eho the bay band today case. It says that do yat eho nebe ban yadel ke aniche daidil cat or lech nedigan leni. Bedest either gets it as it, neat, a higgishin beta, the honeyson. And it or yon it, either. At the hot subtly or gay. And then he's chon. Benina. The hot air and he had a whole long benina that another, Nakada dog, not all than he josa. Though yet a whale chicoda. The hot's not been it, even in a codo, has shown hidden there. Chana need nobody cut or leto Nihizad Koro Yena the Ligende Hajon Hizedo Yat his Sabe Natzi Sana and Tingi Be Koro Nihize twins on Be yield neto less. And that another arts of a shade of and sick case are innocent. If the head of Desnan can lean Koro yet at less. Ashes is negate ahunsten eben na koro inna hans so shimbe na shantinla do yonst disney yesi da nil konit het au nte betan da khandla nit an hundle on khans kroyat eho a kuiche kronas khatole nenan abat hadilsen President Nez or Vice President Liza. And that the Speaker Damon Koro, around the Chief Justice Joanne Jane, the Attorney General, the Nanistan Taz, Ahonitson, in a national or as Hostasata, Hala that job button, but an Ayara job Bawe or Tabaran Shadexan. And here's the out on hit and never Ginny, but a Bishmas unneat Leniki, and hit one long hit has Argon hit and Lanans and Niki. Past Eddie, Nisto, Donald, Agon Hines, and Gon hit on Laura Ashmore hit again Laney. A shehe art, Hoshan. Has Twitter son is in other yard and the house Tansados that had seed go for swans, not about in a Papa Ahns and near the net as he hints about that Escal, a well yard and the house Hailban Nastal Duns and she. But Jada and sick case be hundred oyat ehoshin in agent, not the 100 dog cut oyat ehobin not days either. Halani anil honda elz. And hit honlon he des kagon halchendon habas honlon habajin a bar. And his laron habajin a bar. And he is and then Lenny asked Hochan. And the a con. Chapters done Nelko, Aro Con, the Neba Washington, Yanda, Nashida Butondla, yet it had the Nebanade, Nashton needs and Nikan Ligate. Aro Sheha Art on Ben Hickett, Legi at Ehoni Hickedet, Nihered Estiron hitching at the Halnor on Heta. Yet Eho Coronas, Art Hochan, Beki, Glasgow Hinena. Nte, Paganda, Denirovich and the Nation. Koropa Sadils and the Pachopa inits and yat eho Paganda the Hado Leso yat eho inan dicht it on its and Ashora on is 20 Honda. Nilo arts coaching Honda one job body, then you get the nation Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to receiving reports. Item number A, update report by Department of Diné Education, Ms. Patricia Ghani, interim superintendent of schools, on the well-being of Navajo children and families that relates to education. Ms. Ghani, are you there?
Star six, unmute yourself.
Chairman Callan's online for the meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, this is Mrs. Ghani from Department of Diné Education, sir.
Great. Well, Ms. Ghani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, kind sir. Yat ehbene shikado shadene. Kudo eya shadej Pat Ghani eya initiado, acting superintendent for Department of Diné Education. Ahot eya shananish nad e. Ado dijin hai anigi eya kwaegek Department of Diné Education. Ultratnaz nidgo abisna annishigi. Student well-being wal yanigi aja ita nahanne updates. Ahot eya budget shit all ad ko shehe. Ado tnajini eya nishlido ashin bashishchin tachi ni dashichedo thodijini dashinale. Ado tet ijahol yede eya nasha. Huijin eya de jinli do uk ahntil ade eya shadedhin non nishbo. Ikehe ako kwaegis non nishbijit short adigi. Shanat Ani Notlenigi, Honorable Delegate of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to provide updates this morning as requested for the topic of student wellness and the services that Department of Diné Education has been providing to schools and their leadership since the closure of schools, the reopening for learning in the fall semester through winter semester, and then here we are in spring semester of our school year 2021. I will do my best to share the poignant highlights to which we have provided supports to our schools. Di March do wishte eya olthatat del kal. The COVID-19 nalni linigi nkithanlni gobenna. Hot ya alchine ultra alchodayila adi computers do laptops yijda ultra. Ado hwadeshi wishte shida ado han so shi yanda ajnish. The online learning was yahigi hot ya alchine yajit ohol ahdo leh. Khale yadi kwaege nahot iigi ajibna annishdo achahna abahol yahigi. Zay is inidan linigi ajahan soshi bananish iyi la do kunzahol jishay ati ajahan soshi bindanish. Adon khalchine yaje ultra ohol ahan linigi ya bahast kiigi benana. Adi online learning ahawando ohot ago eya oltado lel no eya be sad etan hodid ahi de quishi nal hos khanite adi ko Navajo Nation Board of Education betindel nashigi hot asad etan hodid ahi eyila ado sto di ganj October yada eya Navajo Nation Council sto hot na kha ola Adi Sadbe Dan Hadid Ahi Ilchine online learning hot dos khati rahigi Ilchin bahasti igi benana Ado di Ilchine yajit students with special needs ilne It Ashin Halchiniajit Akade then let la ohos ahigi. Adol let Yohidos Asigi, Lataben Sakes, Aba Ole. Ochot Chiniajahan Toshin school leadership, not anin linigi basilzin. An exception and flexibility for a select group of students with disabilities to be provided in-person learning. AD computer ben na anishigi, baka na awoigi IEP yesne students with disabilities. Aj do bohoned ado do babohoned zanigi. Al chiniyaje bes na anish. Speech therapy da dal yahigi. Hot computers bijib ben na anishigi. Hit eshin hot do babohodine na dale. Ado at isnals on the law, physical therapy, chiniyaja betrahodil ze, o sedado do besna annishgo ehan soshin betrata halzil. Ado everyday function, including learning, anand alle. Ochot asa al chiniyaja IEP dan linigi babitas do besna annish. Ochot ya di online learning ol yahigi do babohoned zanda. Ako ba at edo lel. The Kui Chinishi, Ochot Abas na Anishole, Ochot Yap Sabe, Dana Hadid Aina Haosane. For that, I want to express my appreciation for your sensitivity and understanding for the need to have that flexibility in place for our students with special needs. And to this point, we have been able to provide supports through our weekly school leadership meetings. Providing information and guidance as best we can through the secured, established relationships with the state's departments of education, bringing messages and DODI serving as that conduit of information to our stakeholders, the local education agencies. In addition to that, our school board leadership having access to those weekly calls. First and foremost, we have made it a point to make available updated information on a weekly basis from Navajo Department of Health Services. Under the leadership of Dr. Jill Jim and her employees and staff members from epidemiology, representation from CDC to provide updates. A gating criteria yisninigi aqua agit nebenahasta baka di COVID-19 nasnihigi. Aji ukhat the Navajo Nation entities and governmental services, including educational institutions. Dat kaldo khit ya bohonet za andol nis is a haj hol jijgo. Ha ilsil kid selni go ya bohonet za. So certain thresholds have been set in place from that leadership, and they have called that the gating criteria. And anchored on those same principles and guidance, Department of the Net Education also crafted the Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. A phase reopening is nigo as ke na ago. Olthat nas nilgo ya anda dol niligi. Ochot asto khadilya nalsos. AD the mo or lesbic ya ochot be ishjan ednilzen kodo. The question is at olthat besnail nishti kwa edenap nahostobaka. Public schools from the states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Ado BIE funded schools yisninigi some of them are BIE operated. Aid the Department of Interior Naabik'íyáti. Ado nana ya tribally controlled grant schools yisninigi ya ahana gobesnail nishti Department of the Net Education do. Monitoring compliance with federal, state, and tribal regulations in the school's operations. Ochot ya di ultra igi besnail nisher kunza holjish and sharing information and guidance from reputable sources, including CDC, in its guidance for safe reopening of schools. A couple of points in time this school year, we've had an opportunity to deploy surveys to school teachers, parents, and students. When you are gauging resources, you have to have data. We have to be calculated. And for that, we deployed two points in time of survey, once in July and then another time in August that had a different focus. And then again in December. At those points in time, parents clearly stated a majority of those who were polled who favored online learning, citing specifically the concern for the safety of their children in the school setting. In addition to that, we also asked questions as to the access to internet connectivity and the success of students being engaged in meaningful learning, and the supports that the parents, how they felt about the supports that the schools were availing. All those times, the results of those surveys have been shared with school leadership. The amado ajedo alchiniajin sehigi konne put a survey ilia do put a adana holne bisndashnish. And then in as far as providing suggestions as to what our schools can do in forging a solid partnership with their families locally so that they can address needs. For example, a great percentage of parents felt that they need to have access to school employees who were vested with responsibilities to be responsive to their calls and needs for navigating online learning. There are certain functions and software programs that schools are utilizing for instruction. And that information was conveyed to our school leadership to make sure that they are having people available at their local school sites to serve as technical assistants for instruction from parents and students. How do we download this homework? How do we upload it to send it back to the classroom teacher, for example? And so we've tried to have an emphasis on the data collection, not just collecting information, but to have it serve the purpose of us serving in that conduit of information and conveying what we have learned back out to the schools. So that is a function that Department of the Education has harnessed during these challenging times in providing those resources to our schools. And as the question has been posed for us for mental well-being of students and staff members in school settings, data and information yisit atten hala di ulkhatnas neliko khut ye etan nahal neiki a platform to report that information gito halon dala. Oftentimes in schools there are reporting portals. For example, if students are sent to the office for disciplinary reasons, a counselor or principal or a designee will record what student reported to the front office for what kind of behavior, and the disposition of those activities or infraction. And then in any given point in time, there is an ability to download aggregate information. How many incidences that have been reported for the month of January, for instance, were for purposes of, for incidents of bullying or physical fights, and et cetera. So in this instance, the portals don't have that kind of field or variable that is being consistently collected across schools. And when we inquired with our BIE colleagues, they shared that school counselors in all of the in most of the schools, BIE funded, and for mental health services, school employees are referring out to 638 and IHS services to have that branch address student needs. And so across the board and all of the varying schools that we are working with during these times, there isn't one method, one software that is being utilized, and there is inconsistency between school settings in which they are capturing the data. And while we know that the pandemic has impacted our families, and it has been of great significance for us, di quaget zatu khayu nihidene beke khastin do di nashnihi ki bedolna do khan so shi e yayik e khanaya do bilkhahat nehigi perhaps it is a close grandparent, an aunt, uncle, or a sibling. So indeed, we are aware the closeness of how they have been impacted as our learners. However, that information needs to be collected at the school sites in terms of how many students. And then there are greater variables as well, such as female students, though male students, and what were the issues? How were these mental health, grief issues, how did they present and manifest themselves between students? Some may be experiencing grief. Some may be experiencing depression, social isolation. So we have to be able to place our finger on which type, how is this issue manifesting itself in our children, so that we are able to address with resources. We are only suspect of the many ways that we can respond and how our children are reacting. So for that, we have a task force internally. Dr. Calvin White, that task force for school safety, the emphasis is to gauge data collection and to offer some meaningful responses and recommendations and resources to our schools here on Navajo Nation for mental health wellness of our students. A survey has been devised and it has been pushed out to our schools. Anytime we are asking for information, people are not inclined to provide that information. Some are more willing and cooperative than others from our school leadership. So that information is out there. We have been diplomatically asking our schools to be on board with us so that we as a tribal education department can be of help to address some of these specific needs. Information nigi atengo yat o shakshin. We don't want to operate in that manner, and so for that, we are continuing to work closely with our school leadership to come on board with us and to complete those surveys that are placed out there where we are seeking information as to how many students are presenting, what are the issues that are manifesting, and what are the needs so that we can be of proper assistance. I also want to share that we have a working relationship with our State Department of Indian Education departments, and asking that they also provide resources to the respective local education agencies. AD public schools naznelgo aji okhto resources zigi at edolel aji bal ka anatja bedini go okhto bal ikhilta hoilne. So just this morning as I was coming into work, I did come across an extension of a grant, $1 million a year for mental health services for local education agencies, AD public schools. And it looks like it's a multi-year grant being made available. So Department of Diné Education has an interest in seeking the feasibility of how we may be able to provide an application so that we can also leverage some of the resources to our schools here on Navajo Nation as well. Where our school leaders are isolated, they may not be networking closely with other professions, and so we are doing our best to provide information and be that source of networking for
Ms.
our
Connie?
schools. Yes, sir.
Ms. Connie, this is Speaker Damon. Thank you very much. Ms. Connie, that was 20 minutes. Colleagues, if there's no opposition, to give Ms. Connie an extra 10 minutes. Okay.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Daniel So, please allow 10 more minutes.
Okay. There's no objections. Once, twice, 3 times. Okay, with that, Ms. Connie, continue on. You have an additional 10 minutes.
Hey, Speaker.
Thank you for that, yes. And thank you, Delegate So, for that support. And the other initiative that we have been placing ourselves behind is the need to build the infrastructure for internet connectivity. That is a Navajo Nation need, and we have spoken to that issue very early on. And DOTI has been proactive in seeking funding to effectuate an infrastructure for internet connectivity for our students. AD CARES Act besot o nahan nete and sato ya budget proposal ya ida. And after the decisions have been made, the respectable delegates have identified where these fundings would be utilized. And most recently, I am pleased to share that we have secured $53 million of funding in E-rate. AD chapter house nas Niligo in Arizona and New Mexico State. Auto Head Start centers nas Niligo in both the states of Arizona and New Mexico. AD fiber optic sigi nastadol del AD computer ben annashigi ajo hot bohonet zando lahigi hot eya beso ben lang azli ko khan sogoshin eya ben ajnish AD Kodo Department of the Net Education IT Department. Mr. Brent Nelson, Ajahan Soshin Bananish Iyila. So much work went into that initiative, and we are pleased that we have been funded. Pretty soon, there will be an opportunity for a second round of applications, which DOTI will also seek. In which we will be able to provide an application for the same service for the Head Start centers and chapter houses in Arizona and New Mexico that did not get funded in the first application. So student wellness, I believe, is a big overarching concern and issue. And so getting them online so that they can connect without frustration, so that they don't have an anxiety level of not being able to access instruction. And some teachers to this time have been very crafty in really reforming the way instruction looks, and others have really taken the strides in making this very interactive for our students. There is skill and craft in doing just that. And however, we here at DOTI want to be able to address those bigger issues, inclusive of the infrastructure bill for reliable internet connections so that students can have access to these as a tool. Textbooks instructional tools. That is how I see a laptop, a device, an internet connection. And I believe that as we move forward, as we embrace the idea of that infrastructure bill to be in that shape and form, our students, as soon as they get on the bus to go home, they should not be able to not have access to these tools. Homework. We should also be able to have them have these tablets anywhere, anytime, so that they can have access to instruction, have the ability to research information as it is available on World Wide Web. Equitable access for students to really engage in learning. That's where we are going with our support for this bill for infrastructure and then seeking additional funding sources. If you have not already seen the presentation from the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, we are also placing our support behind their initiative in terms of getting more towers erected on Navajo Nation so that we can have businesses have access to that, students, teledoc services, in addition to teleworking. And so I hope that addresses the issues and concerns that you may have for student and staff wellness. As we move forward and as we continue to harness more resources here at DOTI as a tribal education department, we hope to be that light and be that path for our schools to be able to venture on some of the structures that we hope to put in place to effectuate meaningful services for our students. And with that, I also want to just emphasize again that we are sincere about going after additional funding to secure mental health services for our students as we are inundated within our IHS facilities and 638 with the citizens of Navajo Nation in terms of its response to COVID and how it's impacting our communities and families. And we as a school can channel the resources to our students and families as well. So ilka yedo ikisna annishint ya ayisi ikis insodolet shik edo shidene ado shinat atnoslenigi ihehe akon sagoshin e yanikil chahonna adolet ado na ide kidden lenigi shin ildo ahan so shin e ya not adolet ildo koje. Thank you for the time, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to give the floor back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It looks like we might have a quorum right now, so let me go ahead and get us official before I ask for a motion. With that, Ms. Ota, if you want to go ahead and we do a roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Elmer Begay's here.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber
Charles Newton is
Canespa,
present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Good morning, Freeland here.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Delegate Hello is present. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So,
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So,
Present. I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Delegate Thomas Walker's here. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 19 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. With that, 19
Speaker.
members present. Yes,
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm present. Thank you.
good morning, Madam Chair. That, we have 20 members present. That, colleagues, we did have an invocation. We do have a roll call for a quorum. Let me go down on our agenda. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning? I called the meeting to order now officially at 10. Okay, 10:46 a.m. There's no recognitions. Let's go ahead and move on down. Review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is the proposed agenda for regular meeting via telecommunication, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, February 25th, 2021. Proposed agenda, presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals, none. 5, receive reports. Report 8, update report by the Department of Diné Education, Patricia Ghani, Interim Superintendent of Schools, on the well-being of Navajo children and families as it relates to education. Report B is an update report by the Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, Division Director, on the status of local and surrounding nursing homes during this COVID-19 pandemic. 6, old business. Old business 8, legislation 0006-21. Old business B, legislation 0014-21.
How are you?
7, new business. 7A, legislation 0012-21. New business B, legislation 0017-21.
When I signed
New
it.
business C, legislation 0019-21. New business D, legislation 0020-21. New business E is a discussion regarding a proposed work session, Naabik'íyáti Committee work session regarding family cemeteries, burial plots, and land withdrawals. Presenters to include Navajo Nation General Land Development Department and Navajo Nation Land Department. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Could I get a motion?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel
Honorable Keon Begay, second.
Alona, second.
Honorable Alona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to the agenda?
Speaker, Delegate
Speaker Damon.
Chairman
Delegate
Daniel
Nez.
So and Chairman Nez. Chairman So?
Yes, regarding the report to be provided by Dr. Jill Jim, I'd like to include Division of Social Services, Deanna Neswit-Gishi, regarding the placement of elders in the care homes. They have they use 93,638 funds to pay for the placements. We do need a report from them.
That would be my request to the moving parties.
Did you get that? Yeah. So that's just to add it on. We can, we'll reach out to Ms. Neswood Gishi for that, additional information. I guess, we can do a modification to the, item number B under reports. Again, I don't know if Ms. Neswood Gishi is available, with this, notice, but we'll work on it, Chairman.
A good morning to colleagues all over.
Oh. All right, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. On the agenda, we have E. I'd like to request that be removed. Resources and Development Committee is having a work session with the Navajo Land Department, General Land Department, BIA, in regards to cemeteries, family plots, burial plots, community cemeteries, and land withdrawal on March 5th at 9 a.m. I'd like to respectfully ask that Resources and Development Committee provide their own leadership meeting on that first prior to having it presented to Naabik'íyáti. Thank you.
With that, Amendment 1 to delete item number E. For the record, that item number E was requested by one of the members to add that on. That's the reason why we put it on there. To delete this item number E until Resource and Development Committee has their meeting on March 5th. And that motion is by amendment number 1 is by Chairman Rick Nez. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good morning. The floor is yours on amendment number 1.
Shatilla. Shatilla. Good morning, Speaker Damon. Good morning, colleagues. My question regarding this deletion from the agenda, my understanding looking at it is just to set a date. So can we just set the date after March 5th, after RDC meets with their respective departments to discuss this issue? Can we just set a date today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, with that, any other comments, questions? We go back to Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, there's a request.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I believe that we could do that. We could just go ahead and leave it on there and schedule it for the 11th at the next Naabik'íyáti or the 25th. But we really would like to have an in-depth meeting, a work session with Resource and Development. We've been planning this and rescheduling and all that. So we finally have a date set with RDC on the 5th. So we can just set it for, we can just leave it on there, and Mr. Chairman.
All right, so are you going to withdraw your motion then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, as a second?
Motion or withdraw, second.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other questions, additions, deletions on the agenda this morning?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Speaker, I apologize. I just came into chambers, and so I haven't printed out the agenda. But I would like to ask that the legislation that I am sponsoring for the judicial branch be added to the agenda. I believe Manuel has the legislation number. 1121, Speaker. And Speaker, in addition to that, I did send an email on Sunday regarding the housing crisis here on the Navajo Nation. I'd like to ask that we also hear a report, or better yet, if we could schedule a work session with NHA and Veterans Administration to discuss housing and how this council can assist both departments to address the housing crisis around the nation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, amendment number 1 is to add on legislation 11-2000, 11-21, and then also scheduling a Naabik'íyáti committee work session regarding Navajo Housing Authority and the Veterans Administration on a presentation on what they're doing for veterans housing. That, colleagues, on amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Oh, Eugene So. With the second, Honorable Eugene So. Okay, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Speaker, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So on amendment number 1.
Excuse me, I've been going over the summer. Kicks me out now and then. Regards to this work session, I believe any work session, any division, departments, or entities with work session with them needs to come before the Naabik'íyáti committee, not just the oversight. I really understand that it should be more given to the people, so we know what's going on within the government of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? Let me go ahead and get the legislation read so we know what amendment or what 1121 is.
Mr. Speaker, tracking number 0011-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation Hashkeje Nahata Beso Bahowan by amending Title 12 of the Navajo Nation Code, directing that the award received through Navajo Nation versus Department of Interior number 14-CB-1909 TSC be deposited in the Hashkeje Nahata Beso Bahowan after reimbursement of litigation costs, directing that the proceeds from future litigations related to the judicial branch's PL 93-638 contracts or annual funding agreements be deposited in the Hashkeje Nahata Beso Bahowan, establishing that the fixed cost litigation account shall be reimbursed for litigation costs. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment 1? If there are none, let's go to the vote on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yellow votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much.
Bobby, this is Mr. Damon. Speaker Damon, is Halona a vote green on that?
Honorable Halona votes green. That vote changes to 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, or chair not voting. That, colleagues, back to the main motion. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. Are any other comments, questions, additions, deletions on the agenda? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Mr. Rico, if you could, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, you have a modification to the agenda and also an amendment. The modification was to add Division of Social Services Director Deanna Neswood-Gishi to Report B on the placement of Navajo elders in nursing homes. The Amendment 1 was to add legislation 0011-21 and also to add Naabik'íyáti work session proposed date with NHA and the Veterans Administration on a presentation on how they are addressing the housing crisis
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Calum Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Jamie Hino, Honorable Eugene So,
Votes is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. I'm sorry. Amber Canasba Crotty votes green via text. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. Motion carries 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have an agenda before us. With that, colleagues, moving on down, review and adopt the journals. At this time, there are none. So we continue on to item number 5, receive report. We did receive a report from Ms. Ghani. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and ask for a motion.
Motion, Halona.
Motion by Alderman Halona. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay. Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay. With that, let me go ahead and move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours on questions.
Speaker, this is for question to Ms. Ghani.
Yes.
Gashina, here had Speaker, I don't know the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee too. I know Ms. Ghani too. Hasn't that and that's the next is couple Hansle. But it's in the business team. This is a class sheet. There's another called Yate, and I don't hear that for your report. I know that you did. You mentioned it a lot about schools, and you did a lot of reports on it. But mainly you see the main focus or the main objective of this school, the net education, the never ultra. Then كي يبقى quite الشنيز ده ultra يبقى هون تنجي يبقى ultra بالله كده أظن ده بأداتين لنجي يا أخو نزميكي هذا يا أدان يا جين سكيسكي هذا يا بالله كده هذا يا بالأخذ نجي ليش أظن بأي يا أخو نزنج شو تأجي إيشين أولي ألقى هذا شيء تأجي يا إنه سيلشين لا وشين أظن بأي تأجي يا عليك إيتين هيبك أهو تأجي يخول شيء أخو أجي خالد أبتش إنه تدو خالد جهان نيجي هذا خانزات يا يخول جستو خانزات الناس كده يبقى قلت خالص الله كده عليك إيتين كده بأوه أصل الله كده خالنزات الناس كده عشان تقول كل خالد هذا اللي خيط هذا بابج إنه إيش بينا أتنو ده هذا يبان يلتي جو كابي نتاكس لنجي يدي خجوا you mentioned it late today we're going through this pandemic okay ya خاطشين لنجي وندنا هذا هي okay for one thing I'm over here at Dalcon chapter. There's a nearby within this community or within this chapter compound beyond that. There's a land withdrawal and then there's a building there for Head Start. It's been like that for almost 2 years. There's no report coming in from there to see how the school will be, if it's going to continue. But right now, the one that are 4 years old or 5 years old, they're already out to Dalcon, to the majority of the 4-year-old and 5-year-old students that we have within this the 5 chapter that I represent, they're all majority of them is going to Indian Wells Elementary School, which is a public school. They added another classroom, so there's about almost 3 classrooms they have. So all the students that we have, they're thinking of picking them up in the law school. The one in Tisto and the one in White Cone and Dalcon, preschool now. There's no but these schools are very active. Dalcon Community School are coming in and the one that are at NXA, they're already taking it over. But out in the rural area, they're all going to Indian Wells because they can bus kids in there. There's one thing, from your school and down and the education, Head Start, there's nothing on it. And then on top of it, we try to invite you and to talk with the outside schools regarding the distant learning some of the then a couple times then with your staff, we went on telecommunication with the Winslow School District and Holbrook School Districts. I call Ada RG District Learning. I call nobody's. I think that I'm trying to advocate for them is the bus. They're already taking the kids off reservation and they're going to school now already. But on our reservation school, then they're closed. But they're already taking kids off into border towns. But the main thing is that the bus run, for example, for Winslow, they go around loop, out of there, they come back around to Dalcon. So it takes them almost 2.5 hours to get back after school. That's to me that's too long being on the bus. So I'm the only one that I don't know who would I talk to from your side of it. You're being a school superintendent. So it is there's issues that we have with this pandemic, and then on top of it, the last one that you mentioned is we're trying as the 5 chapters that I have, they went and beyond what is being planned out there by the Navajo Nation and by the education. They went and did their own grant. They were successful with it last year. So this past summer, they got awarded, and then they already got the people that can do the assessment on it within this 5 chapters that I have. This is going to have some volcanic buttes here. So once you go over or behind it, you're going to have no signal. So that's the reason why this grant became available to them. They did the assessment. We have it, and the only Wi-Fi and broadband that became available for us is from the border town again. Winslow is available. That city in Holbrook, they're willing to share that Wi-Fi and broadband with us. So out of the they came a connectivity to into the reservation. I'll call the Ninago reservation. Then there's nobody that I think the only one that has the ownership is NTUA. They don't want to work with us because they told us is why are you not working with us? They just told us that you guys are not priority. The 110 chapters are my priority, but they're just, today, they said that they're just increasing 4 miles radius that they can cover with that CARES Act funding that they got. But if you're living 2 miles behind a butte here from here, it's not going to get there. So, I don't know how, if we're thinking about kids. Then, I mentioned it before when you got on with the teleconference call with the school, with the Holbrook and Winslow school districts. Today is still like that. You brought up again. I don't know how long this pandemic is going to be, but we need. When I just started making this, giving this time to speak, I talk about kids' learning and their understanding and their academic level. How is it grown? Are we successful in today with this pandemic? How can we keep? They're struggling because of these limited resources that they have. we have a new school board. They came on board. What's their plans? What's their emphasis on improving this school distant learning? Maybe you could share a plan for us for the southwest part of the reservation. Maybe you mentioned about the $53 million from CARES Fund that was given to you. Maybe give us a report how for the southwest part of the reservation that are near the border towns. What's the plan on it? How much is being used? How much improvement was made for this distant learning? So that would be my question to you. Speaker, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Alma McKay. Comments and question back to Ms. Connie. That I do have a lineup here. Honorable Keon Begay, Chair, you're next, and then Honorable Stewart. With that, let me go ahead and go to my two colleagues, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Connie. With that, Che, Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, good morning. Ado kudosnant
morning.
Isn't sagi do kudo yahnane j virtually. Ado kudo halit ag enel to mskani shindi dag ehlana isina sha. Ano hed ne enslonki ani da shjab ani da shchedis chin da shnale. Kudo ultra has anjbayat. You indicate that you drive through commute to work on a daily basis. You know that there's several buses in the Valley Stories, such as Zinkler, the Old Valley Store, and then not only Nazlini turnoff, the teen on 191, Zinkler, and so on. Going back to your report on several areas, it would be nice maybe segregate reports directly from some other areas, including the school board members. The education could from each agency. Representing the agency. Maybe at next meeting or when maybe get a direct report from the school boards association. I say that there's really a disconnect between a lot of our schools. So I see at the nishta. That's the way I see it. For example, many farms, we have a public school, K to 12, K to 8th grade. Then you got the Mini Farms Community School, the former Chinle Boarding School. Although you got the Mini Farms High School, which is still a BIA school. And all the 5 chapters, four of the 5 chapters that I represent have BIA school, Nazlina Community School, Cunwood Day School, and Justice Academy School. But yet, at the local level, need out at the Bakunites and here could the chapters that Kadati Kahaki to the Nan Dindiki, especially the parents. My son shared that Klatoya Yaki. And you probably saw an article last week in the Navajo Time about a parent making a makeshift just so that they have access to the internet on top of a hill. Technology no occupation laptop those are fortunate that lives within a radius about probably 2-3 miles of a tower. They're benefiting. If you start going further out into the most rural part of the Navajo Nation, then locally, and how much effort is the Navajo Nation Board of Education or the Navajo Nation Department of Education is focusing on this particular virtual learning? And I got several nephews and nieces that I know from my house. They're online. So I'm just imagining if an individual or an adult that doesn't really know and we're maneuvering in this particular technology age, I'm not sure how they're surviving. The focus immediate brother technology. Broadband. Business. And even speaker that president the chapter has the Nazi you're not effective there's some internal issues that we're dealing with and the CARES Act. Out of the 713 or 14 million that the Navajo Nation received, almost half of it were diverted to hardship, which is okay. But if it wasn't for hardship, just imagine maybe that amount of money would have gone back to the federal government. Now, out of that, the Joe C case, how much of it have we dedicated? And I believe that we had sufficient amount that were dedicated for broadband, but yet all existing towers upgrade. One or two new towers yet. But there's 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation, and there's over 70 or 80 schools on the Navajo Nation. How, with a bold step, can you help the Navajo Nation government in working with the BIA and working with the public school system in saying that this is how much of a resource that is needed on the Navajo Nation? And I'm trying to develop and ask for a legislation to develop maybe a task force so that they could apply for funding, $1 billion. Those are fortunate to have or organized will probably have access in getting some of these funding. And I've been asking the Navajo Nation government, could we do an overall assessment about cell service across the Navajo Nation? Each 24 of us are representing a certain amount of chapters across Low Mountain, for these individuals, these students in that area are really falling behind or don't even have access to the internet. But yes, hotspots are available. agent the nebebiche in the has it. And just imagine sitting there all day long, especially in the cold weather. That ego hitting hatching babiche na hot or the yego back when it's in that. I mean, some may not agree with me, but I believe that's the case. When what did Equakia on the has a table or desk beside a hot, I hate Equaki back when it's in here now. We don't really understand and know about each of the communities that we have across the Navajo Nation. So that's one area that I'm asking, and I know to some extent, Kado's brother, Brent, Mr. Nelson, and I know he's doing his best to establish certain type of resource on the Navajo Nation regarding E-rate. And could the height all the ape in Nashukodo, Yan Dindigin did after this quite E-rate Niniki. Rather than just certain area of the Navajo Nation, especially the school system across the Navajo Nation. How is it that the Dene education is working directly with each of the states' education system in bringing resource to the Navajo Nation of telecommunication technology, infrastructure, state of Arizona, the state of Utah. Cohort at the no maybe at the next meeting speaker, chairman, rather than just an oral report, I'd like to see a written report directly from the education, especially the school board members, of how they're effectively working with maybe the cyber team of the Navajo Nation in really boosting the effort to establish cell towers or cell service across the Navajo Nation. So our Navajo people don't need to be outside making makeshift to access internet. If they would call them East Lake, Uniforms Lake, the farthest that people lives is almost about 16 miles. In the CARES funding based on if the NTUA and other carriers were able to establish or upgrade their cell tower through CARES funding, chapters based on Italia, it's not denied Italia. And I've been fishing around to see why was one enterprise, if an enterprise were allowed to utilize CARES funding, why weren't chapters allowed to use CARES funding for technology? So what that is, when he chapters the key and how you not stop. We lost. I say that Miniform's chapter 500,000 was just diverted back to hardship just because that some person that lives or were hired probably never knows about the Navajo Nation social economic environment had determined that it's not feasible, it's not allowable. But this was to establish a cell tower on a portion of the Navajo Nation. So but we never started on here and that's one area. Now the second area, and as you know, you probably heard me talk about revitalizations of farmland. Now, how do we encourage our younger generation to get back into the certain lifestyles of the Navajo Nation. Preserving culture, preserving language, preserving certain areas as being Navajo. Chapter that do ultra do yego ben nan tinda. Ako halet ala etik at mihit na en hachinen liniki tag ehit tanda do tasto aji ye ete hot do zinto ado ben nabe that not tinsliki. How can we do that? I believe that the Navajo Head Start is able to develop a program through elementary, through mid-grade, then to high school, and then we've got higher education system on the Navajo Nation. NTU, dedicated the Christian the education director, board members, I directly ask you guys, agriculture programs things are developed at the link. Other what the snow could do the college to quit the baby has see stop. Vocational classes that how do we help them? We got other organization at the local level. Mini Farms community, Mini Farms chapter has a boys and girls club. These younger generation, vocational activities or anything of that nature outside extracurricular activities that pahata tendo peso do public neta on opportunity abayed on opportunity aim high the nigo resource funding ban needs the identity base of nani these are a lot of resources, and I guarantee a lot of our textbooks that are being utilized by our Navajo kids are probably more than 5 or 10 years old. So with that age, and I truly respect my chair, being the chair of the HES committee, and I feel confidence in them in advocating for these areas that I'm talking about. Yet, as a representing, representing the 5 chapters, Low Mountain, Touchy Blue, Get Solana Cotton with Noslin and Mini Farms. Late Allah, Shichoti, Asla, occasion and Adi Quaki, Asla, Ultra. These are the areas school board members and we're doing outreach. And then even veterans that we don't have a good program to have them continue their education. So all around, I'm sure you guys are doing your best. But can you provide me other areas of how I can help as well at the local level in helping these education system? I tried to go before some of the board members of each of the school. There's a lot of areas like for Mini Farms. You look at Mini Farm compound, Mini Farm High School, adult community school. Just aniki aslatin is not in housing sunnel. Of course, need though half of it or remodel nadia. Then this was back in the 60s. All those areas were deteriorating. All on the actual infrastructure, is still in place. We need a resource. We need qualified teachers that know, but we don't provide adequate housing for them. Now we have a lot of substitute teachers. Now we have a lot of turnovers on a yearly basis because we are not providing sufficient housing for them. for uniforms, the housing in the need or half of it are condemned. Oh, you all are boarded up. Ela stock hit a damp and the ala store. He got one and that door. They spend the staff eat the bagandoli. That way they don't have to commute. So just imagine if we had housing available in the winter route, maybe some people that have to commute just like you could be able to afford a housing to stay in the winter route to do work out of that particular area. So public safety, what at all, officers, the judges that they have to commute for more than 2 hours. It takes about almost half the day just to do out of their work. But now they spend more time driving than doing their work. So what ego and how ashing the but any Kodosh Maya had the NHA hashing out ashan holla. A co ajist ani in the hot na behob Washington based on Ubich Honal eco could hot air or the hot either did next nada or hatni are quite ani one didn't give the whole year in the back Khalid Ale NHA or ye go kodo hit na go kodo hit naika ilyedla or Winston. Ms. Ghani, I hope that you interpret or receive my statement not as a criticism, but how is it that we can work on getting these particular areas and get things done on behalf of our young kids. I'm asking, I'm pleading with you to provide sufficient resource or recommendation. Dit alla behas an inelia dit alla ta ilia lashi bohnet such a hoto nisiki koto not so sliniki baka nelia that way I can work directly with the local chapters, with the CHR, and then we have each of the school I set that lieros at ego. They always ask koto and parents that then from each chapters are being asked to take part in a lot of these programs at the local level. But we always come back, they always come back and say that, well, other meeting now that they don't have sufficient funding for this program. Or we don't have, if you got certain, only those fortunate communities have outside park recreation centers. If you go across the Navajo Nation, the majority of the Navajo communities, how can you refocus back, get out of the Window Rock area and get to the local level, to the chapter level? Speaker, let me go ahead and conclude my comment, and I apologize for taking much time, but nonetheless, it is very important that I advocate on behalf of the 5 chapters that I represent, having this, several schools, a public school, a community school, and a BIA school, but yet a lot of these buildings are dilapidated, or we don't have sufficient housing for our teachers or staff. Telecommunication, but there's more. But I'm asking, please provide me where I can help. That way, I'm not just looking at somebody to do the work. I'm there to help. I'm here to help and do what I need to do in my capacity as a delegate representing the 5 chapters. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kealan-Begay. Pat, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Stewart, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Connie. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Silla, Chair, Amen, Arunda, colleagues, Arunda President's Office, Vice President Office, Aro Shamato, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Aro staff, and Otanigi, Aro community members, Aro Kodotla Maskani, Superintendent in the Nigi Kona for Department of Education. Thank you for the report, first of all. Kudo Hashin Soga San Linigi Ben Hijayan Ben Hijahanzi do Ben Queensland. Old Linigi Chin Linigi Bilnan Lishigi Don staff on Linigita Benanishan Egita Kuta Aya Ben Hill Queensland. Ako Kwagi Ayan and this Kirigi Aya di Kudo Kindan Linigi Alchina when at the old Kagi Biyona. Joke at Quado Hashin Sogo Aya vaccines and Linigi Aya Moderna do Pfizer do Johnson & Johnson and that Nicha Quileko Akunde Karigi Aya Olthadan Linigi Aya Egg at Alternate Hanado Catoleti Hanado Jacoleta no at Halda Oko Kodogi Aya in the department Igi Aya maintenance than Linigi Aya is Hashin Sogo is Bakanan Lo Don staff and Linigita Hashda a bounce dark case jiggy kin das niligi upgrade is a lehish job a henzio aya alchina based on linigi grant linigi aya a idish kilta no kodo egi not sauce linigi be had de schließt no be ben hije henzi ako that egi en jona jo elchina ba akunde kin a lot be da ultra egi elto in the house do maintenance workers and then you get the supplies and then you get the tools and then you get aid gisha highlight our area bonds da case aja jo aja na aya ni helchna kuna da ultra do le aro kodo nana gi aya head starts on linigi education be una aya da no aya head start programs that egi preschool program that AA they're considered the new kindergarten class for development of children. Eben na chigo ban seske so do without eben yet nandish kito lil miskani without aya be nandish kito lil all kun so agi aya not so ka isla agi aya nan aro so nana IPAs linigi asto Head Start something just like chapters they have those IP they have a Head Start program in there IPAs banda hollo when IPA then they present it out of the chapters do yobas beta has in the D up IPA knowledge out of kodogi the leadership comes back in again out of again nada alta show kaya halit it's when you begin that the liaison da no that's it. Then you go back through the IPA and you read these IPAs and I think that the staff they need to be there at the planning meetings and chapters and go through it in detail with the officials. Just like they need to explain it to them and tell them this is what the IPA is for. Chapter and lingi ne could aba Juliano let the could hilton day list on this but no she ain't John Dollet so a could a baby and honestly like all consort so let's speaker thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Stewart. That Ms. Connie, let me go ahead and go back to you for a response on some of the questions and comments. Ms. Connie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Ado shanad ahnalinigi ikehe khan sogoshin eya nikidil ahigi ahatsi ado benachin long eya the kwigoshin ide kid ado kodoshin eya abenesh anigi it eya asad not nikid nashle. Thank you for the questions and concerns as outlined by leadership. I appreciate your input. The closure of school in the middle of a pandemic and the initiatives that are necessary to providing adequate supports to our school leadership, who are individuals who are vested with the responsibilities directly to plan on behalf of their local institutions, working with their local policies and their local stakeholders of parents and teachers and students, have been presented itself with some challenges. But nonetheless, we continue to move forth in the spirit of cooperation, understanding, and also finding some ingenuity in terms of how we collaborate. So to Mr. Elmer Begay, Sani Jalingo Eyad Shiyaj Janile. So Shiyaj, I have shared that I am Tsinajini Ashihi, are my father's Tachitni Dashache, Do Thodachini Dashanale. Hote.
Shumasan and Lila. So, where don't Lila?
Oh, yeah. Accord, Kodo Eya na Idenskid, the Ilchiniaja Ohos Ahigi, 8 Eya at his Insogo, Ebena Anish. Oho, Ado et that he. Ado Ilchiniaja Abe da Hunzindo Lehigi, Ehan Sogoshin Eya Bahinzi, Ado Benachin Lingo Eya di Hale Department of the Net Education, di Ultatnas Niligo, preschool services away. Ado eya ta benachido eya chada ilta eya di precursors to learning and readiness skills yisninigi aj hot not tinle alchiniyaja ikitna nedo alchiyalti hot han so she ohos ale accord indeed there is a need for those services. There are some curricular items within the preschool standards anywhere you go. Navajo Head Start performance indicators, yisne. All the respective states' Department of Education early learning standards, halonle. 8 is that approaches to learning, yisne. Social emotional standards. Thinking and problem-solving skills, physical development. Those are the indicators that help support our students to persevere in education so that they do not give up when the pencil breaks. They do not give up when students and their peers take away toys from them. They learn these getting along skills and the ability to express their frustration by using words rather than physical means. Those are all important, and just a few examples, and important indicators of how they will be learners. The old Naabik'íyáti on tekes ado hawan has ada hidagahigi is on hot A1 classroom jihaka called hodes ado yahid ahos adolel. And whether they choose to become a lifelong learner, we have to nurture them at those early foundational grades, beginning with preschool services. So indeed, what you speak about in terms of the MT centers in your area, in the communities of Indian Wells, Tisto, and Delcon, I will be checking in with our Navajo Head Start leaders to find out why we have the closures and what we may do in actionable steps to once again reopen these doors. So what I know from generically, now I don't know if it is the case specifically for these sites that you mentioned, Mr. Bigay, but sahoz baultha abetoye benal sos khalodo la ligi ado sako yadi kinlenigi abet hasdi. There are some dilapidated centers across Navajo, and they end up getting closed. So they may very well be one of the issues that affect the sites that you speak to. And you are correct. The Arizona Department of Education has very much been a leader in opening preschool services. AD first things first, Yislinigi do quality first grants. Beso banaznil aj benachin lingo hot out o ya o zahago, inclusive of materials and furniture and toys, books, ado baul khata beso banaznil atayila di quina khaydashi. And so that's why they are very much ahead of the opportunities that they are providing and opening doors for preschool services. Now, I will be taking your concerns back to our Navajo Head Start program to see what we can do to address these areas. And when that time comes, when we are seeking funding and support for the improvements to ameliorate these dilapidated facilities, we hope that we will also have your equal support to bring these facilities up to par. So I hope that addresses the concerns and issues that you have in regard to the absence of early Head Start programs in your area. Now, I did have an opportunity to provide updates a couple of times to Winslow Indian Health Center. Some school leaders, though parents were on the call, and I had an opportunity to share the school reopening plan and spoke to it from the emphasis of safety, the nation's stance on maintaining online learning, and speak extensively to that. Superintendents Winslow, including Flagstaff and Page. Some of those districts are in Coconino County, but we are inclusive of the border town superintendents too. So what I'm aware of for the respective districts that you speak about, Winslow, Dole, Holbrook, they did reopen in hybrid. The parents who live on Navajo Nation who are choosing to send their students to school, they have been providing transportation to students to take them in. That's what we have become aware of here at Department of Education. What I am not aware of is that a bus route taking 2.5 hours. But I will offer what may be a possible explanation for that. On-site services, Arizona Public Schools. Governor Ducey, students with disabilities. Those who need supervision for reasons that their parents may be essential workers. English language learners in Lenigi. Di Balagana Bazad Yohos Ahosata Di Sad. Dehigi Eskintahasto. They morph and they sound differently. And so that requires a lot of in-person support for students to adapt to those enunciations. words. And we call those students English language learners. Schools in Arizona, public schools must provide that nigo. But there are waivers for those districts where there is a public health emergency order in place, which many of our school districts have applied for and continue to do so. That option is always there. But in this instance, our border town colleagues of Winslow and Holbrook have been open in hybrid model. And parents are choosing from your communities of Delcon, and I'm not quite sure exactly the extent of the catchment area for the districts. Indian Wells, Amado Ashint Abit Inigo, Ochot Ego, So I urge families to always communicate with their districts. If there is a concern for that 2.5-hour bus ride, I certainly will inquire with my colleagues with Winslow and Holbrook to learn more about this. And I thank you for bringing this to my attention. But parents have a lot of parental input, and there should be respect, which I know a lot of school leaders do. So perhaps they may not have had time to say something, and I urge them to do so. And CDC, transportation, for school reopening. They want to see 1 student per seat and every other seat. So as you can see, you can't place too many students on 1 bus route. Auto cohort, if you're reopening, that's the guidance. What that means is, so that's what they mean by cohorting. So my suspect for this 2.5-hour and lengthy ride perhaps may be under the measures of that cohorting. They don't want the students to congregate with others and mix with other students. But definitely it is a prompt for us to inquire about what is happening on that end. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I also have learned that you had been involved in the initiative that you spoke to, in which 5 chapters have received their assessment for feasibility study in getting internet connection on that side of the nation. And I know that the area is very much a terrain area, which may not lend itself very well to microwave or wireless internet connection. So any place where leadership can do the work to secure the resources is absolutely appreciated. And I also want to share with you the work that continues with the cyber team, to which our IT from Dodie belongs. There is a plan underway to make an application under HB 133 for $1 billion. AD Towers and any additional hardware that may become necessary, receivers and transmitters, and to increase the radius of internet connection. Arodi kwaje e-rate besoch adet antishno bahashne ingi so shin ya na aske do kwaya ya di fiber optic lines will yahigi el del do less. So many miles of that is covered under that $53 million of grant funding that has been received by Navajo Nation. We want to garner support For that to come to fruition, when it becomes available, I believe if it didn't already become available today, yesterday, it is supposed to become available, the parameters of that grant application. AD Kwado Navajo Nation Yikahadid Oli. A Kodibas Ehi Nil Adon Biket Naasgede Asati fiber optic lines or Yahigit Asahagone Ehes Nilgo. It really can propel the nation forward in terms of getting on its feet for infrastructure. Ani eya han so shi ben kitche na hot I anle khunzade holjishte I computer ben an nashigi khata shi nikit hansni Shanalet Mr. Key Allen Begay, when you were a computer teacher at Rough Rock High School, that was a while back. Well before then, we saw computers here on Navajo Nation reach us. Sena edit o library gunna et a naznel na kido taught that's the data naznel. Ade khodesh e yadit is the ye gohan so shin penacho oho ato chon ingo ot because Navajo Nation does not have the infrastructure, the fiber optic lines nas tiigi. The best band-aid fix was these cell towers. So to really build the infrastructure is where these new monies are. So as to where the questions of where, how, and can we help, we need to support the application and the identification of any supplementary dollars that may become necessary. The E-rate funding in $53 million, carried with it a collaborative effort with the states of Arizona and New Mexico. So they are covering 5% of the match that is required in that E-rate funding. And E-rate, the application itself, is taking care of that 95%. So literally, there is no expected costs to come from Navajo Nation toward that project. And so I ask that we have the support from leadership when we submit that application in terms of that major milestone in giving access for reliable internet connection to our students. And once that work is done, we need to continue to build on the infrastructure. Is it the as in a school setting, we call it a school. There's human resources, there's instruction, there's facilities. The IT, there's hardware, there's software. So it's very much an intricate thing. And so in order to address those needs, the proposal has that we need to establish a Navajo Nation IT department. A Navajo Nation equal internet access so the work is absolutely intricate and necessary in order for Navajo Nation to get on its feet to have reliable internet, which schools can tap into, homes can tap into, doctors, IHS can tap into at competitive pricing. And so we continue to seek those opportunities, as I mentioned, and we will look for your support when those are brought to fruition. And one other question that was brought up is how do we fix and how do we gauge how much loss of learning there is and whether students are learning and what do we know? And that is an area that is very much evolving. At the very local school levels, principals dan linigi ba'al ta'il nanish. And principals as an instructional leader, teachers yaik be 1 time a year testing in dal ihe for BIE funded schools that was PARC testing. And AZ merit, and so on and so forth. Those summative assessments that typically take place in April of the school year. Suspend last spring 2020. So we don't have that comparative information from the year before of school year 1920 to make comparisons of how much our students have gained. But nonetheless, teachers are taught, as are principals, that there are various ways of gauging improvement of learning. Formative assessments, a short cycle, 3 times a year is what most schools are utilizing, these different tools. And so we have urged our school leaders and teachers to continue to collect that information, whatever system that they are utilizing. There are many different types, Galileo, NWEA, and so how much loss and gain, if there's any, it has yet to be determined on the basis that school leaders structure these intervals of the test administration. So we from DOTI, as part of the reauthorization, 24 students are coming before us. We are providing a template that school leaders can fill out on the basis of what we want to hear, what would Navajo Board of Education want to hear in terms of how schools are addressing student learning. As the question has been posed, is there learning happening? That is indeed a true, valid question to ask at this time. And to address that, we here at DOTI have a work group under the leadership of Ms. Shayla Yellowhair from Cognia office. She leads a work group to create that template so that we can capture that data. And so I am hopeful that we will have captured enough information that we may be able to share out with you to answer that very question in the near future here. Indeed, during these times, the distant learning has indeed have been difficult. And I did see that article that was mentioned. It is truly a heartbreaker to see children sitting on a hilltop so that they can catch internet services. Called Amado they're getting by. And so the answer is that we need the support from the entire nation, people who are in these leadership capacities to help us launch these efforts to get the internet connection to all homes for our students. Indeed, 100% students classroom on the basis of information from the federal government. As you may already be aware, President Biden and Vice President Harris are very much pushing for school reopening. By the end of April, which is their 100 days, first 100 days in office. Some of the schools are immediately moving on that. But those pose a lot of challenges Nihi kwaege nihi the neba nahas so bakat nihi khaz anigi don kil ahon niligi big ahban sa kesigi khalebe. Ochot ago yad we have the direction of President Nez that we must be calculated and deliberate and very thoughtful and conservative about when we reopen. Dini hit khatahna the dol waligi ba jet honna yisigi it his and so. Akondik at ya. There is already work that is underway again here internally at Department of the Net Education. Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, Badit Nigo, Board of Education hike in Naanagi, alde. When we first designed that document and issued to our schools to use it as a framework to shape their own local plans for a phased reopening, they knew clearly that it was a fluid document. Navajo Nation Department of Health aden hilnahal na igi big Ecuador lel. Di nigo ai dan ultratnas niligo be hot ego khanna ilia. Eko yadi koden Biden Harris administration ultra anda dol nigo ade khanna dit aigi. We have to be ready. So there is much work that is underway in revising that Navajo Nation School reopening plan. There are certain thresholds that are being added. Some things that we have thought to incorporate include vaccination of school employees. That the ultra analneto phase betrachtnado that the kahigi that the qui staff members vaccinate ilyago bohonad zandole. Ochot ego tabayat hit. Auto transportation igi see it at a lot of our students, if not all, are reliant on the bus routes to get to school. To have all the buses to traditionally pick up all the kids on their route into the school building is not going to be the same way. The cohort nil ado na kako. Na kriko do ninigi so the bus routes are going to look very, very differently. And so we want our schools to be adequately prepared for that. In addition to that, we are also looking to information and input on these thresholds of the revision of the school plan from the safety offices, Office of Environmental Health, deventilation, nazlinigi, kin nazniligo, how much work needs to be done. Certain HIPAA filters that are now necessary and more costly is what we are aware. Who will we send out to these schools to give the green light that the facilities are up to par for school reopening? So all of those conversations are currently taking place. In addition to that, I also did task one of our program managers to reach out to BIA. These tribal grant schools done linigi. It all depends on how they have reached their agreements when they were converting and breaking away from BIE. Whether they left their facilities in care of BIA or not, whether they assume total oversight of that. So that makes a difference. But nonetheless, we are bringing to the table an invitation to BIE and BIA leadership for facilities. The facilities just 6 feet apart. That is requiring additional spaces to be set up, especially where there were more than 25 students perhaps in one class. depended on the square footage within these facilities. So needless to say, this is requiring some coordination with others. So I just want you all to be aware of all of the things that are happening behind the scenes. There are many initiatives and many moving parts to us in terms of getting ready and shaping that guidance for our schools to follow pretty quickly here. And then also to that, BIE, AGG, Phase 2, Phase 3 is a school reopening plan. Phase 2 is for hybrid learning. Phase 3, a full face-to-face. So we have learned recently through a professional development with our BIE colleagues how they are treating the school's submission of school reopening. The school reopening plan we stand ready is the message that we continually share with Ms. Karen Malone with BIE, and then also Emily Arviso as well. And so Ajahan so she that besweek that's beso na raja BIE funded schools zigi. Eko Ajigi benahat at the school reopening plan as far as the structure of the plan and what it should look like higi apik ehodoles is what how we have aligned ourselves with the leadership there, and we will continue that partnership. And so that is the work that is also underway. There is mention here in terms of teacher houses. For the state of New Mexico, the Impact 8 Ajahan Soshi Basa Halondo Beso Chihitat Ahigi, the state to stop taking credit for schools receiving Impact 8, the federal government, that Beso Chihitat Ah. Those schools that are located on trust lands and on tribal communities, we don't have an opportunity to receive property taxes. While on the outside, AD property taxes, education dollars a capital outlay the school gym, the school building upgrades, renovations, teacher houses, Navajo Nation, we don't receive property taxes, so in lieu of that, we do receive impact aid. Now that we have legislative sessions underway, we are involved in that process by way of the lobbyists that have been secured by Office of the President, and then also voicing how, where we stand as a Navajo Nation in asking that the state stop taking credit for the impact aid funding that the districts receive. Teacher houses ego capital outlay as I noted, many of our facilities have been on backlog, and so we hope to have that conversation with the appropriate leadership pretty soon here. I am aware that with the House, the appropriations bill that was passed to respond to COVID from the Biden-Harris administration, there is inclusion of funding for facilities. We want to be also inclusive of those conversations so that we can support our schools in whatever renovation or upgrade that may be necessary for our school facilities and buildings at the various school sites. And so we are very much involved with that. Also, Mr. Kiel and Begay, you shared some very ingenuity types of suggestions in terms of your interest in revitalizations of language and then the Dene people's connection to the land. and how we have the ability to live off the land. I like those ideas. Thank you for sharing those recommendations. We do have Office of the Ne Youth, although as we begin to work with tribal colleges and then even our Navajo Head Start as well. I hope that we continue this work and dialogue and support of one another so that we can fully fledge these wonderful ideas that are being shared with us today. And Mr. Stewart, your questions, you mentioned the facilities as well. I hope that answers the questions that you had in terms of my responses. And I'll try to, I think I understood your Head Start and kindergarten question. Now, what I will, based on what I gather, is that you're concerned perhaps about the kindergarten students who did not have an opportunity to be in a classroom. I think there are certain topics that are necessary to be conversated about through this weekly school leadership meetings that we hold. Elchiniyaja kindergarten, linigit is a oha al a classroom guna until this past fall, kindergarten, and then for the new preschoolers too, they have not been inside a classroom. I mentioned that that is a very critical and foundational year and years for our students. That's where they know and learn the get-along skills, the problem-solving skills, their approaches to learning so that they can persevere as learners in the years to come. And so some of the things that we have been talking about here, we have a school improvement division. Dr. Calvin White, school leadership. We want to bring some topics of conversation. Perhaps schools do need to forge forth with a plan for summer school. And what does that look like? When can we first have a hybrid? And which groups of kids do we prioritize for that? Those are the kinds of conversations that we are having here internally as we have to be very methodical, as I mentioned. Kindergarten, preschool, they've not been in a classroom. So how do we address those losses as we begin a new school year? So we want our school leadership to also have those same planning in process now too. So we did receive a comment and concern that perhaps the work that we are doing right now in revising the school reopening plan, are you giving the green light and a go-ahead for schools to reopen? So I just want to emphasize for our leadership here, no, Dodie is not giving the green light for schools to reopen today or tomorrow or this school year. We already have a decision in place which notates that our schools will be online for second semester until leadership changes that from the executive branch. However, the emphasis needs to be on preparedness. At what percentage? At what thresholds of vaccination? At what thresholds of these buildings being in compliance? So those are some preparedness that we want to put into place. Schools need to be planning now, and that is what the emphasis is. That is where the conversation is right now. So I hope that I have answered questions that have been posed this far. I do want to add in my closing comments that Navajo Nation Office of the President did designate a tribal consultation team. And that was in response to a couple of school districts within New Mexico State who were expanding in-person learning in middle school to high school and linigi bajaan dol ni khatni go a aji hota khanetis. And I believe one of the districts have moved forward with the expansion. So the tribal consultation has been held with both of the districts, and they do remain in process. We have not reached a level of mutual agreement, but the nation is sharing its concern that we don't want to open schools prematurely. Atit amikil nahot I kojit nebe nahaso ado gating criteria baj ohna anigi et ego ajigi big echo enid nishik et oti the tribal sovereignty bedi ninigi ajna khaba onosen the nigo a aj ohot bel elchi. So there is much work, as the ask was here. How can we help Ninigi? There are many ambiguities within Title 10. Who has authority? Who has final say? Eight oyo nanhin han zachi hodina. Akonde edi kode Navajo Nation Department of Justice dan atit ahin Ninigi age betchil ad. Bila echet ego ahnido when and who has authority. So with the interpretation from that end, the Navajo Nation Board of Education and Council's resolutions carry the same force of law. It is a determination and recommendation that was brought back to our attention. And so we are working within that frame as we bring these discussions with our school districts who are flexing their muscles to reopen. I think a lot of teachers are anxious about that. A lot of parents are very concerned about that, and students as well. So we want to be able to act in the best interest of the public health of our people. DOJ behas ani dot if the Navajo Nation does not act, and if the action of others could cause catastrophic harm, the nation has full authority to act and speak on behalf of its people. That's the guidance. And so with that, we are urging for a mutual understanding and respect of tribal sovereignty, where the nation has spoken for online learning, for safety of students, their families, the teachers and their families. So I hope that we can continue to be supportive of one another. President Nez also did urge Dodi to engage other districts in Arizona and Utah if they plan to expand and move forth with an in-person learning. We want to be able to engage in that tribal consultation with them as well. And so I hope that answers the questions, and I have tried to be as comprehensive as possible. I truly have a respect for your interest and concern for the common public of our nation. Thank you so much. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Connie, for that response to the colleagues and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, colleagues, I do have, I'm going back to the floor now. I do have Honorable Halona, then Honorable Yellow Hair. So Honorable Halona, at this time, the floor is yours. Any comments, questions?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Speaker. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, 24 members of the 24th Navajo Nation, Naabik'íyáti. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. Ghani. I just had a couple of real quick questions. One would be for the on the grant schools. Is there any anybody monitoring the students like they do in the state schools, the public schools? And then also, do you have any information? Can you find information on how much money the DOTI has paid out for the different law schools that they've have had with the schools on Navajo Nation? And that includes the attorney fees pretty much. So those are just couple of questions I was wanting to ask Ms. Giovanni. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. With that, let me go ahead and go down to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Yeah, to 24 Councilman. Aaron Kishakani. Thank you for you bring a lot of information to the office of the councilman. Very Ayon Nick Abeta and Madame Jeta that Agi here could all come my TV. Shady parties, Iga on Rachel Chimbagade, Deputy Iga, since 1972 yet done earlier. Out of 1973, the first time they have a full-time staff members were employed to create curriculum. Itan high school at only Itan Rough School Itan Ayako. They agreed to fund first year operation with Title IV funds. Since that 1974, the school is still there in Black Mesa. One that of course. It's a liberty, Ige, Yahan Nahot, Ige, Chidipatin. We still have a third road. Third road is at the end, 1,000. He could not kito that the chief or cut on Nalki. I think that's all under cut. This all happening to go now. Before this COVID-19, at the area, it at this card. Yet all the large bundle cutney was there on Katanat car hutney. At it all with this stage at the event here, now it's a we're in the middle of the third road between Russell School and halfway through almost to Pinion. Not even in Kata. We don't bring up good teachers. Teachers without year. Because of this third road, and they need a better roads and a new house there too. Of course, he asked a teenage with Ashe school. He caught all of us. Since that this has been recognized back in 1977 was the first time that they under Title V paid that she not currently under grant school under Public Law 100-297 as a self-determination act. 1975 grant school. Itayat, I think that China, I think that of course, Chini or Yuto, doesn't have Kadananatli. It aya in Hikato, this school, should be China, how we paved on, you see, 9 miles need to be paved. How much do you know, or do you have in this system that we can get this road paved? Kadige Yati. Navajo Nation sales from Panzari Banaki Kai. Shit Ahinskated. And as first time councilman, I want road to be paid yourself from the Ayo Craggy. Councilman, you want to need cut. Asian and all this. Ayo by Russian, the Koti Ultagi, Halit school in the car all over. I'm just thinking about it to meet with BRE and Gallup Christian board members and Lenny, we need road to be paved. It is about this. So, short cut, old tragedy, 10 years by young had started at a, he would come by COA, it'll have all full time and class. So I would say that there's only a few months on that cut. All cut on cut at even in a bed. The once over speed or listed school because Shasha is I think this is a opportunity to bring this to your attention. I really need your help with us and also because the health committee. It's Angela is still Ero Bashin chair on Lenny was now hot. Yeah, not only la old Kayadan to be able to hold the head. Also, other votes that I la. You passion, Yegon Tabu. Chinias Pasero Sana is for the community, for our kids, for our younger generation to come to be our leadership. I'd like to see some Black Mesa, our younger generation, to be a doctor someday, PhD, out of Rough School, out of Nanata, AD with ADT, out of art in the school to support as a councilman. We all have the responsibility, our Navajo Nation government, to a chapter that area, being daily mission. So the car needs to see what I don't let council to Shilton, but here, the night, she's part of bar, other is not initial unity, able services, other is this, I believe in education. Thank you, Connie. Thank you very much. It's not education, all day it's not out of Justice Department and legislative, and he lawyers, attorneys that are Lenny counseling also. But here in she Mr. President Naz, she Vice President Lizer. Thank you. Yeah, once about her seat or this. Once about thank you, Speaker. Jonas Claro, this yeah. Once about this. Yeah, Connie.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll put you in the queue, Honorable Wanika and Honorable Otto. So with that, thank you, Honorable Yolher. Let me go ahead and go to Honorable Wanika and then over to Honorable So, and then I'll come back to Ms. Scani. Honorable Wanika, floor is yours. Oh.
What about now? Oh boy, it's turn to, is it okay? Okay. Thank you, Speaker and members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. And I appreciate the information that's being provided. It's very informative, Ms. Ghani. But one area I'm very concerned about, you made a report on the mental issues having to do with grief, depression, and social isolation. I know our young people got sadayas at minute that it other ko kanina kashin tabas na as answers and labor ngate ko kashin ta ishi ke so jo ta hos ata ishi with that disao ko kwaiban sa case, so especially with this pandemic. There was 3 educators that submitted a proposal. Joseph Morton, Elmore Guy, and Gloria Hale. They submitted a proposal for $659,200 to address the trauma as far as the young people are concerned relating to this pandemic, as far as their siblings or their parents or their grandparents being tested positive. So I know
to some extent, there's no question it affected them. Just to give you an example, my wife and I were tested positive, and one of my wife's nephew really affected him. I guess during the time we were in the hospital, he wouldn't eat, he just became, he got to a point where he just didn't want to do anything whatsoever. And his mom was very concerned, and she didn't know how to deal with him. And to this day, it seems like it changed him to some extent. But we don't know how to address it. And so these three educators went ahead and submitted a proposal to address that. I don't know how many young people are going through this. And I'm asking if it will be at all possible. I want to ask them to go ahead and resubmit a proposal. Maybe through your office, and possibly with this anticipated second allocation of the CARES Act, maybe we'll be able to fund that. I don't know, you mentioned that there was a task force that's going to be addressing these issues having to do with grief, depression, and social isolation. I think as far as the pandemic, I think we need to directly address it also. And I'm really hoping that we can address this. Last time I was able to meet with the president's office, the chief of staff, and he told me to meet with Dr. Jill Jim because she had received $75 million. And he told me to ask her to see if she could help fund this proposal. And she said she was going to meet with the three educators to see what she could do. But it never materialized to the point of being funded. And I also met with the area director, Rosalind So, because there was additional funding available from the CARES Act at the time. And she also said she was going to meet with him, but found out she never returned the calls until about a month ago. I was able to meet with her again. Finally, she was able to have a communication with them. So I'm very concerned. I see you nakharchina etahos agi hasini teshin da se baby Casey to akon de saido na kinlo etahos agi do pandan ata te khut e de ho has angit a ishin benina ta chehita ten halen ko benina gi do papa huntu do yashhoda even additional the pandemic shin hasin so la betahotilti ado sashi betahotilti so papa huntu we don't know to what extent it's going to affect their education and as far as the rest of their lives. So I'm requesting that we can work together to see if we can address this, especially at this time. I know it's just not this pandemic. It has to do with alcoholism and drugs and all that. And I think those are being addressed already. But this pandemic is a quite a thank you, Ms. Garney and the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Monica. With that, Colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Otto So. Then I'll come back to you, Ms. Connie. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Oh,
Okay. I was muted. Yeah, so Oban, this case it I appreciate the report from Dodie relating to the what's going on with the internal and the planning for our Navajo children relating to the reopening and and then at the same time evaluating the current learning structure that's at home. And what I'm getting to is that with one governmental entity indicating that they're going to move forth to plan to reopen the school. I don't know the recommendation from Dodie. I don't think it's a formal recommendation that schools not to be reopened. But I think it's just a report that's indicating that that's what the position of Dodie. And with that position from the presenter, since she is firm on her presentation, that we get a position statement relating to the reopening of school, email to the delegates ASAP. Because if there's no anything indicated in writing from Dodie to say that we recommend that the schools not be open, I guess don't really bring that up at this time. But Department of Education, that's a program. What is the position of the Board of Education? Has the Board of Education that is a firm position. That's what I would request pertaining to the presenter's report, because right now what is being proposed in Washington by the current administration, with that, I believe we need to start moving forward to tribal consultation related to the reopening plan. And with that tribal consultation, the Navajo Washington, the Audit Washington, Nini, Audit now, Audit Ben, it's Zagon, John Dolly, that Nepeno. Hala, Niti Koni, Tana, Nihiki, Diego, but Hollow. Don the Audit, she thought that she go and Seda Kid. I need Ego La Yati, the Chin Edahos, Ahi, Betahati. So if that is the position of the Board of Education and Dodie of what the presenter has presided, I'm requesting that the presenter give us the official standpoint of the program so that
the Navajo Nation Council can start moving forward to make the position statement on reopening the school. Those positions come from leadership, not from program managers. So, not on any thinking in Hansela. Ako ya a Hashi last thing ya ade their recommendation. We need that document and who indicated that. But not not up koje ben hanta svidiki to I see ben hitch hot after ako quite get a person kit did the swings negi. That authority is within the Navajo Nation governing body. I don't that did a chinyaje the house Ninigito Ahwada. Now who is on the house ni which now it do yego a late ego la the basin that has what the Beshwian Ade Ado La Heke basin that has Anit Yego Bana Hatiki on Ilyad go with we need a comprehensive plan. And I believe that something that is needed. We just cannot say, oh, we're going to build a tower over here. We're going to build a tower over there. We have NTUA setting up hotspots and towers for free Wi-Fi location at many communities. And I drove to one of the hotspots that had been put into in my community. I only saw a few vehicles there. The neto to your ida. None that the home I don't like Ajik and Dingo in Yago. Alcohol, if we continue to move forward to set up these hotspots and free Wi-Fi areas, will it be utilized? And not just a lot of them will utilize their own personal phone hotspot for that internet connection at home. They choose not to utilize those services. So I don't fiber as the fiber build out was being proposed into I don't that did that don't need no behold that since to go I don't show to the you know, we should have put all the schools in priority first in the hospital. Sounds like you want to get it to every home. Fiber is expensive. It's not cheap. So I think this next round of CARES Act coming down the pipeline and this $53 million that came in again, we have to have a strategic plan on where these build-outs are going to go. There's areas of DART zones. There's areas of DART spots within areas where these fiber backbones are in these communities. And one example is teacher housing. You have educators teaching from home. But we have the fiber hooked up to the school And at times, some of the personnel, they're not teaching from their classroom. Back in my community, we have 5 schools. Majority of the teachers are teaching from home, utilizing their own phone services to get connected to the signal. Department of Education, Navajo, the net department, the net Dodi, in this plan here, because this cannot continue to be silent. We need Dodi to have their voice there and to say these are the schools that need it. The school housing needs to be included on these fiber build out. But I will tell you, when we had the conversation in Tuba City, we didn't have Dodi at the table. We had the schools there, but I tell you, Dodi was not at the table at that fiber discussion. And even I see City Keso Khalid Egon La Ade Ya Beta in Nishike Ade Be Na Nishike Ade Be Tajis. What is the position of the net board, the board of the net education? Report that then. They do not have any reporting mechanism to any other body. Even the superintendent. The last superintendent had nobody to report to, not even to leadership. Not on that. Not on, yeah. That is kind. I call that what ego go be nash. For addition and ano hin da. Ni how what out that is aje be in that is. Because we need to try to get these programs and individuals to the table to start this plan so that we can, when the dollars come down the pipeline again, all we need to do is fund these projects. That's what I'm getting to. That way, we don't have leadership stepping on each other's toes and say, no, because you're my community. This will be from the direction of the individuals that are on the ground there. Plan to expand with the fiber build out across the Navajo Nation. The but the schools are something that really needs these fibers. The school, the healthcare facilities, they're the most important thing. The courts and public safety and businesses. Even Ashinson had a no snisho, Arashin so she Ashiani, Beano soy ego, Abby so jai, Aho, Bebendasnish. Quote, we are in challenging times. But again, as the entity that oversees the Navajo education on Navajo, Ashinson Habit, they no snisho. It was a baby in that and not what on hit a yashki. They all I hit it on him and I hit a hasi. I don't love it that in none about what is cave go near Nandy what is cave or this. I like a yako, the hatchin con, the guard over in not. I ate it. And now whatever because she what our hasi or again, so the idea. Okay, so
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Ghani. Ms. Ghani?
Thank you, Speaker, for the floor. Honorable delegates, thank you so very much for those thoughtful insights and continued questions. Thank you for your leadership this afternoon for asking those questions. To answer Mr. Halona, your question of who monitors grant schools, from Department of the Net Education, we have been working with our grant schools in how they are faring in terms of meeting the specific requests that have come to them from BIE. The grant schools dan naligi di kodot BIE adat beso chihin dehigi ye nalnish benachin lingo a BIE funded schools bitne ko aje han sagoshin a ya CFR requirements yiketez in beso batlan dehigi benachin Nihe kodot o haidil in do a benache a hot ultra besnailnish. Where they wish to seek some support from us with specificity, we are able to provide information and guidance. One area that I do want to make note on, which is an area of concern from Department of the Net Education, where our BIE-funded schools, including these tribal grant schools, are concerned, is locating those students who have fallen off the accountability. BIE-funded schools, NASIS, Native American Student Information Systems, it's a software program that all BIE-funded schools utilize, where we give a number to students to identify them as they move between schools. We are able to draw down information in terms of attendance and how many years, if they are a high school student, by cohort it took them to finish high school. Those are examples as to how NASIS can be utilized. Ajigi etkis insago nihinnet nlenigi di attendance yislenigi. The kui alchine how many did not are not attending schools, and what are the reasons? That is an area of interest of ours from Department of the Net Education, and we choose that to be an area of an initiative with us because we want to make sure that there is no child left behind. Literally, we want all students to be able to be connected with a school by enrollment and attendance. Where they don't have reliable internet, they become disengaged and don't stop attending schools. We don't want there to be too many of those students. None at all, if that's possible. And so that is one area that we are seeking to really create that closer collaboration and relationship with our colleagues at BIE. Because data sharing agreement, AJIGI, we need to be able to put that back into place. Students, the schools do. NACIS be log on at all student information extract at all we have to do so through an agreement. And so with that expiration in place, we are revitalizing the measures to get that back into place so that we can make sure all of our students are connected to a school by way of enrollment and attendance. And so I just wanted to share that information as it does fall under the auspices of what is DOTI doing in terms of monitoring the schools. And your second question, Mr. Halona, I so apologize. I did not capture your words totally, but I understood your question to be how much has been paid out for attorney fees. And if that is the correct question, we don't pay attorney fees where we need legal insight and legal interpretation. We do solicit input from Ms. Alexandria Kinsella, who is assigned to DOTI to help provide some legal information where we need that guidance. So we don't have attorney's fees, and I hope that answers your question sincerely. And Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, I sincerely appreciate the concern that you have. To my knowledge, the roads are unpaved. Which makes it difficult to attract teachers and quality teachers, and to have them stay for a number of years for continuity of services to students. And where you have students with special needs, makes it even more challenging because you need a varied type of specialist to be able to provide services to students. And given that it is in a remote area, makes it that much more delicate and challenging. So I hope that we can merger supports. I am very familiar with where you are talking about. And that was once my playground area when I was in my foundational years. Navajo Head Start Center, to my knowledge, has been established in Kitzili, but it has never opened on the basis that there is no teacher who is in the area or is willing to locate to Kitzili, and nice facility, but no teacher. And so those are some very real issues. For years in my capacity as a special education director with Kayenta Unified School District, speech pathologist in Lombalagana at Ed, Ashin Pinyonjo Ayeko, she stayed in the area. She was the speech pathologist at Black Mesa Community School. Ko Hanza that she di a teen at Osko. She knew to pack the right things, the mud boots, her snacks, and her speech materials, and she would hike into the schools. And I have to say, Ms. Angela Curtright never was deterred by some of those challenges. But those type of individuals are very, very, very hard to find. And so I sincerely appreciate the issues that you bring to my attention, Mr. Yellowhair. Good roads to these schools that we have in the most remote areas of our beautiful nation do need attention. And so I hope that we can also work together to bring light to these issues and make sure that we have quality teachers who can stay in these areas for continuity of services to our students. Principal Jalingo, you're always back to training and having so much work and helping them familiarize themselves with the area and the and the procedures and materials. So I can appreciate X number of those challenges, including this specific special needs services that are a must. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Mr. Wanika, indeed, Doty did present that proposal that you speak about, $629,000 for trauma-informed strategies, as was presented by Dr. Joseph Martin, which would have been a merger of Dene College and Navajo Technical University, with Doty overseeing the grant. And that merger was to train at least 2 individuals in all of the school settings, regardless of the type of schools that they are. The sincere interest and emphasis was to train 2 people in each of the school settings so that they internally can address the needs with the newfound sets of skills to address student needs and staff needs locally. As you mentioned, our students are touched and affected by COVID, and the work that needs done is very much individualized from school to school, by locale to locale, the types of families that we serve. And so this would be a very much needed type of opportunity. From Arizona Department of Education. This was the proposal that did not get funded through the CARES Act budget proposal that we submitted. It came to my mind. I do stay in touch with Dr. Joseph Martin, and thank you, and I appreciate your support and recognition of just the magnitude of COVID-19 and how we actually have the ability to address those. We need the funding to be able to do so. And so to that, I thank you. I also want to mention that under the leadership of Dr. Calvin White from Office of School Improvement, he led a conversation with University of Washington just last week, I believe. And we are choosing to participate in a national survey on mental health, which is what an area of lack that I mentioned. We don't know exactly how the mental health issues are manifesting themselves in our students across our schools here on Navajo. In English, there's different words for how these might manifest: grief, depression, social isolation. Maybe they're acting out. Parents are seeing that students are not listening to their parents anymore. So however way they are manifesting, we need that data collection. And so there is a final report that is due to Congress with this national survey by March 15th, and we are choosing to be a participant in that so that we can have the information that we so need to be able to have an appropriate response. So thank you for bringing light and attention and affirmation to this need of our schools at this time. Delegate So, thank you so much for your comments and questions. Indeed, the Biden and Harris government and administration have been a proponent for school reopening. And I just want to remind you that we already currently have a couple of very strong pieces of legislations in place. Navajo Nation Board of Education passed a resolution in support of online learning only. In addition to that, on October 22nd, the Navajo Nation Council also passed CO-84-20, also a resolution that supports online learn only with exception for students with special needs, and to remain in online learning until such a time that the health conditions on Navajo improve. So with that language within each of those pieces of resolutions already in place, in addition to that, the interpretation from Department of Justice that these carry the same force of law on the basis that there is a pandemic that if the nation does not act, there could be, the results could be catastrophic, that the nation has spoken, that these two pieces are the prevailing things that our schools need to heed at this time. And so I just wanted to affirm that we currently do have those actions in place. Furthermore, you spoke about the need for a comprehensive plan for technology so that we don't haphazardly erect towers across Navajo Nation. And you shared your concern that they may no longer serve a purpose at some point. So I just want to provide some information on that, which I hope will bring some more information to you and answer your concerns, is that there is a plan. There is a plan by Magellan, who have worked with the Navajo Nation Cyber Team. And I believe the presentation was provided to all of the subcommittees, all of the 3 branch chiefs, and all of the division directors here on Navajo Nation government, in which the plan identifies what current structures are in place for internet. AD towers, and what areas that they are covering based on the strength that they carry right now. In addition to that, there has been a size up of how many people live close to those current structures, and how many schools, how many other entities are within those locales, and how many students. So that we don't do what you're cautioning against, which is we have a tower installed at every so many miles for the sake of installation. But there is much thought that has gone into this on the basis of an evaluation and assessment that has been made. And so I hope that you find some time to see this presentation so that we can use that information for our application purposes. Anytime you're applying for funding, you have to have just as much information as possible. So this is information that was gathered for that purpose. So I hope that answers and quells some of the concerns that you have, Honorable So. And then to all, I also just want to again say my appreciations for your questions and concerns. I have taken notes here. أشهد نصاغون كدشني دولة جنات أهنا لنيجي كن زاتن أقول جيش خد نأكيديل كد آدو خجو أشهد بناتش إنلين قشين يا نج خد نخل أشهد دوني آدو قلت أنا لنا خد نيجي خان so شيء بنهاد. Anytime we have issues involving planning for children, young minds, those create some very great challenges. And so with that, I just want to say that I sincerely appreciate your interest and support of Department of the Net Education thus far. Thank you so very much again, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Is there any further comments, questions for Ms. Ghani?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Ghani. Thank you for the report and update. I just wanted to make a comment on something you mentioned previously, related to impact aid. There are so many champions right now on impact aid. It's not just the president's office or the president's lobbyists. There's, right now there's a very important Senate bill being sponsored by Senator Munoz. And I think we really need to take that into consideration, that as delegates even, we are all champions. Everyone's a champion as well. So I just wanted to mention that, because respectively, we care about our local schools and our school districts, particularly the public schools. We want this impact aid reformulation to happen. And, you know, as a delegate, we were in Santa Fe last year too. And we're standing right beside Gallup-McKinley County School District and other school districts. But just to reaffirm that it's more than just the president's office that's championing this effort. There's us, there's also local parents, there's organizations out there throughout the state as well. And, you know, I just wanted to mention that because, you know, with all due respect to the president's office, yeah, they're doing a great job with their lobbyists, but there's also a lot more to that than just the president's office taking credit for the reformulation of impact aid. Hess has got a lot to do with it too. So I just wanted to mention that, Ms. Ghani and colleagues, Mathanigi. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Freeland. That, Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Ado Shanantai, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Ado Shiazis, it's it. Ms. Patricia Ghani. Ado Shanantai Kwagi. Kato. Report Ibaha Sigito Naidakit. Bay Kwagi. Ndaho Neligi Kwagi Ashaha. She's to Sato Ibaha the Sensoya Kudo. Shaho committee members out of Miss Ghani, I guess. At Nabi, everything's on the table, irrespective of whether you have a say-so or not on the issue. Of course, I guess a lot of it, the mental health aspect, certainly Navajo Department of Health with the mental and behavioral health program plays a major role. But they've just now, most recently, put on special assignment a clinical psychologist. So for a number of years, that particular program has practically been inactive. Ko anito inta e kwagi ida program kwagi paint on nishiki hede na shoya kwagi la e survey ato tilnata shoya tia kuda ato e ya lead nas under ato ad e chenil nista kudo ni ado kujilto Division of Social Services. Wananata Ado Kwaki. Asin so ad a Kwaki Elchin Sarkate or do Chekin Kwaki Hate Ao Ea no say Ashiat Eho because Ashiat Eho Ehos Dogisa Tahuangi. Asiat ehu between Hullo. Asiat ehu e Kwagi ye Atcha an Leho and down. What cut or Lake Gishin Kwagi Clato. Van Yelti a co Quado cyber team Platni Nil. Adota o I think so. I should have been just Casey. I ate a landlordly. And then I couldn't Kodobe either paint on Nishigi. The lucky Quacky had either. Either Lishigi a gate and Hanstra. O e ko e le o stansi e na tos kadol ni ko be get bin base of a okay digi bin in that the so I think so a saho o ni the technology is changing so fast. The old ideas are not valid. We have to have progressives. What Mr. Brent Nelson has put together from within Dodu, I think it is progressive. The other is, and I want to put this again, Kodonabi puts items on the table. And Shache, Honorable Key Allen Begay, basically said that we all have preferences. For me, there's a new item that's come on the table. Starlink at 5G. That's available. And I'll nail Mr. Chris Vicente. He doesn't prefer it. Why? Because the person that he replaced is the one that brings the idea to the table. Rather than a program manager and employee saying, I don't want this, again, it goes back to what Satsila Adoso says. It's not their choice. It's the council's choice. And so in that aspect, we have to move forward. In fact, I have a nonprofit that's ready to pay the dues to this Starlink for the 8 chapters I represent. But I'm telling the nonprofit, hey, wait, that's an obligation of the Navajo Nation. These nonprofit monies can be used for other aspects. So in that aspect, hey, Hinantai, Hajo Ole, and I'm speaking to the cyber team, I'm speaking to President, Vice President, to the Speaker, to Naabik'íyáti. Way out there, Naabik'íyáti, not Nailzine has on the such as be toward the Gansnes. Now this gives general and the but Torstund Saka Talk or Kinsakai the Sahot has the Sahot has could Finland now at the Sahot has stop. Kwagi sato Hajoba when it's in the lake. Could the thought and hit at Neniki. But a Hajoto lake, Starlink Igi, a Baat Edo lake. The snow at the snip. So a into a ADB. It's an art ada tole. So a sacred wind ada it's an art edole. Starlink to call a lay hutat a yesi. Yenalness. The broadband capabilities is what I'm talking about. So Ela Tato A Kodosa O Ayego A Sata Bikada East Ado Shiche Jimmy Yellow here. These sat on its aunt a keen the now I get at on the six toes. A and the A con now one yard shit. Ado A oyo anne. So jo in go A annas ido annas do listen nido A quag A. It's all just that seat. Okay, oh, Nehutza, this Tajiki and the Con Nabi Potato Saltos. Kojoba Huns and Plato A, yes, Plato Joba would need this Sino, yeah, A Plato A Hotel. Now Ishland, A house, she can put a star. So just know a shade or shall what either on the in that IGA and the consult source. I do a Head Start. I think there's only 81 centers operating, 87 somewhere in there. I just Head Start. They paint a that. Now, so none need. Let's get some money to increase to 110. So what a sarach in the seat on there. Tato a kodan ni tato kola a sinant I tato. So tato a yo what oh on in our oversight. She that a division program departments quaggy zo a isn't on the same a bit plateau or you often le a con the quaggy plateau a the bin quaggy that don't need aggy not only it don't hit iliagi could a plateau a under but not staying in ko a what sinant I the sick acid and then says and the codo Sato being this case to quaggy a sato I see Kajodo lake and Senigi Abe has state or lake. Oh quaggy oyo balaho is like a quaggy Shabahon of Sendoli Hala a yat quaggy Sicily Isodol's in a tato is about when Seno quaggy Chakosof Adoli. The snow addition Adokodo a I see the Nasta hidden there. Chin needs a can't needs a can't Nasta a not the Batsilo they laid only. Ultra AIC yet how they not only. So they laid only. Ada is turned only. Yeah, Tehu AK Bahania. What the unique so HO in Dolik. Chevenda did say he is to Plato Koto. Azoba when it's in Dolik. Adokote. Right out a Chian. Then say he has your eight. So in Dolik. Hala. Ado agency. The health begins with the diet. And if we're going to be long-lived, we have to have the proper diet. And part of it is what J. Key Allen Begay is talking about. to make sure that we have the proper cornfields. Not that, not Osse, not City, not Yeza, Equal, Chida, any chill, Tadot Lizita, Dal Hogi, Dal Chigi, Equagi Sato, Halchin, Chidayos Idoli, a Kissanil now, Nadi Jatoli. Ko what are Sato area. Be nas anit edo le si Sato Kodo Sa Behasi to Sheha Edo Sidane as twices on me. When Sola Sitsile Sheha.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So now let me go back. I got one more of our colleagues in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll go back to Ms. Ghani. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, Yate, yes, was needed. So anyway, thank you very much, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Senat Ato, Benasiel Ki, teaching at all call Yagi, Benasiel Ki. A lingo by Yel Ki to his ego. Not all Yagi, be a job by Yagi, be answer Ki, the Yagi by his. Here's the truth. Ms. Honorable Daniel Silva, Bahanensi, thank you for your understand. Oshido, Bashin Nende, John De, Najo Bahanona, Johnson Ansuski. The 10 years, the Australian Labor Guard, the Head Start was starting. There's none, according to one of the Ziki, Muscani, this street got 49 years of Lee Ultra Party. Had long got a conversion of acreage in the hall. Which is not a biased. A cocobahan of an ocean at Annie. A job but the baby had me, but not Annie, Kennedy. So that started what it needs. So they could not need to need out the old teeny. She lost business undone lane. Yayata killer. Art cannot at the whole street. A teen thought Lishigi. I could ego ye old tragi, ball cut and Lenny Bohanet funny, but on out the ahigi, but cut this in, no child left behind. A bahun son of the sheep, being he just teen at Annie. But I quite 8 not Annie. Never penny on the 8031, as other that is teeny. As the dog nanate, as a bus, both will drive that sea. Plus probably Alaska, Asian Pacific, all to the United States, with out the Bahun, the North here, Bahun of Sunny Bernati, Bay by year by Henson, coaching Dijon, Banahol, the same, out of what Naabik'íyáti, banded off, she know what he couldn't see what unforeseen to get the thing done. The dream come true. I'll tell you, no child left behind. I understood over this team. By it, what is up? By it, kiss from the such a name on a chair. I say, that a deal here is in that budget chamber as well. I would not on your edition. Miss Connie, thank you very much. Nizaki is not T three put in your team. It aside what it's in done that is Banade was in Sinabi the Snido and the City. See, I do respect you about James and the Jim Tunkia. What's about Fido that always not sign that or it on the Missouri that is not on give all call. Yeah, so number one, Brave National Nahe 1868 I done her single card at all card no. I hope that the year got this thing. on your schedule with the one to on the schedule. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm a 24 nomination council. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, with that, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Connie. Ms. Connie, floor is yours. Ms. Connie?
My goodness, I was here talking away. I just want to respond, having heard the comments made by Honorable HES Committee Chair Daniel So Shije, and then also Honorable Delegate Yellowhair. Hehat and Kidishnido let Shanad Ani no Liningi, Quaege Aultra and Linigi, Han Sagoshin Eya Non Nish Ich. Quite again, the Naabik'íyáti or the Kui Ndez the Dan AD Ultra Benetti that they'll call Naha Alchinia Jabahast Ado the Baultra and Linigi on the basis of that mutual respect and regard for the teachers that we have here serving our children on Navajo Nation. I just want to extend my sincere appreciation for your understanding. Teacher life is hard. Teacher life, they enjoy working on behalf of our students, our cherished assets. And many of them were afraid of returning to work at the beginning of the year. I'm sure parents were also heavily concerned for their students returning to in-classroom learning. But with your understanding and the past resolutions, I just want to extend my appreciation to you for that support that you have, also to members of Navajo Nation Board of Education as well, President Nez and his staff, who continue to help guide me as well. This position, I say, has stretched me to my limits on some days. Somebody made the comment and cautioned that I should not take these comments in any other way, but for the purpose of understanding and planning for our children. And I do understand that. So I take absolutely no offense. But I do extend my appreciation to each of you. From Department of the Education. We are doing everything that we believe that we should within our authority to provide guidance to our school here on Navajo, and we will continue to do so. We want to create those infrastructures that will continue to be in place and serve a purpose. Thank you so very much to each of you. I hope that I have done justice to the questions and concerns that you brought to our attention today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Connie.
Speaker, put me in the queue, Eugene So.
Oh, with that, I got Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So back in the queue. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours. Honorable Otto So.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Since this is a report from Doty, one area, about 2 years ago, we Head Start, Navajo Nation Head Start, and pertaining to the litigation, when the Head Start department was going to cut back on funding, about $7 to $8 million, and we went down the road to litigate that case. And at the time, it was related to the enrollment number of our children with Navajo Head Start, and that was the prime reason why of what National Head Start wanted. Their stance to reduce funding, and I know that this year we are in 2020 and 2021. We are in a pandemic mode. How does our enrollment look with Navajo Head Start? Because I'm afraid of of getting a letter from the federal government indicating that our enrollment is down. And it's going to hit Navajo if we do not hit that enrollment relating to Navajo Head Start. Your understanding and me. And the and John Yaho at Lado Yoda not Nila to a hundred and honor to honor not that they would all head the Hajit. Ada Ade Handes what is still a gagi with Satan that Anna has it sneaker. Oh, what are they?
Thank you, Honorable Otto So. With that, let me go down. Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
That's you.
No.
What is it down here, city? The region is Naabik'íyáti Aron Delegaswit. Sabi the happy. Aye, I'll never show no than so. Then I got myself in the queue. Sure. City Invocation leader. I don't know, Shadi. I need to kill in. No, father. To the chini, but she's chin. I don't the Kenya and the Che where all the development in Chinley is. I don't the Twitch of National. Ask you so, yeah. Oh, the big hat is fit. What other dish kill. The crossing very by that CD, it has only been understanding. Joby Yon Sat, that's not Ja. Very Title 10, Navajo Nation Code 118. The Yon as Chinyas a stat or a bit at the Nahage all this. No, a car. A Kadik a deep pandemic even Mexico. Hasna is not Chinyas a drop at that Zala. 80. That's just Hadin, so that's what that's out. There's only even it never be has only been on the sheet. I don't agree with none of titles are 10. Section 111. That states that education should be given in all Navajo cultural and social studies. How is you ensuring immersion in mandatory schools so our language doesn't die out. This is Honorable So, you went on mute.
Honorable Eugene So. Eugene So, you back? Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
It chopped off.
Yeah, it dropped off.
Okay,
Okay.
I've got it back now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Oh,
التحقيق خارجي بسطان شوف وش نحن جالسين نشوف هي بهذا الكلمة زي لا خير أبنا عن شنصون كي title usually 10 you don't want 111 the answer or it was answer is not so it was so in a sort of on this AD just if it I know the شنصون تو أفيد بنا عن the question that is regards to infrastructure within the school areas, and with other who's taking, I don't do with other who's taking electricity. I don't told that. We go never to has at the house. They are the exchange as class. They are the car in a dozen of the credit is at other. This is that of that clean. I the electricity the whole I let you spend the laptop at the whole phone in a horse after it I have it I the other who is told cut off. Could a peanut and the hunt. He hot friend that I don't know that the for actually by in that place on very caution actually on the has been opinion je hotel the school as a high school yeah to nothing at all pasta the time that has Josh it as the has because that that yeah not in so what that that all card that today yeah like shimpa to kasi to it about shim udos I think that is to say that there's way the based on the old cup so yeah man this case I don't need or the ball type of that and originally the hospital the doctors yeah na halna do ki about and halat hoan and do actually up to the sleep hatten even now is the car we could record up the key and the is over and the is no thing that they actually retired like that in the house what they when they retired they got a house and a piece of land to call them their own. You see regulated the car the gun laid up at them. She didn't wait and leave it all you met up the father she that car at that niche she that had a better hunting. We adopted all those people within where I raised my sheep, my grandma's sheep. That means car don't send me I go look at niche crack it on how to hold on body. I had the car door was eat up at them. According to us channel better the teaching door hospital has uneasy the scene has them. They actually are federal government in the other state that as law I asked how that can have insurance all the 9 years. But by young it is you see could not touch it or be what is trying based about the in heart what are in so could you go on to the case and very big taxation yet the Michelle to taxing here and you teachers on to touches on then you could a taxing that is a hard to get at mean so that I yet on lean that they still pay for the tax. So it's not only taxing the yield Because I don't know about who with the hospital that has any insurance credit. Housing that the housing the doctors that have no. So they go somewhere else to get seen when they're sick. You know, that don't have no. So on this case, I should drop the legislation regards to our in-laws that are Anglos or African Americans or Mexican and Spanish, other nationality. I need, as we did to Zunis, and also the hope is him. Other heinous my edition. I don't think we got some all different kind of patches here living on our nation. They're a part of a clan. But that I and I'm thinking about dropping legislation so we can protect those in-laws that we have now. They're all grandparents now. And now those it's true that those my son that we got a lot of them, white people, Anglo people that are married to Navajos. Oh, I used this case. I think we need to start thinking about that. So they can stay here and they can get seen here. So upon that case that don't that case so let's make all the old car 1 + 1 vote or I see that so that it was so it vote or I see that in that case one song I don't have all the something else the leader I don't have the whole I don't have that on government could that they go how come the that we don't touch so the country, the hard thing, the card, other you have a car, other does a pay for you. It's how the teacher gets money, how the doctors gets money. That's the only way. That then the question to say, we wouldn't need school. But these laws, these charges is 8 to 5, shouldn't be 8 to 18, 5 to 18 years. I don't get the other legislative section being not know. In or is it your list or the son, which is that but these others, the infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, the water. Shady, I went to school when all those were at that and took on the average that new car. I don't call it I did the job, I said, I told you car, what that car is car. I don't read the reaction that those that aid other my kid, other sour are even not just cause that start generally not sleep. But sometimes you have to wash it and wash your pants and your shirt and let it dry. Basically can't be big as in the not job mess. I don't be copy, not just that, not just that old car. What does it? I need those as and that it did or that and other indicate that. So seeing that some of us kids in those days just went to school so we can eat. That's one that it didn't on the car. Or what I need car. So we was really desperate, we were hungry and we learned that way, some of us. But over in this case, I got to pick a day or 8 hours, 20 years. Now need Daniel Soda in the Hashing car. We're up into the stars now. On the way that's Tushan, yeah, get us make car. Just could out of the bitchy car. We're not touched up the main one yet. Or she hadn't about nothing to aid. They not get all sees the case other which you have done yet or see which holds. That's all. This is where we're at now. The rich in the boarding school has known the rich in the scholars. Can you have enough? Because she's not, I am the top cracking. So we moved that school all the way back in the early 80s or the late 70s. BRA school down to mini farms. Mini farms and meat. 3 years long. I guess there are some tunnels, that water tunnels from the mesa. They are the Yajin Dasta. They start to the stuff out, and it's just the dawns yard. So we worked over there to get that building back up to the level. The yard I see now, the yard is check the Hyundai, those dawns. So those are the things that I don't know who it is updates of the okay, this 638 that epic STO that the contract in that in Southern just case. I don't need the house data, not we collect data. I wonder if we collect data with the people and also the miles that we travel to get to school and then the hours that we have, for these kids. So now, we teach kids so many hours. I don't know, they travel, and this is how much we use. So in order to do a contract, if the contract just says 10 kids, we can't say yes to that contract when we have 100 kids. On some just case, those needs to be looked at, those contracts. Out of all agencies, similar to the federal government, they gave us 638 contract and all kids, over Katie, whatever they say, we do it. We never revisit that contract with Congress. That needs to be reconsidered too. It's on that case. It's just really Chris Connashi chairman, the husband that the 1868 treaty in Zindan. 638 of the next in the 8 of Hawk or Behet Nago, based on the treaty. I need a Yahoo. That's what we deserve because look at how much country was taken, how much lives were taken going to Huey and back. So we deserve more than that than just a 638 contract. If I was the president of another whole nation, I would go with a 638 contract and bring schools here and roads here and everything that we're allowed on that treaty to bring it here, 110%. And that's what we should be getting because that's an international instrument, the treaty. We're allowed that. But honestly, it's all changes. What the government says, all changes. We don't have a say so in anything. It's just happening. So it's with all this schooling. But I wish I could go 100%, 110% to get everything that we were allowed with that treaty. I wish we could do that, but we're only getting maybe 10% of that. But I need all call data. Now, it is with that. So, once I could offer you a section that will call you that about see though, has not about that depend on any though, has not a ya up it's not this space, not all Chimbaca, not no, how many there are teachers like that. I've seen teachers like that in my days. They go the extra yard or the extra mile to help kids to stay in school and to teach them. It they seem that just to go in at that time, and when they're leaving at that time, they leave. That's it. And because we opened the school, I'm wondering also if there's going to be extra teachers that's going to be hired because of to minimize the size of the kids inside the classroom. So maybe 2 times. So you need more teachers that's in some. I don't know where you're not to see you hold because now the beat now cheeky ventilation 8 of this door exhaust without that company. Corridor aside the 90 seat, 89 seat. On his other 89 seat. I know how this guy is not the Nazi. United States, when it comes back out, the other kids fix it. And those things, it gets them sick because you had it. And it was in the closed area. I got that, Kado has feet on the store, share. See, Diego, Bana had the king of Shin, that's Miss 8 cents, which is needle, door share and husband. Lego Basseton in Hargoshin, 8 share, 8 on also had other husband lane nothing as in his later all if they did all those important it's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. So that we move on to Honorable Elmer Begay, and I'll come back to you, Ms. Connie. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Honorable Alma Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that again, Chair Witt, Speaker. I don't, Shimasanido, I had the Hensi, the Muscani, I can't do, I don't, Dani, not Kindle up and it's Yankee up, but I can't see. Kadoya, they are eight, only by house street, broadband, Niki, by, cater by house street, Lincoln. I got you see, Nal any other Bantar case Nahalan with my 5 chapters that I have the changing touch with that can't need any kiko. We have resolutions and then we have a requesting from each of these schools that assessment in the to connect them to broadband is the wireless TV. All the assessments were made. You mentioned that the $53 million. I thought so. On how can my chapters tap into that? How can you assist us? My chapters all on the line regarding the conversation that we have regarding the broadband. So That's my follow-up question, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, I'll go back to you, Ms. Ghani.
Thank you, Speaker. And honorable delegates, thank you for those follow-up questions. I fully understand and appreciate that as you listen to the lengthy conversation that some of these questions that are lingering come to focus. So I do appreciate you taking the time to ask the questions. So with that, I just want to respond to Delegate Otto So's comment and question for Head Start's under enrollment. And to my knowledge, we do have an under enrollment issue still. But we do have Board of Education support a couple of meetings ago, I believe, where we had Assistant Superintendent for Head Start, Dr. Alvaro Bitsui, when she gave thorough updates to the Board of Education. This was an area that was identified and heavy encouragement for her leadership and her executive team members to address this. And I believe that it is a situation that we can easily remedy. We can connect with them from wherever they are, and we can get as many students enrolled as possible. And for that possibility and feasibility is very much positive and promising. So thank you for that concern. I will definitely convey that message to our leadership with Navajo Head Start. And Honorable Eugene So, you questioned as to how many students may have dropped out. and the concern for language preservation and how much dedication there is placed on that from Department of Dene Education so that we can continue the work to preserve our Dene language, and whether there is data being collected on mileage for students who travel back and forth between school and home, and whether there is a need for extra teachers to be hired, ventilations being prepared for that time when we are in declare for a in-person learning. Thank you for all of those questions. And to your first question, how many students have dropped out? Data sharing agreement with BIE. Because we need to bring that up to date just as expeditiously as possible so that we can ask for that information from BIE. BIE funded schools 60 plus. So with that agreement in place, we have that free exchange of information as it relates to attendance. And we do want to find out how many students are out there unaccounted for. And we want that to be minimal. We want all students connected, enrolled, and attending school. That's very important. And for that reason, we do have that internal initiative to get that agreement back in place. And then the state's Department of Education, they already have a system that works, and we have been exchanging information. New Mexico Public Education Department a few months ago had about 26,000 students that they could not account for. And just a couple of weeks ago, based on update, they were down to about 200 students. And a lot of the students are now homeschooled. They either transfer to another out-of-state school. And so there was a clear breakdown of where the children are at. And we want to do the same. We don't want any student unaccounted for because it just is a lot of collaboration with our colleagues at these departments of education. So thank you for your interest in that. I think it will be promising as we continue to work on this. School leadership here on Navajo, we have expressed on a number of occasions that when students drop attendance rules, 10-day absence go, drop. That means they're no longer enrolled. But what we're encouraging the school leaders is to go back out and make a connection with the family, to find the students, and to encourage re-enrollment. So students are not barred from re-enrolling after that 10-day drop. So there is work that schools should do in terms of locating these students. So that is the message that we have shared on a number of occasions with our school leaders. And I know that it's difficult now on the basis of the restrictions of movement. But I do want to say that our school leaders and teachers are doing everything that they can, given the parameters, to locate our students and stay in connection with them. As for language preservation and the efforts, we have a whole program dedicated, OSCAD, Office of School Curriculum Assessment and Standards. That's who we have here at Department of Dene Education. The nebazad boho do the nebe all in. Ajigi yasi attesalain lingo. Ado AD social studies do math. Balagana bazad wal taught reading. Ado balagana bazad not zoigi writing. AP nahas nil gohait on the not hinligi. Ajibini yahahadet Because schools do assess their students. There is a tool that is used. Unfortunately, we have not been able to test those students 2 times a year as it was administrated in years past, beginning of the year and end of the year. But this is a test that is not designed to be given remotely. It's an in-person testing that it always has been. So that conversion to make it a remote testing has not been made. So we didn't test students this year. And by virtue of the closure of classes last spring, we did not test students last spring as well. So we don't have that data. But nonetheless, I want you to know that we do have a whole program that is dedicated to the language preservation with an emphasis to embed those Navajo language and culture standards in the other core academic areas as we traditionally know in our academic settings. Furthermore, we do have title funds. The federal government, supplemental dollars, title funds, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title 1A, Title VI. Every school, how will they honor the student's background? What kinds of services will be available? Counseling services? Is it family services that are needed? What kind of language, culture preservation services to honor that student's background and heritage? So, you see, in the past, education has seen a student's background and being a first speaker of their native language to be a barrier in their academic success. But in most recent times, there has been recognition that if a student is culturally competent and is very confident in their own skin, they very much are apt to learning a second language and can excel. And so with that knowledge and trend in education, these title funds help us work toward that closure of disparity in terms of student achievement when our students are compared against the general populations of students. And then at the end of the year, we do completion reports or annual reports. School leaders So our school principals, superintendents, and then most definitely governing boards know this, and they approve the applications for grants and these title funds and the completion reports and annual reports. So please do rest assured that there's these initiatives and services that are available that effectuate the language preservation efforts. And in terms of data collection for miles, yes, indeed, every school system, transportation departments collect daily information on students. Daily calculation every day, that is information that is collected. At total miles. From the morning pickup to drop off at school, draws and funding. Supplemental activities, extracurricular activities. Those are for like sports, and at the end of the day, some students stay after for tutoring services. So those have different rates, and so thereby it is very crucial and important for our transportation departments within our schools to be collecting the information, as it does hinge on funding. RBIE funded schools igi istos at elsel kid besoj ihidit higi di bus routes go khashlej go yahago do khashlej go thati tina di bus thad handelo chinna yid lahigi ergigi hutta hosel kid. But there is a definition of what that unpaved road is. And so there's many intricacies in that. I am very sure that our school leadership have full knowledge of that. There are annual trainings that BIE colleagues provide on an annual basis so that our schools are in good shoes to collect the information that is needed. And as we prepare the framework to help our schools, the Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, Satopi Nahatso, the Shinanigi, ADR Hodes Nigo, February 12th, Yanda and the Center for Disease Control, there are that Hot Ultra and Dolni, Nigo a that guidance issue Ilya. A Kobanache Yadi Quagan Nakans, Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, Igi. So for sure, schools will need to plan for how they will make provisions for additional spaces that are needed for students to keep within that 6 feet apart distancing. So for those large grade level classes, what does that look like? And how many teachers are needed? But there are some ways to address those. While some of the percentage of the class is at home virtually learning, there are cameras that teachers can wear on their lapel so that students who are at home logged on to their laptops can be in class remotely. That quite a good teacher can go they can participate. Certain days, those students who were learning remotely can come into the classroom a couple of days a week outside of those time frames that their peers were there. And so Ashi Ahis hybrid learning, Ado cohort, Isnanigi Ilchinias Adashjato Abbilhi na Kahigi. So there is much preparation that is needed. And I also spoke about the facilities as well. ADB at BIE that or BIA that ingi but if that need be we are working on scheduling a meeting with them so that they can help us look at the facilities. I am most certain that our public school systems are already in process with that. AI maintenance department and these public school systems jigi. And so there is much work that is needed, and so to open schools in the near future is not possible. We need these things to be in place and with the direction of President Naz so that we are conservative as well. That also is very much a part of our planning at this time. And to answer your question, Mr. Elmer Begay, yes, the 53 million E-rate funding that became possible is fiber optic lines to be laid in the grounds to connect X number of chapter houses in Arizona and New Mexico, and then also X number of Navajo Head Start centers in Arizona and New Mexico as well. A second application is being eyed so that we can make an application on behalf of the remaining Head Start centers and chapter houses that were not spoken for in the first application. And so to learn more about that, I want to connect you with Brent Nelson, who can share with you which chapter houses and whether yours, those that you represent, are included in this first application. But indeed, this is very much a huge milestone for Navajo Nation to have an infrastructure of this magnitude to be able to get Navajo Nation on its feet. And so I will reach out to you. I hope you have an email address with Navajo Nation. I will look for that and forward to you Britt Nelson's information. Thank you again, everyone, for the questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Connie. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. Is there any other further questions for Ms. Connie this afternoon? Going once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report and my colleagues for their question. I may have missed the response. So in terms of tribal consultation with with Gallup, McKinley, and CCSD, what is the next step? And are we scheduling a follow-up conversation on what was discussed? In terms of what's being presented by the districts, that was not my understanding when I attended these tribal consultations. If I could get that clarified. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other further comments, questions? If not, let me go back to Ms. Connie. Ms. Connie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Crotty. Your question about next steps with Gallup, McKinley County Schools and Central Consolidated School District. We are very much still in the middle of a conversation and discussion with them. So we did not reach a mutual understanding at the conclusion of a lengthy conversation with both of the districts. I can't recall, ma'am, if you were on the call for both of them. So indeed, it was a lengthy conversation about the respective districts' plan for expansion for in-person learning. Where Navajo Nation has a concern with those districts is particularly relating to schools that are on Navajo Nation. And I might have this wrong, but I believe there were 12 districts under Central Consolidated School District that are on Navajo Nation. 11 schools under Gallup McKinley County Schools located on Navajo Nation boundaries. And we are concerned for that as according to the current public health orders, we do have the closure of various activities with exceptions for essential work. And with that, we have school closure. And we have expressed that stance from Navajo Nation and also reiterating the past resolutions and also the Navajo Nation's reopening, school reopening plan, in which we are still in phase 0, which is the red phase. And as they come back with a response to Navajo Nation saying, this is where we stand. We are closed. We support online learning only. There are these enacted pieces in place for that. And this is the toolkit that we are utilizing. We are abiding by Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. That presentation all took place. Now comes the time for the districts to make a response to that. And we have not yet heard from the 2 districts to schedule those subsequent meetings. So, ma'am, I know to keep you in the loop as those meetings do become rescheduled. I hope that addresses your question and concern. Thank you again, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other further comments, questions at this time from Ms. Connie? Once, going twice, going 3 times. That, for the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Go ahead.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty,
Delegate Amber Canisbah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Green. Freeland votes green. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Wanika
Honorable
votes
Keith-
green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Pernell Halona. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Connie, for being with Naabik'íyáti committee this morning and to this afternoon. With that, let's continue on down. Update report by Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, Division Director on the status of local and surrounding nursing homes during this COVID-19 pandemic, and also an update report by Division of Social Services Director Yana Neswood-Gishi on the nursing home placement of Navajo elders. So I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Jill Jim, and then after that, over to Ms. Neswood-Gishi. Or vice versa, whoever
Okay,
wants to
here, can you
first.
hear me now? This is Dr. Jim.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was on mute. Well, good afternoon, Speaker and 24 council members as well. Thank you for inviting me this afternoon to talk about homes during the pandemic under the Navajo Department of Health. Currently, the only report that I would have would be just some situations that we are currently answering to with our standing committee regarding the Winslow, I think, campus of care, but I guess I can kind of just provide an orientation of the Navajo Department of Health, our roles and responsibilities. As a department, we don't have any direct oversight under the Executive Office for nursing homes. We do have Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services that has an ombudsman position that has never been filled for a couple of years, and the new health services administrator, Ms. Jones, will be working on that, or she has been working on that, as the HES committee has brought that up several times after the report of several deaths at the nursing home. We have coordinated with assistance to nursing homes during the pandemic. With the Chinle nursing home, we have supplied them with PPEs early on in order to request their or fulfill their request for PPEs. So we continually do that. We also have provided PPEs to the Blanding nursing home and checked with them when they had an outbreak as well. So there are, of course, long-term care facilities or nursing homes are very important to keep monitoring during the pandemic. And so right now, with those are the only three interactions we had with the two facilities in Chinle and Blanding. The campus of care is situated outside the Navajo Nation, but we didn't get a response from the local health department. We also responded to the Coyote Canyon outbreak during the pandemic as well. We were able to coordinate with the state of New Mexico to provide testing to the clients there and staffing as well. So those are some initiatives that we've done during the pandemic. There isn't regular coordination other than making sure we fulfill their requests for PPEs and work with the states. We do have a tri-state meeting that we have with the state of Arizona tribal liaison, the state of New Mexico, and also the state of Utah bi-weekly. We also have some of the local health departments that are attending those calls, which are often representatives that are in their authorities to respond to any situation in their city or county boundaries. And we did communicate this last time around that we will work with them to make sure we communicate outbreaks that are in these facilities, that they should be able to share that with us. We don't have a line list of meeting records of deaths or cases at some point in time if they don't reside on the Navajo Nation, and so sometimes it might make it difficult to identify clients, but we do the best that we can with with the information that we receive from the state health departments. And of course, the relationships that we have with the states are all different. And so at that meeting recently, we did agree that we would share information if there were any clusters. Regards to also other exposures that they need to report to us that are large enough as identify as clusters as well. But otherwise, that would be a simple report. I know that we are continuing to work with the division, with Doltex, and also the requests from the HES committee. A lot of those are not completely resolved yet, but we're working towards meeting some of those requirements as far as providing services and oversight. I do have Ms. Jones on the line if there are other questions regarding the update on that particular status. But otherwise, Speaker, that would complete my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jill Jim. Pat, let me go on to Ms. Neswood Gishi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker
Yes.
and fellow delegates. This is Deanna Neswood-Gishi. Thank you for allowing us some time to present on the Navajo Nation elders who we are currently providing services to. And so regarding the nursing homes, the Division of Social Services under Department of Family Services, we have 6 contract facilities that we're working with as nursing homes: Aniwanika Life Care, Bonnie Home Incorporated, Holbrook Extended Care, Little Sisters of the Poor, Navajo Land Nursing Home, and Toye Industries. We also have the Division of Social Services Arizona Long-Term Care services as well. And so we do currently have, as of the data from January 2021, we do have individuals who are in these various facilities that are on and off, on and off the Navajo Nation. So we do have some written reports. I know that there's been more information being requested on the Winslow campus of care. And so for the individuals who are placed in the facilities, whether they are on or off Navajo regarding the ALTEX program, just for clarification or for more information, the state of Arizona, the Access Arizona Health Cost Containment System, they determine eligibility for long-term care services. Once the state approves, the members have a choice if they want to have the Navajo Nation ALTEX provide case management services, or they may have a choice to select one of the managed care organizations. They call them MCOs. An example of some MCOs are Mercy Care Plan, United Healthcare Plan, Care First, Health Choice. And so regarding the January 2021 statistics, the Navajo Nation ALTEX provided case management services to approximately 1,483 members, which consist of 7 children, 147 adults, and 1,328 elders. Of the total, there were 253 members placed in nursing home facilities. 1,183 members were provided services in their own home, and 43 the members were in assisted living facilities, and 3 members were in acute care only. Acute care meaning that they did not want any services or only non-emergency medical transport services. So regarding questions on the oversight, prior to giving the Navajo Department of Health the regulatory, I'm sorry, let me go back. The Navajo Nation All-Text members can receive long-term care services and support services from a network of access registered providers. This includes non-emergency medical transport, durable medical equipment companies, nursing homes, home care agencies, dental care services, and hospice services, just to name a few. To become registered with access, providers have to go through a process and meet access requirements. In the case of nursing homes off the Navajo Nation, they are regulated by the states and have to follow the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, CMS, and the Center for Disease Control guidelines. Navajo Nation does not have a regulatory department to work with the state and on how they regulate the nursing homes. Prior to giving Navajo Department of Health the regulatory responsibilities over the non-emergency medical transport, also they call it NEMT companies that operated on Navajo, there was no entity on Navajo that had the regulatory or licensure authority over the NEMT companies. Anyone could be registered with the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory and use that to say that they are licensed to operate on Navajo. Maybe another office needs to be established in the Navajo Nation Department of Health to regulate and license the nursing homes on Navajo and coordinate with the state offices. The jurisdiction issues will always be there. However, agreements could be established with the state Medicaid offices. This is the same for the ombudsman. When the Navajo Nation gets their own ombudsman, they will have the oversight authority over nursing homes on Navajo Nation, but can only do care coordination with the state ombudsmen for nursing home facilities off Navajo Nation. The Division of Social Services, All-Tex, will coordinate with Navajo Department of Health, Division of Arizona Long-Term Care and Support Services, and addressing the needs of the Navajo Nation tribal members placed in long-term care facilities on and off the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we did hear from both Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Neswood Gishi on the report here. So could I get a motion?
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
By Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Eugene So, second.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions at this time? Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that again, Speaker. I don't know the members of the Naabik'íyáti members. I don't should they should also to Dr. Jim. I don't reporting like it all. I have one question. I know that I asked Navajo Winslow Indian Healthcare Center regarding the alternative care for patients that are quarantined for maybe for isolating and up in the activation. Are they still providing service at Holbrook? This is a week ago. I asked them. They were telling me that they had their problems with the city of Holbrook down now, saying that they don't want any Navajo that are exposed to this virus. They don't do that no more. They told us that they fenced it off, and we don't want the Navajo people that are affected by COVID to be part of the Holbrook Dano, the city of Holbrook Dano. So I'm not sure how true that is. I asked for any written statement for that. I think that's when I heard that, that I thought about it, that that Navajo people has been shopping in that area and making that city grow. It seems like we're being labeled as we're the only people that are being affected. So I don't know how true that is. So even now, we stopped that. So that's one question if it's really true. My sister though, in Naabik'íyáti, you mentioned about the Holbrook extended care. I know that several times the elderly from my community, the 5 community chapter community that I represent, they're trying to put more patients with the Holbrook extended care, but they said that the Navajo Nation only allows 3 beds for us. So we're all full. We have rooms for it, but we cannot take any more than 3 down north. So I made that request to Windsor and then Healthcare Center board members, and then how can you increase that? Ashbaz also, who does that? Who requests that to increase beds for elderly that's going to be going into Holbrook extended care? So then they pointed back out to Navajo Nation, down north, down this. So I don't know how true it is. So through this, we're still, even though we got a vaccine for these elderly, but we still have that exposure of COVID-19. I think we need to be have more plans of where we could send these elderly to. So maybe we have more plans. I would really be appreciate if any plans or any discussion regarding the patients in the southwest part of the reservation, that we have if somebody would come out and the outreach part of it, and if we're available, I'm willing to help. Additional. So, I just want to say that, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
Chairman, Ado Kudo, presenters, Department of Health and Kudo, a on Hitashnido this, Dr. Jim, and then Ado, Director Nezwood Gishi. One of the area that the Navajo Nation continue to struggle with is a lack of additional nursing home on the Navajo Nation. Obviously, our grandmas and grandpas didn't know Yiddish, but yet our elderly, we take them out of the Four Sacred Mountain into a certain location off the reservation. So regarding nursing home, the operation of it, I know there's always been email of issues and concerns always come to our attention at time. I know a lot of these are administrative matters. As elected official, a lot of time, I believe they're unanswered unless and until that we ask for an update. I don't believe there's a reason why an email would be directed at us of a situation where certain areas needs to be addressed. Expansion. What is the actual plan that we have at strategic location? Maybe at least one. I mean, I would say that at least one at each agency having a nursing home would be more meaningful. I'm sure funding is an issue, construction is an issue, a licensed or a practitioner will be an issue, and so on. The administrative costs and support costs. I go a large set eating so could you masandan he cheated or kill the eating like or you base a bar in the beneath other or we hello do you go banate either. So I believe that's one area hit all the Ecuador. I don't have nominations in the Asha nursing homes aren't a job that the car thought a job on the store list now. So what happens if we add additional nursing home on the Navajo Nation? I should need the bonnet sound, I should need a beanie got the owners and some of the bands and as a case of that. A cocoa elahit on hick administration of Dinigi. Is there any proposal that could be moved forward? I'm sure you can have journey data on his but I'm sure we have a lot of data from the voter registration, from the census office, the immediate cares fund is other about that state. How many of our population is at the age where they're really will be maybe going in that direction down the road? Using that data, not the names, but just the numbers. How much of it are we planning for these individuals? What that age, maybe provide us information. Sometimes a report or document all. I mean, we could read, some of us, well, for me, I can read whatever is being brought is brought to me. If it's something that's just been read, all Naabik'íyáti, the purpose of these documents, the purpose of these paragraph or sentences. And then another area that I always want to deal with, ask of the programs, as well as that we have each of the 24 delegates are representing different chapters from each agency. certain agency they are different. Chinle Tutika nursing home by Yati is within the Chinle agency. So of that population, where are all of these individuals coming from? Of course, some of the agency may be left out, so they don't have a choice but to turn to different location. So what that agency that's a koto has present adna. Those are some areas I like to hear because we turn around and disseminate a lot of these information to our local chapter officials. And then, of course, some of the chapter officials, when we have regular meetings, that agency. I think that's one area that I believe that the vision director and the program managers really need to put those in consideration to provide specific location or delegates regions or agency regions of some sort of a comprehensive report. So we relay these information back to our chapters. I know you guys have a lot of work to do and so on. A lot of times we need to give information directly to our community members. Another area that relates to this particular report is maybe at one time it's not in written report how can we improve a lot of these dialysis location on the Navajo Nation. There's been a lot of these machines, sometimes you have questions or you question it because a lot of these machines diabetic is there a plan to expand, increase a lot of these facilities? You got a lot of people. There's I think a three shift get in there, and they're going 24/7 or something of that nature. The electricity off of that. A lot of our Navajo people misses their appointment or their weekly dialysis visit. Would a generator kick in to continue the service? That agent but I believe that a lot of these funding non-Navajos are really taking advantage. They are really taking advantage of all these fundings that comes with these particular services of nursing home or hospitals or anything of that nature. That and then litigate non Navajos you go business but yet the services continues to decrease out of these safe riding if you look at these vehicles, some of these safe ride several years ago, there was a policy that was put in place called agent the base of you on that agent and the these companies are making profits, but yet our drivers are making less money, but they have to drive so far, maybe down to Phoenix or Albuquerque. So what that agent highlight age go report nal in hiki on hitch a lot anal but not it to did ego hit ahota at a dolito at the lito nita quite over ben his hanito quite it all other need but there's not a time where we have made an agreement or made a consensus that this is what we're going to do next on this report that we've made. Kodit egon hatch at the little tit ashin the lit orbit na down the the quite being hitch need anito be benite dos kitiki tit all the ebe has on it that it all the best of not on with the lady ego go conquer the chat on nico at. This is our recommendation. No, the identity source and then you that hitch well on the but net that all the session so additional store a call with that agent or kodo the net oh yata he I mean that's me oi has quite ado isiki it is get to start ban hat it to o shinti it do this quite ado thank you for your questions that need that Coco that age codon and dinigi be in top it is quite a nate ink or quite obey getting the wheel. Cotic at it is Nagaji Kishinye Codo Bahas Basit Shindo Bahas or Shin but within the Saturday not just need the door such a distinct how can I help? I may not be licensed to be a doctor, may not be licensed to be a practitioner or whatever. But what area as in the capacity as a delegate could I be able to help improve a lot of these services that our Navajo people are suffering? Oh, are you without oh, are you with so it's in the family. So what that age at up it has done the up age is the dot asking sometimes they say that up yeah not that no the added has that on not take so you're not the there's got to be a way that we have to justify and really mean what we're talking about. I call a baby not sure what a kodosh and then get oh a huge chapters but hat the shah ancient arts for what that the farthest from Chinle is Low Mountain and Burkhorn and has other kododag had done that with Enza and Legico. To Chinle is almost about 20-25 miles. So what that those are needs to be in consideration in providing these report and how we need to improve a lot of programs on the Navajo Nation. So the two areas is the expansion of the nursing home and the improvement of all these dialysis centers across the Navajo Nation. So ede kodo bahna ede kodo le just you Zaban open na kigo hontashi na is just kiti end but again to after snipping national na begin sahake so that could buy yet that I could easily just two simple statement to say that provide recommendation for increase of the nursing home and provide increase statement about improving the dialysis and across the Navajo Nation. With as speaker, but within the Nadi incident of Naabik'íyáti, there's no limit. So, which is a good thing for us to do and make our statement. Speaker, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Kealan-Begay. That, any other comments, questions? There's none. Let me go back to Dr. Jill Jim or Ezwood Gishi. Want to respond?
As speaker, this is Dr. Jim Sippenswas.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Kaya Daidos Kitty, Kaya Shacheka, Honorable Begay, Kaya alternate care site behind the gig, a equation, I think a month ago, that's why I don't cry. We did close that down. It don't that the height on that don't do are you quite the net so the use ingo such a quite the typicity jo staff do cost the no quite the height on the could saw so I think after your inquiry, and I just want to thank you for your help in working with the health facility and holding a meeting with your the chapter leaders there and the health facility to get patients into the isolation and quarantine. But unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of utilization at that time, so due to medical staffing shortages, to start another facility was an issue. So we went ahead and we moved the patients from that facility. Once they were all done quarantining, we moved staff over to Tuba City at that time. But everyone was able to safely finish their isolation and quarantine time period there in the Holbrook area. I was not able to and have not been able to hear about any sort of stereotyping or discrimination in that from the community there, but I just want to thank you for sharing that. And so I want to go over to Mr. Honorable Kialan Bigay na do kihet non behensi gidi nursing home dinini do the importance of providing services and finding ways to begin talking about nursing homes. When we started this administration, there were several tasks that we were working on under the executive branch, and there were nursing home concerns that we heard about during that time to assist the Chinle and the Ganado facility at that time. And under the Department of Health, I guess we have to kind of figure out, for moving forward, which division or department would be ideally the entity to begin looking at starting up nursing homes or development of starting nursing homes. And so I would like to see if there could be some sort of group. I know that under the executive branch, we were going to start working with Deputy Chief on finding funding and opportunities to support nursing homes, and that was before the pandemic. I would like to revisit that concept with Deputy Chief Bluehouse Jr. to see where we can bring in collaboration and partners. I am aware that, including the HES committee members are aware that several 638 facilities are working on investing in nursing homes such as Winslow and Tuba City, but they were also needing support and resources. And I believe that we do need to find ways and identify a group to working on this to develop these sort of new or expand services for existing nursing homes. We are not in the business of creating new nursing homes, but we would like to work with on that concept as well. So that's where we're at. My opinion on finding ways and what the executive branch has been working on before the pandemic regarding nursing homes. In regards to aging services in general, thank you, Ms. Naabik'íyáti, for providing comments on the regulatory responsibilities of the Department of Health. And in the executive branch, we were working on several work groups, and one of them was reorganizing concepts and ideas. And we have heard from President Nez before on working on ways to do intergenerational ways for our youth and our elders to come together and being able to share our culture, traditions, and language, and providing those opportunities as part of the Nahat Upland for President Nez and Vice President Leiser. in that concept, I think that we need to find ways how to merge some of them as well. So if it makes sense for Doltex and Altex and other services to come to merge into one, to be able to make sure there's continuity of care for all our elders, I think I'm open to that. And I have talked with Ms. Naabik'íyáti about that before, and that was part of the discussions that we still have to have with Chief of Staff and our reorganization group on looking at ways to provide seamless services, better care in order to take care of our elders. So I just wanted to share some of those comments. I do agree with these comments, but those are the next steps I feel like we can work on as we are seeing lower numbers currently with the COVID-19, and now we're going to begin, I think, giving more attention to some things that we haven't had time to for a while. So I hope to look forward to any sort of other suggestions and recommendations. So, Speaker, go ahead. And the report.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Naabik'íyáti, any response?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Oh.
And so in response or to provide clarification to Honorable Elmer Begay's question on the Holbrook Extended Care, that there are only 3 beds available and that they're not able to accept any other individuals in that facility. Just to provide clarification that the Department of Family Services, we do have 6 subcontracted slots for that facility. The Holbrook Extended Care is a level 1 non-skilled care facility. A level 1 is also regarded as generally it's intended for residents who need minimal support or assistance with their activities of daily living. Generally, residents who are admitted to an assisted living facility should be able to perform most activities of daily living without support or assistance or a caregiver or a nurse. So there are 6 slots, and so we have had this recommendation from Honorable Elmer Begay in prior meetings, our committee meetings, and so we currently are in our 3rd year of our contract with this facility, and certainly we can have those discussions about having additional slots available for individuals who are needing level 1 non-skilled care. And then next, thank you, Honorable Key Allen Begay, on the struggle with the lack of nursing homes on the Navajo Nation. And just for information, the Chinle Nursing Home can only provide up to a level 2. Level 2 is moderate to intermediate care. Level 2 care is intended for residents who are independent and can perfectly perform various activities of daily living, such as feeding, but may need help with other activities such as bathing. So, in our elders or other individuals who are needing a level 3 or level 4 care, we do not currently have any facilities on Navajo that are able to provide the higher level of care. And that's where those individuals are referred off Navajo Nation. Just an example, a higher level of care, the Chinle Nursing Home, it does not have a behavioral unit. to address any situations that arise. And so I agree with Dr. Joe Jim that this can continue with additional discussion, how to have possibly other nursing homes on Navajo that can provide a higher level of care, a level 3 or level 4 would be great for the Navajo Nation. The other area that is lacking on Navajo Nation are where hospice. So I'm sorry for that. We do not have anything for hospice care on the Navajo Nation, and that is a service that is needed on Navajo, because right now, if individuals are identified for hospice care, comfort care, they are sent off Navajo Nation, and that does have an impact on the families that they may have to travel to Flagstaff, Phoenix, Albuquerque. And so that is an area that is sorely needed as well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me some responses. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Eugene So on the board. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Tateho, Mrs. Nahasnegi Dolana, I said, not Faginana, Shepherd, or Hons Folk, had this didn't song it. I cautioned all about passion that it has 3 Sunday late. We're going to have kiss. So, the very quick nursing home, teaching 10 days as an hour. I very went Georgia. My brother passed on when Georgia. My mom passed in Ninja. Connect. Pass at the house. So, it is what I don't have this. The crossing has up on this case. It's on Hasido. Land, DK, place of one the word Washington, the Cohen living die see me on the word Chris Condas in the alley. I touched the head at the other house. It has that on the house. I'll be done just as I did. No, council that quite on rather. That you cut out on the just as I know that you doesn't just that. But that money funds them to since we bought a building with that money, pretty sure we can get some money funds for to build more nursing home on the Navajo Nation. They stop being hit on the It other days 2 signs and then it I can really I saw you go. That's it. That's it. Inshallah. It are about doctors. I none of them go. Article that anal into Anna not down, but not down. I ate on this. Sadinas and the eight of Anna's in the issue that the door or other trade that. So I answered that case. I screwed out, yeah, they go into thinking. As today, I not answer that case. Should say, yeah, what you in there. You try on to start a better church, you know, I don't know how much on talk, and not another milk. Another milk. My grandpa was. I don't the even now go, yeah, it's a system, what about success? So, not what we don't never see cases. We should put those on the east side. It is actually Panza case and Nepanza case ago. I don't be Yagi though. She is models brothers Canada, but Yagi Asian on the year, Asian cat stuff, equipment in the house, that some of them getting money from SSI or SSA or VA compensation, access, etc. I might leave in the hate that you guess it. Eight of them are this liquidate this class of dialect and illa. I don't do the else is in relation because oh, only the key element yesterday. I mean, they need a backup at hospital, police station, all emergency place. They need a backup, not only generator, but we need to start getting ready for the solar too, electricity. They don't have bunch of access or the muscle and see case or fun hot. I think it's about time I need a facilitation administrator. You need to study on you need every student education. But I think it's about time that Navajo people need to start thinking about donating their organs. I think it would really help to I even let that as a kid. Because if they can donate one kidney, or if they pass to donate that kidney to our relatives that are having a hard time daily, we need to start thinking about that also. Because I don't pay for dialysis or even I don't even not copy kidneys yet. So we need to start thinking about that. I didn't know that history is changing. So all up on this case because when the next getting to a dialysis and then the house come on the phone. My uncle used to go over there, my brother too. So it in good me. I was talking to another person here that showed up. He was at the allergy, the RC been yada echo, as on money that they've been by the hand out or I don't know, but in fact, he and John yet, all of that is Miss Alios better husband. Oh, you know. The education should be had a good had passing this case to get educated from these elderly, older people. Later, I think maybe we should. I don't know if it's already being done, but the next college store, NTU, and we are such a minute because maybe they start putting that on their agenda. To go out there and get education from the elders, record that now. Anyway, those are the things that so I let the nail if today I need the art in the house and that other tape recording that in the house and they had been fixed up at 3 later. And competed on the mandate as even fixes, but on the trial as I kind of back. They are another just shot only the other year question there should I have the up big that this the 1,000 mission to in fact their mind too. Co number one is how to rebuild some more nursing homes. Maybe we can use that land fund. And then the elderly need to understand, we need to understand they come in from the east and go back out in the east. I don't think to any future building should be that way. I'll be paying ESSI, SSAVA compensation and access, etc. How do you that is I don't that I have any transplant yet. I think we need to start thinking about educating our Navajo people with regards to that. Because as it's got you catching out and she only make a day land. She license, she travel license, the car donor, because she license this back. So if anything that ever happens to me, they're going to run me real fast to the hospital and take everything I have and all my innards, I reckon. So, so I don't want to bring electricity back up. We need to start thinking about solar. I've done factories and they must have been generated area. I'll let you know. A solar to go east or something to you know. What other the early education, how we can get education from them. So maybe we'll put it in the curriculum with our own school. Regards to education, go to the elderly, maybe history, etc. The culture that the other. So everybody's doing their best. Nobody's coming short, but sometimes we do, yes. But those are another word to make those ends meet. So we're all trying to help the old elderly and also the younger generation for the future. That's where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Honorable Brown.
Hello.
Oh.
Ayate, Speaker, Ado Besh Bahansan, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah. Ayate, Ado Kodo, Tibin Naabik'íyáti, Ado Gik no Leni, Kodo, Ndash, Nkan Nindel Nashi, Jono Leba da Hosne, Ado Nan Nashi, Gip and Nan Nash, Hayu, a call. Diko has Quido Sani Bahwind, any the Bavanigi, a Quebenadish Kidole. Late with the Nishi, Hahot Dodger. A Ajohut Abba, but and the hate, Adokea, Benny Yaquegi, Ezel Inigi, Adoquegi, Chidnat, Andan Tahagi, Abiraha, Ado Fire Station, Fire Department. So my question is, are there any plans for the nation's future nursing homes, planning for nursing homes? I hear from my colleagues some ideas, one in every agency, but of course it is our job as council to find funding, maybe make money to how we're going to build these senior center or the nursing homes and I understand there's different levels of them. And if we could, Dr. Jill Jim or others, who are online, if there's another meeting that you will have, I don't know if we need such a task force, but I want to be involved. I know Kayenta Township has expressed their interest. Our small business department there, we have talked about a Kayenta nursing home. So I will go back to my communities and I will do my due diligence and I will bring back to any future meetings you have, if you can let me know. And I would like to continue this planning, and I'll let my team back at my chapters in the township know, and we will start working on this as well. So we do have a lot of exciting projects. We are building the infrastructure up. So we will be upgrading all our systems there, our infrastructure system. I will do my part as an elected person, and I can't just dictate everything on you because I know that your job is really heavy. That there's a lot of moving parts, and I think we as leadership, we need to be involved in the process as well. I know a lot of leadership are always involved, but I'm really interested in learning the process, and this is where the Medicaid medical for the Navajo Nation, that's something that I know the 23rd Council has really talked about on taking out the middleman and securing some of these Medicaid dollars if it can come directly to Navajo Nation. And Dr. Jill, Jim, if you can kind of give me, that would be my second comment question would be, how is that going and what will that look like? How can we, what are the other sources we can find to fund some of these future nursing homes? So we're talking about it, and what are the next steps? So I'm really interested in how that's going to look like and how I can help, and we can lobby wherever we need to. So I think this is where we have, again, we're creating our own enterprises, and I'm interested to help in that process. So keep us in mind in Kayenta and Western Agency that we are interested. So we do have land right there that we talked about, it's right north of the Kayenta hospital there, and it is south of the Kayenta airport. So we do have, and then the fire department fire station is just down the road also. So everything is within close proximity, and the infrastructure is there. Yeah.
Speaker Wanika.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Wanika. I'll put you in the queue. Thank you, Honorable Brown, for those comments and questions. Let me go to Honorable Wanika now, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Wanika?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker and members of Naabik'íyáti. I appreciate the presentation that's being made by Dr. Jim and Naabik'íyáti. And I really appreciate the comments that were made by Key Allen Begay. I agree with him as far as putting more nursing home on Navajo Nation. And that's very needed. And I think we need to support each other on certain things that we want. Veterans obe nahan ne those twisani should obe nahan ne no ni jehada zetanil. And I think as far as getting additional nursing homes is going to take time. But my concern has to do with now. They're being placed with outside nursing homes, and I think we need to improve that. I keep hearing that as far as monitored, they're not getting the follow-up, the visits to ensure how they're being cared for. I have a real concern in that respect. I think we need to do that. We really need to concentrate on ensuring that the care that they're getting is very effective as far as their health are concerned. I just think back to my own parents and my grandparents. I'm really glad that the things that we were taught, that we put that into practice, that we cared for them. They didn't have to be put in a home or anything. My grandparents they've been my parents been my dad was out, he got to be 93 years old. We can't all do that because of the way things are now. It's because of education and then going out looking for a job and taking care of our own families, because sometimes our elders tend to be on their own, and sometimes they can't be on their own anymore, and we can't care for them, so we place them at homes and all that. We have no choice but to do that at this time and age. So Delegate Brown and Ingrid, we really need to all get involved and help each other to see what we can do to address the needs for our elders. I pretty much committed myself, and I've been really working very closely with Wayne Claw from Chinle Nursing Home, the CEO from there, and he's going to be presenting to HES committee on the 3rd. So those of you that can call in, I think that you'll be able to listen to some of the plans that we have in reference to additional nursing homes. And I think he will be very helpful in getting some of these things planned out and initiating the process. And just recently, we've been asking for help for Chinle Nursing Home. And myself and the speaker, we did legislation for 1.3. And I was very worried that it will be vetoed by the president because we were using the UUFB. But I'm very happy that the president signed it into law. So at our last meeting, I asked, how far that money is, how long is it going to take for it to get to Chinle? And it looks like it's going to take about a month, and I'm concerned about that. Why does it take so long? And I know Neswood Gishi said she'll check into that. I hope she's in the process of getting it processed as soon as possible. So those of us that are in this position, has tudo sani ibakatish with the no other obe hanetze. I said I don't need to be the I don't need and veterans that are hunanata. If we can just concentrate and help each other to make it a reality. Ani tudo sani and they was the mother Bajada, but my son of the Cheda, Eben Nalda, the Genda Creda. Lay first at the mountain, the Hayunle Kinder Tarabet at Aisla. I don't that before the next month of Banayo, not first at the mountain, the Benata Han. A call for that, those are problems right now we can address. How can we help them? I said, Tina Ebahaten Helen. Able to yield to Halit our adult aid adult ego that deal need Halit our Ben that need Tino Hajo Nimasando Niche Ninali that aid and Hilta Alno Yat a Hajo Bata or Siada did no Jane and Tinigate I said Sato Kunzar Benasika. A conhit or you but daddy kahit a co cat agitate his a catabayil tisa. A call quite a one now. I'm hoping that money is being processed for the Chinle Nursing Home. It be a distance and here has speaker though the Naabik'íyáti committee.
Thank you, Honorable Monica. With that, let me go back to either Dr. Jill Jim or Ms. Neswood Gishi, who would like to speak first as a response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Neswood Gishi. So regarding, thank you, Delegate Edison Winika for the reminder of the UUFB for Chinle Nursing Home. And so we did do follow up. The Division of Social Services is the oversight of those funds, even though they are directly for the Chinle nursing home, and the amount is $1,394,271. And so we did do follow-up with OMB. And so we received information at 3:41 today that the documents will be sent over to our office. So we are on top of it. Thank you again, Delegate Wanika, for the remarks. And then regarding Delegate Nathaniel Brown, thank you for making the offer to meet back with the community that you oversee, and that your active participation moving forward in the nursing home developments. We do hear the commitment from the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you. And so I just wanted to provide that quick remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nzoukishi. Jim?
Speaker, this is for Jim. Oh,
Go ahead.
thank you, Speaker. And to Honorable Brown, thank you for your questions regarding a meeting. I will communicate with Deputy Chief Bluehouse Jr. regarding the convening a group, and so hopefully we can get others involved. It is going to take a lot of individuals and partners and having a vision of what this will look like. I do agree, Honorable Wanika, that it will take a while, and through this pandemic, I would like to see new opportunities in collaborating with our tribal health organizations. And I think this is one way to begin integrating part of the authorization that the nation gives to them to provide healthcare services on the Navajo Nation, and incorporating their ideas and their plans on how we can work together. So I hope that they're also included in these conversations, as they have the same vision that we do, and starting to either improve or expand services for our Masana and our Chisana and all our elders on the Navajo Nation. There is a lot of work that would have to go into this under the Department of Health, some enabling legislation that we would need to consider in the future, indirectly related to nursing homes and compliance and quality assurance, is the Medicaid agency. I think we talked about what kind of other sources do we need, and that's one of them. It's a very large and will be very comprehensive, I think, effort that would need everyone's help, all branches of government to achieve this very high milestone. I hope that maybe that could be a consideration, but we are definitely on a timeline with what can be done in this administration. But a Medicaid agency will provide revenue to the Navajo Nation. It will consider congressional support. I think in the new administration, we ought to pursue this, as we know that tribal communities are heavily supported, and I know that CMS has been, and other tribes have been, looking at the Navajo Nation to take that step as a Medicaid agency. We also have our health codes and enforcement that we need to expand on, but in order to do that, there's some minor things that we ought to look at. In this pandemic, we realize that our healthcare system, all the barriers and challenges we're seeing in that. How do we look forward to supporting our sovereignty in managing our healthcare system and to provide better care for our Navajo people. There is medical, I guess, costs or dollars that can be done. Those are small stepping stones. There are other healthcare, health costs or CMS reimbursements that we can look into. As we know that we have been dealing with of course, the loss in revenue and continued revenue, but that would be my comment on the Department of Health side. I know these will take additional dollars and resources to even get technical support and consultation with, not consultation, but technical support to pursue these kinds of plans that our previous leaders had envisioned for us. And we will have to carry the torch as far as we can. But if we come together, I think we can move and make things happen while we have our days are counting in a way. But it sounds like we can all achieve some of this. So, Speaker, I just want to end with those comments. And Honorable Juanita will continue to work on our end with Doltex around the ombudsman portion. I know that has been brought up and been discussed in the HES committee as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joljum. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty lined up in the queue. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the report, colleagues, for the wonderful questions. I know in prior discussions there was a lot of talk in terms of what it takes to not only build nursing homes, but also how do you run nursing homes. And so I'm not sure if there's been any discussion regarding, I think there was a Navajo Nation enterprise who was looking into possible healthcare options. But with that being said, Speaker, I haven't heard one of the recent articles in Navajo Times regarding the amount of relatives who we've lost from COVID at the border, at the nursing home. Could I get clarification on what happened? I want to get verification first if that article was accurate and how the Navajo Nation responded when there was cases of outbreak in these border town nursing homes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Oh, yate, sila ado, sanantay, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and Sigado Sidana ado, Dr. Jill Jim do Diana Neswood Gishi. Ako kwagi oyo. Off reservation elderly home care facilities or elderly care facilities. Arjun has Kanegi Kodo Navajo Nation Kodo Department of Health Division of Social Service. When kaone don hoholita. There's no ebe adahosne. A kolla. It's what else ado. to Quaggy Gasisha, the Ahiki Aya. Area Agency on Aging. AJ Peso. Sanel. The Quaggy Aya. Navajo Nation. And she's still Asa and she hold on to this. Navajo Area Agency on Aging. Would all need line off I down. A Quaggy Nas would they she's. The she sto sato. Quaggy Peso Nas the Nissa. Be his on the she. Quello o based on the nello quaggy ohms buds manigi ne hollo do lek put our she quaggy not only the jet not a tea a quaggy which has a Nikisna has negi at 2002 yeah da to hoste a bud negi don he holloda a higher deal ne naso o nas paso large peso but not in head nas paso alya of course on the weta and the hot suddenly quite peso be his own if a nature hulyagi a quaggy a shishity ado a natural to a oya to late Ojon has twirled Mizani Ojo will iho. Ado Opahayo na. I just at the hot 88 on since he dated. Oya hat Neni G8 also says on neither. Oh, has quick quaggy. Solange had the hasi to Juna. Konde jag se i Shemaya United Kedigi is the last twin his on Ajapa Hon Egi to I don't test committee de oh ani it's a Hodotni the question division of social services to a sato ajo which is 638 peso gi ajo a to which is social worker gi ajo yada isni ado a openan the 10 halle at ojo put oh they don't sedate it I got no authority had nin hallo quacky Jay Bashin Philippine yay quacky based on not eat ato quacky eat oh so the ajo base ni ho a sato a base of this oh a ajo ya hashika the ojet just for one day ye digi a base of a ni Kashin so she to yeah a which is just as uneasy because low a without a base of between Dante a day dance in the hallo oh don't wiki of course she said this which is that social service in 8
Haji at Bedeke, Department of Health. He don't he did it. Or you or skit the Kwaji at the Hajoi a day's neta. No, ne. A Kola. John Hess Committee. A Ben Hilton has net. Division of Social Service, A Craggy. Excel table Nihitan days nil. A crochet and I did kit. The quadret Arizona just has twin Zani. A shane liquid, your torch, how it's order. A conch, sup the day or snake. And they are the program supervisor in the gut. And a case manager. Oh, Annie. Quadrant nothing George, so a can kill just a number on it. So a twat hatcher. To what ought me? Quacky and dal nishi. A bendeth to his jaw. The spade house and the la. Chase at this. Responsibility will yahigi to accountability ki to a dani kate which could you base last on the clinic ko quaggy sas tweezers on is and I quaggy sato so emails and all the quadjet on the campus of care. So the Excel cable league in it and Willia Division of Social Service. The create and hit the net ajo that does say your name. 55. So a quaggy this thing, but need they. Asian is aqua. And I don't know, Seniki, Michelle aqua. Shade or shell aqua. I see us. And now it. Diego, now it. Craggy in it, 8 or less deed. Oh, it auto. Besa Kanigi to be Satos Osajo. At least 8 or less given ya. The quaggy you see the das on a quaggy. This thing has 20 Nizani. It need day. Hey, yeah. Kajoyanal nesto listo anahoto nista. To quadrasin to saho your torge nas onigishisto. Oh, the hot in the door show a quacky be not on his nahanet. Or a without. So, Ada, as Swiss on Sato Hajo or Lehigi a quacky. Kait au e kodoti nabi e yehadotse. Kait au e ya Navajo Nation position adol ni. So I tanga e kojun hilton da has neto kojo e tato e dit e dole. Ons bats menigi bahat tenigi bana e ya Department of Human Services. Ash bahot it to put somebody on special assignment to be the ombudsman. And I don't oh biga Koto division director memo sikai dorsos. But DA quaggy ombudsman to late special assignment. Ato neta. Of course, that's to the quaggy. As you can see, I'm a little agitated. The supervisor, Division of Social Service, the supervisor, the special sender. With the total house, so I has on Arizona don't that Kaigi at it, top at the Holia. But the Haya. Was a quaggy pandemic, and na dig it out, because Nichas a condela a coto. Oshajo Auditor General, but performance audit and say Navajo Agency on Aging, what they were supposed to use with this ombudsman funding, just chose in that's an audit gets exception. The social workers, lead the clients, the came das kreda. Is that going to be an audit exception? So, change K-Dolly. So I thought a motion to accept the report. Second. Quaggy motion in party without a change K-Dolly. I see, yeah. How she up in the area. Like Edo. Chindan Liniki. Unique. Yes, quite. Kata has this in a cocodo yet or what's that? Didn't eat any doses. Doses are quota. Even now, a codo moving parties, these got directive aid or least or change Kate. Chile, Chair Damon, without a sudden elderly. Back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your comments and your words and your concerns. With that, before I go back to the presenters, let me go to Vice Chair Walker. He's in the queue. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chairman and Speaker, appreciate the recognition and the time here of the colleagues, members of the 24th Council, other presenters, the Division of Social Services and the Department of Health, the two executive directors. Appreciate the time you've taken to present a report to the Naabik'íyáti committee. So I've been listening to the report here and the various comments and questions. And like Chairman So should I'm struggling to find the words because they're mixed with so much emotion. The emotions that are, I guess, that come every once in a great while when you see situations that bring sadness, when you see tragedy, when you see very, very difficult situations that people are in. You become aware when somebody shares with you stories like that of suffering, pain, and eventually death. Choko yo na ikno. The chairman, Damon, speaker, the presenters, the listeners. Didi kwa ba yati gi jo kudan si ilkis. Himan hija ni masan hiche. Hin nadlen vas tui. Beke da state. Ado the kwidek ka bije. To be the more as link kwa betai. Da hot idi ado the balkodan it zida. So fan it out connect. It out what edolish. So kwage ban case. Alcohol nursing care, the care facilities that are on the nation, of course, around the nation, the various level of care that's provided from one simple level, I guess, where independent living situations, then all the way to very high level nursing skilled care, to hospitals, from there on, all the way to intensive care units, the various levels of care. Pan si case, pan sas case, ko di bandit nigi the elders that were being cared for in these various institutions around the Navajo Nation. And the one that I'm aware of, the one that I receive information on from constituents, not through reports, not through any governmental official, but constituents bringing the attention, of great concern. These bahas what dige jahat no what got nehuaho. From the day I received that information till now, I'm still feeling that great sadness and concern, and with strong mixed emotions. Because who do you go to? Who's the authority in this case to make a plea to find answers, to find assurances that our elders, our relatives, that they be protected. Joko, I just heard at the beginning of this report that Navajo Nation does not have that authority, that jurisdiction to be in a position to be overseeing or protecting. Maybe from an arm's length away, arm's length distance, they can do some kind of monitoring, but certainly not regulatory, not regulatory in nature. I hear that. Chairman So shouldn't and what is it that we can start beginning to think of? Because I know that we're not talking about solutions, we're not talking about plans, we're not talking about policies or any governmental action from a sovereign nation, to get into protecting its citizens that are outside its jurisdiction. In this case, the nursing homes. ko追到把嘢切啦，個就快嘅飛一啲呢快嘅，個嘢係 decision on 嘢個把多字，把到我先sa tabziligi ebe haditsi hadit eko hashke porika akuta abiga hage nan sitabil kesille akut ego yada iltiho astwida chilido sani na ani da chilungo johot ese akut an iltisa ilara na hadita adan kitchen shahat no da na ayada akijdi atle jo kun bansas case ko ado lecture kuje na hoti do na do ni stagi teacher tane suba yanigi teacher ede kada yanda no tras ala hot jo kwage den bakal tidashida to shia kadeba ba hadita junanta ko ashin ba hanetsi ho Eliage, Joba Hayado Hajo, Kidnik E Adabicate, Dan Hallo Dabicate, Danias, Tweed Abicate, Sasil Ago, what ego ho Ajashi, Ado Shade Ahon Clone, Yanadil, Tidons Nadis, don't saw ye, Oban Suspicion and Asad, Odaj, Shido. The Bohne Ada ko the Navajo Nation government Betsy Johnson ko you adole not ani ebenan shudil nigido haniki what it ahito yego da aro yego nka agad adit joda tehgibje il ashi nka asedo shiki ko na hoti oyat abni na halot ekhaza ala tintisan sibgi this ko kwagisa nar nishida nar niltido ni niloda the kuidat niloda shin sto so the position of ombudsman, I would say is what's necessary is several individuals that could fill that position, those positions, or create positions for several of them, because the need is great, the concern is great. I think we're talking about one position that had been abolished a number of years ago, 5 years ago. And I would think, why would such a very critical position be abolished and then not be re-established? We need to let the border communities, once again, we need to let the outside non-native, non-Navajo society know that every Navajo citizen, especially the children and the elders, those lives matter. And that it's our concern as a Navajo nation, as a strong nation, a prominent nation, a proud nation, that we would not turn away, we would not look away, we would not ignore, situations like this. We need to let that be known once again. Unfortunately, we have to keep resounding that. That's my position. She Shakundasan, she quite has Sigi, Shaban Athlete or Lakota Dishi. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go to Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, the floor is yours. Then I'll come back to the presenters. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arosnan Anasenigi Koropes Mahasan Aje Yat Ehopan Yelki Koro Tide Estuirosan in Nasta as Legi. Although illegal. Sad Yenda Tinsen Sante. Le Estuirosani Adaha that Javaho. That'll cut Ajis, Halchin, Hot nursing homes, the Halchin. How on Choice Kesla? Could you learn how the Huist, let's in Nasko? The Nele on Ashta and attends Lane. Oh, Obahajabago Balanta. Aro Ashananta, no, Banasta. The Sahabani and the Arudanta, Sila, Quidanta, Shia, Michi, Nanta. The Sila, Nastil Leko, what they would eat a last Sahajas, Data Lasata. Asashi Ketty, Lego on Nans Catnila. Share Hosa Data Nila. Don't hear her Nathanilla. Deep Sato Saho Mantin Sishansle, Anina Nahadan Shasela. There's a sailor, did an LA, the Lena Kit Nela. Deep Sat Sigi or Chon Choyos on Hashi, Yen Haslago. I don't Ray, Nalgeba, how Anago, but a tunnel to show orange yan nay Jahot, so that's what Choyos in. There, but not such a lane. But not such a NATO, or say at Ada Nila, don't leo, but not close order, Ben, how just clad Ada. I could end case a banana. I don't say I gave it not such a NATO, do ya not so do yen Ada Nila. She yet to set a name. Big haste Nanilla. I could be lean in a Gagia, she and us, Sodoya, Holianilla. She yahanate never under carbon, Vilne yet, Yahanito yet, Zotlanilla, at Zotleki. Diego beta, Haliash Snilla. A shand nito did and then Nasta as leggy bend, Nisha Snilla. Alchin Hollanche, Hayat Ehohandan, Tata Halchin, a Sagota, Shane, they had a shimpan, she yosin gobernado, Hachina Varasa. Hakeda, Honasnit at the last door. Hachina Elge Honda Aden, Azin, Nela. They go de Kata, no. I don't lay that Danota, a carrot at the start of the Hosan, go away, Bay at a large than a house, Tantanella. I used national age at local. A kid when they load at the start of baby, they pay whole zilligot and has taught what how it or guess. Are a croy the Yeton and let a hasney, Nella. A core, Diego Bahans and Dina and Tinky and Hedasney. She's no, such a hard see your banashni. A corrosion and I not sending it by Yastiki, Achne by Yelti. Height out or Halate out a hand hit an end, the Kinder has jatted in hit a net, Nahas Tanasta is neighbor had your bag or the Hasat of the Hatsito. Badlash Adamson. Ah, con, Nikayako, the Quigone, Nelgosheb and Bayat, Epe Betayada hot, Sada Nathan Ray, put Hajer Farmington, nursing home that you have. Ah, there go. The net begin this street, sink at this street. That the nail rise at nice chance, a battle, click at nice chance,
and that say based on the go a torta. At the giant lanilla. A codio con the hard town and nilla. The nelle. On hard town no nespa, but in hard town had lanilla. Don't hear her neta no. None I seen nin hitche holo anosco. Neden dog a national snake a banahwit ocean biga a akon Pahui Leon person has on nursing home go. Hande be Hansa the Shin Nasko in a year. Yen Hansa that case to let on Harchindo. Call on Ilcho. Need see they grato les. Sashing I done he'd see they ba. They hunched even that you have a down stinky be hasty or beshach or ziggy a core. Fader Nas baby chat or his own she should have zig and na a coron hilation slavish and I say thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Chairman. That, let me go back to the presenters. Ms. Nazwagishi or Dr. Jim.
Speaker, this is Dr. Jim.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and on Docket. What I saw, Ziggy, Doshi, so I'll make a comment on this. So, Adoshana, just wanted to comment on the ombudsman position on the under the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services Support. And I'll look into the special assignment. I know there were some requirements. I know this position has existed actually for a long time. Funding was given to the Navajo Nation year after year. I can't recall when the last time the position was filled. I was talking to my staff earlier today about that, and we really need to look at the job description and the classification as it was, I think, advertised before. There are probably high requirements, and with the amount of pay might be really deterring people from applying too. So I would need to look into that. I know there was some communication with DPM on that, but I know that we would have to assess the likelihood of people applying. I know that several of my manager positions that you have to do that to, sometimes you reduce certain things so that people can become more eligible for it, because not people that are qualified with the skill set that we're looking for, requiring even previous ombudsman experience to do coordination might be difficult to find, especially I think possibly the last position might have had a master's degree. So we have to look at changing that to kind of make sure that we are able to either grow with someone into that position or find ways to, if we are advertising it with high skill set that we might not be able to get. So those are things that we would need to look into. And one position isn't enough. One person, that's all we're funded for, actually less than one full-time position. For this to actually be effective, there would have to be probably additional dollars. I don't know what, that's all we're being allowed or being given from the state currently. And in the future, there are other ways to look at just the general funds to figure out if that's another avenue to get other individuals to help. So a lot of these state contracts, that's probably where we need to look at. today we did have a Department of Health and Human Services tribal consultation update, and as I have mentioned before with Doltex, that there needs to be a congressional change to the amount of dollars we receive so we account for the size of our population. We can't be categorized into a budget category for a very smaller population than the Navajo Nation. We are working very hard in this new transition. We do have a new health services administrator. She's been with us for close to 3 months now, and here with the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Services, and we are moving forward and improving the program and spending the dollars that we receive through the contract as intended. Of course, this will take time, so there is some movement that I just want to share with you in regards to that, and this is one of them. So we could relook at the contract and figure out how we can pursue that. Otherwise, that would be my comment to try to improve what you're saying, Chanel. I do agree with that we do need that service for our elders that's been missing for a long time, and then also trying to coordinate all of these services right now. If our elder services are placed or situated in different divisions, I hope we can find ways to streamline some of this in the future to make sure that we have even follow-ups by our CHRs to work with Doltex and Altix to see what's going on with those high-risk patients, and also our Kayenta public health nursing staff as well. We also have, of course, mental health services as well that are often needed, and then our traditional services are through our behavioral health services. That we haven't talked about, and trying to figure out how to get all of our services coordinated, but it would need communication, and I think this is one start that I do appreciate everyone's comments today. And although Honorable Thomas Walker Naabik'íyáti for making the comment around monitoring, I think that we can look at the, of course, working with our local health departments, like I mentioned, getting our epicenter to get data from these facilities regarding the COVID-19 as well, and building those relationships that we have. I mean, we're all, through this pandemic, we're learning a lot, and who knows, we might have consistent meetings. We actually have had tri-state meetings for a while now with all the state tribal liaisons, because it's really difficult to monitor some of their calls, and we're able to address tribal needs and concerns through them on a regular basis. So that's one thing that I'm appreciative, but as we know, being situated and across 3 states is very difficult to keep up with all the different meetings and also the connections that we need to do. But somehow it is working for some areas, but some areas we still need to improve on. So thank you for your comments too, and it was great to hear Honorable Nez and Honorable Crotty's comments as well. Yeah.
Gishi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for some closing remarks. I would just like to provide a response to Honorable Amber Crotty. She had the question of the number of people who passed due to COVID-19 at the Winslow Campus of Care. So there was a total of 36 Native Americans at the Winslow Campus of Care facility. Of that, 27 were Navajo Altix members who did decease at that facility. And so I just want to thank you, honorable delegates and others on this call. I deeply appreciate your sentiments and commitment to compassionate and loving care to our parents and grandparents. We will actively pursue taking care of our own rather than nursing homes or other alternative care. I did provide some data regarding the Navajo Nation LTEX program. And I guess one point to just point out is that 80% of the members that are being served are being provided services in their home. So, what can we do to increase those percentages? Only 17% of the members are in nursing home facilities. 3% members are in assisted living facilities, and 0.2% are members in acute care only. So we will continue to work with individuals who are needing care and to see how we can work with families so that the elders or whomever is needing additional care can remain in the home where they should be. Thank you.
Great. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions at this time? Once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question of privilege.
Hello,
Yes.
Green.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, hold on. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker, I'm so sorry. I was trying to unmute, so I apologize. But I just wanted to ask, the report that has been provided to us today, is it possible to get a written report on what was talked about today, and then also the numbers that regarding the deaths and stuff since the pandemic hit the Navajo Nation? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, there was a request, Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Nezogishi to have a written report, and we can, staff will email you to the request.
Speaker, point of privilege. Delegate Daniel So.
Point of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
I had, during the time I had the floor, Speaker, had requested that the moving parties had a directive to basically ask the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit on these 2 programs that are being reported on.
Okay, that has been noted, Chairman Daniel So, and we are, there's also another request for audit. So we will work together with yourself and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee to execute that request.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Well, let's continue voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haley votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Caleb Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes red via text. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting.
You, 19 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting, motion passes. With that, thank you very much, Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Neswood Gishi for being with Naabik'íyáti Committee this afternoon. All right, colleagues, moving on down. Item number 6 on our agenda, old business. Number 8, legislation 0006-21, sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater. With that, colleagues, I'd like to see if I could get a pro tem chair. Or
And I'll be vice chair. Where is he?
anybody interested in taking over the virtual gavel right now?
Honorable Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez. I will go ahead and facilitate the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. Just as a note, Chairman, this legislation is going to recommended to go to council tomorrow. Are you able to sign the committee report if this does go to council by 1 o'clock tomorrow? So that's just Just for clarity.
With that, Honorable Speaker Damon, perhaps you should have someone nearby that
Okay.
could facilitate the meeting.
Colleagues, any other colleagues like to take the helm right now?
Unless if you send a Navajo Nation jet to come pick me up to sign it.
We'll work together, Chairman. Chairman, we'll work together. Someone will meet you to do it. Just get it signed.
I can do it.
Honorable James?
Yeah, the speaker, this is Delegate.
Oh, you'd like to take over right now as Pro Tem Chair?
Question.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable James. The floor is yours. I mean, the gavel's yours. Sorry.
Speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, can we go ahead and move forward with reading?
Oh.
Chairman Pro Tem and members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0006-21, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Comprehensive Budget, sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater. There are 4 committee reports. A committee report from the Budget and Finance recommended do pass with 1 amendment. 1, swap out Form 2 of Business Unit Number 10-1001 Navajo Nation Council Budget Forms attached as Exhibit A. Also attached to that committee report is the Form 2. Committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee dated January 22nd, 2021. Recommendation that it was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council Action Report dated January 28, 2021. Legislation was tabled. Tabling motion to table legislation 006-21 until the Office of Management Budget Review is completed. Anticipation memorandums addressing the replenishment of the line item veto executive branch programs provided in the Office of the President and Vice President legislation shall be brought back to the Navajo Nation Council no later than February 12, 2021. Committee report from action report from the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation was referred back to Naabik'íyáti Committee. Referral motion was made by Honorable Key Allen Begay, second by Honorable Pernell Halona, with 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem Henyo, Speaker Pro Tem Henyo not voting. Mr. Chairman, Pro Tem, we will need a motion and a second.
Okay, yeah, thank you for reading that. Just now, Ashmanuel. I have a motion.
Delegate Ricknez.
So now that Delegate Ricknez, motion nila. Do I have a second?
Delegate Daniel. Second.
Delegate okay, first one I heard was Honorable Herman Daniel. Second the motion. Ado siya adan nihitin ado beske no ajigi. Achikodo are there any questions pertaining to legislation 0006-21.
Question by Calhoun.
Question by Delegate.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor over to another speaker. Okay, you got 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable James, and thank you very much again for chairing the meeting here this afternoon and going into this evening. Colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, I bring to you legislation 006-21, and I do have my agent with utilizing Mr. Paul Sanchaco, Chief of Staff, as an agent for the executive branch that will be coming up here within shortly with amendments. But before I go into that, let me just go ahead and state that this legislation is before us due to the fact that in the overall comprehensive budget that the Navajo Nation Council passed back on November 30th, 2020, there was a line item veto in two specific areas. Those two specific areas are, one was to the legislative branch, and that was a total amount of funding that was line item vetoed out of the Navajo Nation Council, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Office of the Speaker, Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Election Administration. Those funds were given back, or those funds were a total amount of $1,514,536 was line item vetoed. The second amount that was line item vetoed was a recommendation for the personnel lapse funds, and that was a total amount of $9,236,549. Those were line item vetoed and sent back over to the Navajo Nation legislative branch on December 10th. And with the president exercising those line item veto with his authority, his or her authority, in this case, his authority. In that, there was a recommendation from the president's office to move forward and take a portion of the personnel lapse fund and not utilizing what it was recommended for, but recommending it for different areas that would be going to the different divisions of the executive branch, for one, special duty pay, and for others to allocate for services. Now, in the past couple of weeks, we have been waiting for those documents, and I decided to put forth the legislation 006-21, which is the legislative branch documents, just to start the process. And what we would do is amend the legislation to include that portion of the $9,236,549. In that, there's a breakdown that is a total amount of $1,050,457 that would be going to the Navajo Nation Government Development Office, Legislative Council, Auditor General, Human Rights Commission, and Ethics and Rules. That recommendation was the original recommendation that was recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee. So we kept that with that recommendation in there, totaling $483,615. The second one was adding Naabik'íyáti Committee for an amount of $566,842. So total amount again would be that $1,050,457. Now that's one portion of that 9.2 million. The other portion is an $8,186,092 with that amendment that was being circulated that we were not ready to present. As I say we, because as a sponsor of legislation, we could not present that amendment due to the fact that the Navajo Nation executive branch budgets were not formally completed and not officially reviewed by OMB and the Office of the Controller. But I can say now that today that That $8,186,092 has been reviewed by both. And I know that I wanted to make sure that I bring something forward to the council that is, or to first, I guess, back in this case, to the Naabik'íyáti committee that is correct. So in that, you'll be seeing amendment of $5,159,877 going for special duty pay for Division of Community Development, which would go to the Navajo Nation Chapter Administration, Department of Health, Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office, Division of Human Natural Resources, Division of General Services, Office of the Attorney General, Navajo Department of Transportation, and Division of Public Safety. There's also allocations too as well for Daltex for $930,000. Additional dollars to Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office for $264,000. Division of Community Development for the shortfall for the Navajo Nation chapter stipends in the total amount of $770,985. Also to purchase the census building that's down there at the fairgrounds in Window Rock for $330,000 to be utilized by Department of Public Safety. Additional amount of $106,000 that would be given to the Office of the Tax Commission, $68,120 that would be given to OMB, and Office of the President, Vice President would be receiving $556,480. That total amount is $3,026,215. With that total amount, collectively, that's what equals to that $8,186,092. So colleagues, we do have that amendment ready. That would be the first amendment that would be to this legislation. And what that would do, colleagues, is that would give the total amount for the Navajo Nation executive branch in the First Amendment to give special duty pay, and then also those other allocations that were specifically in a shortfall in those different departments, and also give the legislative branch an additional $1,050,457. So I bring that to you, colleagues. The Second Amendment is recommended is go to the Office of the Controller for also for different services and recommendations for $1,871,934. And next we would have a amendment that's ready for sponsorship for the LDAs, our LDAs to receive special duty pay in the amount of $188,723. And then also Fourth Amendment, which was there's, as you know, RAMA is separated from the Navajo Nation. And that amendment was worked on by the Speaker's office to get help assist in their organization down there for $616,926. And then last but not least, as you remember, if we were closing out the last Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, Honorable Caller Slater asked the Speaker's office to put an amendment together to get economist or economist firm on board at the Speaker's office. So that amendment's ready as well too for $350,000. Colleagues, this amendment would again restore the amount of funding that goes to the Navajo Nation's legislative branch, but it also brings in an additional $1,050,457 to the legislative branch. And it also, with the amendment, would clarify to bring $8,186,092 to the executive branch. And that would be the overall goal of this legislation here before us. I do believe that this legislation has been clearly vetted by not only the Office of Management and Budget and Office of the Navajo Nation Controller's Office. We do have the correct budget forms before to present when somebody does raise those amendments, but I do clearly desperately need to pass this legislation, colleagues, in order for us to continue our efforts in making sure that we have contractual services readily available to help not only restore our current consultants that we have, but also maintain the consultant efforts that need to be taken and working together with particularly almost every single committee and every single opportunity that we can right now, especially to mandate and push our Navajo Nation Council priorities and push and mandate ultimate public access goals to everybody's overall responsibilities to not only the services that we bring back directly to the Navajo Nation, but most importantly, the services that are rendered in order for us to bring better services back to the Navajo people. And that's the reason why that's what these dollars are utilized for, in order for us to operate this, to have accurate staff, to make sure, maintain the operational, organizational structure, and making sure that that opportunity is there for you to help us, or if you need assistance, to utilize these services that are in this budget to help push the Navajo Nation government's agenda for the Navajo people. Secondly, in there is also, if the amendment does poise to come forth, it would help assist in the shortfalls, but also maintaining those goals that we're looking at when we're talking about helping getting Navajo Nation employees that special duty pay that was being talked about at numerous different meetings over the past couple of months. So colleagues, I don't want to take up too much time further than that. As you know, I did present this at a couple of the committees. We did take this to the Navajo Nation Council. And again, I'm sorry for not having an accurate amount and accurate documents and putting that forth at the council session 2 weeks ago. But I needed to move this back to NABI, and I thank you for doing that, colleagues, just to make sure that we push a good recommended legislation out of this branch in order for us to follow the laws and rules of order, not only in Title II, but also in the Navajo Nation Council BIM manual that the Budget and Finance Committee has passed. So again, thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to present. I do hope Mr. Paulson Chaco is on the line. If there's any questions for the executive branch when the amendments do come forward, that will be able to be attached. And I think Mr. Chaco can answer your comments or questions at that time. Other than that, colleagues, I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time. Thank you.
Here, Speaker, then he's now in Anigido, Shekahasi, those not Arnoldiniki Kodo, Ako Kodo base or skate on Argo is a dust to go Kodo, the Hitchit Anselinko, larger, Hadasatahiki, Speaker, Honorable Seth Damon, Ako, escape on the Arco, Ado, not the dish kill, Niniki dos Kate dust, Ako Kodoshi, a large Iki. Shma Honorable Amber Crowdy, quite she not in Shatole.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So to clarify, we're on the main motion.
Shma Honorable Amber Crowdy, that is correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. So on the main motion regarding the breakdown, thank you, Speaker Damon, for this legislation. What would be helpful for myself, my colleagues, and the public, Speaker, if we could have staff send out the memo from the Office of the President and Vice President with the line item vetoes. I think it's important to reread that memo and the stance of the President and Vice President on why we are entertaining this legislation today. I think what I wanted to raise on the main motion is I appreciate the budget items to restore the funding that was line item vetoed. What I think as a legislative branch, we have not had a discussion about what does it mean when we have a 3-branch agreement in terms of the branches and the funding that they will receive. And I also believe that we have not yet had a discussion or a public discussion or a document submitted on what does it mean when the office of the president and vice president starts line item vetoing language that's not an appropriation. And I think that I want to ask our legislative council to clarify, since we're still on the main motion and this legislation is looking to restore those dollars with the comprehensive budget. I appreciate, Speaker, in your statement that you recognize that the council's budgets were line item vetoed, and in particular, the Budget and Finance Committee budget was targeted. And in that case, as a city member of the Budget and Finance Committee, it's interesting to note that we found a lot of mistakes in the comprehensive budget. And I know that there's been many days passed since those discussions in the late summer and early fall, but we had programs that did not properly present accurate budgets, and we had programs that did not accurately account for every member and personnel on their team. So I think instead of, we've never had a time to really reflect on how are we going to prevent what happened in this last comprehensive budget when we talk about programs that were not prepared. And I appreciate my colleagues in the oversight advocating for the programs, trying to make sure appropriate budget forms were completed. And so I do want to ask at this time to the sponsor and to Legislative Council, is there a document that's been drafted in a response to the memo with the line item vetoes? I think we are, in terms of not addressing that issue, we are also in danger of allowing that action to become normalized and a regular action here regarding line item veto. And so I'd like to have that question answered first before I have follow-up other questions on the main motion. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Oh, I do want to ask, because we take and we spend hours speaking of the issues. So to the sponsor, if you can identify in this legislation, and I will be asking on the amendment, what areas will provide water to our communities? What areas in this proposal will provide power, will provide broadband, will improve our schools, will protect our elders, and will assist our veterans? And so that would be my question on the main motion and when it's time on the amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Honorable Member Crowley, legal counsel. There was a question to legal counsel, so I'll go ahead and give you the floor, legal counsel, to answer Honorable Member Crowley's question. Thank you.
Hello, this is Dana Bob Ross, Chief Legislative Counsel. I am not sure if Mr. Rico Shop, Office of Legislative Services, has sent out the President's veto message for the comprehensive budget. He sent that out on December 10th, 2020. As far as the authority granted to the President to line item veto, that is restricted to budget line items. as the council, as we've talked about before, it's unfortunate that the 2009 initiative did not specify exactly what line item veto, what a line item, a budget line item is. The president, I'm looking back, I was not quite prepared for Delegate Crotty's question about what the president didn't, if the president line item vetoed anything that wasn't a budget matter. So I'm reviewing right now. I think that, hang on 1 second, please. Some of the things, the president definitely did line item vetoes for the executive branch budget, and then he did line item vetoes of obviously executive branch. I can't remember if he did line item vetoes of the judicial branch budget, but he did do line item vetoes to some conditions of appropriation. Now, that previous presidents have line item vetoed condition of appropriations. It actually, I don't think President Shelley did any line item vetoes of conditions of appropriation, but certainly President Russell Begay did. So you have some precedents there. Obviously, the Office of Legislative Counsel and OPVP have a difference of opinion on what a budget line item veto entails, whether conditions of appropriations are on the table. And that was not resolved. There perhaps were some strategy discussions on that, but the way to resolve that will be by going to the court. They are the final arbiter of what is available for line item vetoes. And no, the Office of Legislative Counsel did not file an action. There has been a request made, if you remember, from the Department of Justice to do an analysis on the extent of the budget or the line item veto authority, and they came up with an inconclusive answer on some of the questions raised and recommended that the dispute needed to be taken to the courts for final resolution. Thank you, Madam Crotty, and back to you, Chairman Pro Tem, and I can follow up further with Delegate Crotty when I've got a little bit more time to prepare. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Don Dana, for that response. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next lineup. Honorable Otto, so
I reserve my time, or I didn't ask for time.
This is Elmer Begay.
Delegate Crotty, question.
I texted it my.
Okay, I was just going by the lineup information that I was sent. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. Another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton question on the main motion. another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, twice. Another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, we'll go ahead. Another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Oh, yeah, Shanella, I'm so sorry. I believe that was Honorable Mark Freeland who was right before me. I don't think it was Honorable Otto, so I just want to be fair. I don't know if that was really Mark, but I know you did call on Honorable Otto, so, but can we just ask Mark first if he did have a question?
It's another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I couldn't hear you. Did you say Honorable Mark Freeland?
Yeah, I thought I heard Honorable Mark Freeland before me, and I just want to be fair.
That was Honorable Elmer Begay. But he, in the lineup that I was sent, was Honorable Elmer Begay after you.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. Yeah, can I be recognized at this time?
Yes, so now that I already recognized you.
Oh, thank you. Chatilla, Speaker Damon, thank you for bringing this legislation back before us and also sharing the reason why this legislation is here before us. And I'm glad that we finally have our budget forms in place and that they are ready to go. It was a little disappointing the last time when the forms were not completed, executive branch. So it's good that we finally have that set and in order. Speaker, I do have I know that you went through the lineups with the various amendments that have to be made. I don't know your breakdown of the budget and what is being proposed at this time. If that was also, if you had included in that the budget for the Office of the Controller. I know that that there was some concern about the shortage that the Controller's Office was facing. I'm hoping that we can get the breakdown so that we know which budget forms have been included. But that's my first question. And my second question is if it was not included, to offer an amendment to for the Office of the Controller. Thank you.
Yeah, that's another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ade Nadine Kedigi. Kodoshi Shita Honorable Elmer Begay Kodota Shamasane Honorable Amber Crowdy. A follow-up question. Session about the dish ado not do this. Shita. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward to Honorable Amber Crowdy. She does have a follow-up question. And thank you for the question, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Shimasane, Honorable Crowdy.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that response from Legislative Council. I think we should have, as a council, something in writing, at the very least, regarding the line item vetoes. It's not exactly clear. I pulled up the resolution, and so because what we would need legislative staff to have a clean resolution. So if those line item vetoes, those lines and strike-throughs are illegal or not in compliance with the law, that should not be recorded as in terms of this resolution. If I could ask our interim executive director exactly how this resolution is being recorded, I think that's an area that we need to modify or develop some type of process because currently then that language has an overstrike. It has that red line through it. There's other issues too that I wanted to ask. We did receive an email from OMB, Mr. Bial, regarding the comprehensive budget. that this legislation is amending, and it is the directive from the Office of the Controller regarding the unspent money from fiscal year 20. If that could be addressed by the sponsor or an agent. And in looking at this legislation and OMB's memo, there's a few areas that they identified. And so I'm citing the memo from from today, February 25th, is just in terms of how and the process of UUSB, there's language in our appropriation laws that there's at some point supposed to be a conversation with the 3 branch chiefs to set priorities according to the BIM. And so I just need to know, is that something that we need to amend? Because the branch chief did not address the unmet needs last fiscal year, and Budget and Finance as a committee, were requesting reports from the 3 branch chiefs. And now I have not seen any type of document submitted to the committee or to the council on the 3 branch chiefs meeting to prioritize supplemental funding. So if that needs to be amended, I'd like to get that recommendation because we are going to be developing this upcoming fiscal year's BIM. So if we're not going to abide by that, we should just amend it. The second part is in terms of if the questions could be answered regarding OMB. I think they're also looking at, I apologize. So I think that would be the main thing. Are we going to comply with the BIM? And then what then are we going to do when it comes to compliance with the Appropriation Act? And then I would also like to make sure, excuse me, I did ask Pro Tem Speaker the questions regarding on the main motion, if this is helping with water infrastructure, is this helping with power infrastructure, if it could be identified where this assists with broadband, how we are assisting the schools with this legislation, protecting our elders and assisting our veterans. That question wasn't answered either. I apologize. It's been a long week, and I appreciate all the time and dedication from my colleagues on the call and all of the employees who are trying to do the good work. So if I could get those questions answered, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Amber Crowdy. Then I didn't skiddy. I'd say she intern executive director manual ajabat is ado bekedo she de ya shanala Honorable Speaker set statement she banahodol jishiko. With that manual, I'll go ahead and give you the floor. There was a question that was asked of Honorable Amber Crowdy, and then from there we'll go ahead and give the floor back to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon to respond to the questions of Honorable Amber Crowdy and Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ada Bakeda will go ahead and move forward to questions again, and we'll start with Honorable Elmer Begesta. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Honorable Crowdy, thanks for the question. When Legislative Services receives the resolution back from the President's office, it is finalized in our DIB system the way it was received. So the email that I just sent that says Resolution CN-88-20, that's exactly how it is closed out. There are no further documents added to it unless it is provided by Legislative Council. Since I've been here, I have not seen a a correction to the resolution and a clean version being posted. So we've just followed this process, and I don't think there's anything in the codes or council rules of order that indicates that a clean version should be posted. But it is something that our office will look into, Madam Chair and Chairman Pro Tem James.
Manuel should not ask for that response. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward to Honorable Speaker Seth Bain to respond. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just to answer the question in reference to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, if there is anything specifically in this legislation as it stands that will be giving water, electricity, broadband, or funding to elders or veterans, in the legislation specifically that we're talking about right now, there's $1,514,536. That's the way it stands right now. And out of that, that's all going to the legislative branch. Now, what I can say is if there's anything that's going directly for any of those 5 areas right now, the answer is no. But if there's anything that's directly going to there to help assist colleagues address these issues, I can say yes. There's dollars that'll be going to consultants to help the Navajo Nation, all the committees, the and the council to help address these concerns and help execute and lobby for new efforts and manage the responsibility and goals in order to get these services to our people. But if you're asking for specifics, if there's anything in here that goes to any of those 5 areas, the answer is directly no. There's no funding that goes in there. But there is dollars that will help assist in operations to better serve the people in these 5 areas. Your question next about the question of the Navajo Nation branch chiefs in reference to the February 25th memo that is coming from, I hope I'm looking at the right one, the one that's going to from Madam Controller in the first paragraph, saying the amending format is meeting the unmet needs of supplemental funding goes through the branch chiefs and budget and finance committee. To this day, I don't know if that has ever been formally completed as a task. There was certain amounts in 2019 when we were trying to identify those, but that just went down in the drain. And the reason why is because the council's efforts were different from when the legislations got to the floor. They changed immensely from what the president recommended. So when you're asking if that has been followed, I can say that that has probably been followed to its greatest extent in the first amendment that's recommended due to the fact that the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget that was passed was line item vetoed for the $9,236,549 from the Personnel Lapse Fund. And this is just talking to the future amendment. In that future amendment, those dollars were sat down with the 3 branch chiefs and identified that these $2 would be going towards the executive and legislative branch. And you'll see in here that it's excluding the judicial branch. And the reason why the exclusion of the judicial branch is because the judicial branch has been recommended and they have taken that offer to utilize the $15 million that was won in the litigation in order for them to go ahead and utilize those services, not only throughout the period of this year or whatever they needed to utilize in in order for them to get through and expand their services to the Navajo people, whichever way that the division wanted to move forward with that. Now that is in a future discussion that we'll probably have later on this evening, and that's in a recommendation on legislation 0011-21. But I hope I answered your questions regarding that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Second, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the first amendment that I think is ready to go is in regards to fixing the budget forms on the legislative branch, and then also adding in the $9.2 million that was line item vetoed. But in a separate amendment, there's an amendment for $1,871,934. And these dollars are going for utilization of $100,269 for unmet needs in the property department of Office Legislative Council, $51,844 for unmet needs for funding of personnel in Office of the Controller Purchasing Department, and $1,719,821 for the unmet needs for 3 months of personnel costs and minimal operation for the Office of the Controller. So those specifics are identified in a separate amendment, but that amendment is ready to go, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, just I hope I responded to your questions. With that, I can yield back to the floor. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair James.
Speaker Shinale, thanks for the response, Speaker. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward to questions on Chita, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Honorable Elmer Begay. Question of privilege, Honorable Amber Crotty.
Oh yeah, thank you, Chair. My question of privilege is to Legislative Council. What I was asking the interim executive director regarding the resolution, what is the step then if Legislative Council, how do we get a memo drafted and attached to the resolution clarifying the areas that regarding the line vetoes? In my experience, where I've seen Legislative Council in the past clarify resolutions is, for example, when the Office of the President, Vice President do not take action within the 10 days. They then attach a clarifying memo. I need to know, because not only is it this legislation, there was an overstep of line item veto. This is not a one-time issue. There's other resolutions where the line item veto has not been used within those parameters. Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to get that answered, and what is the process, and can the delegate request that? Does it need to have action by the committee or by the council? But that needs to be clarified for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amber Crotty. With that, I'll go ahead and yield the questions over to Legal Counsel Dana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. So I was just talking with the attorneys who've been here at Office of Legislative Counsel longer than myself, just to verify. But there is not and has not been a process in place where Legislative Counsel attaches a legal opinion to a resolution stating that the President's line item vetoes or the President's actions are inconsistent with law. So you don't have resolutions that have that attached, that are posted like on the website or in with the records. So we would have to look into that process. I see some merit in it. But I don't know exactly what the process would be to do that. The way it has been approached by prior Chief Legislative Counsel is when the Office of, say, the Office of Management and Budget or the Office of the Controller are not implementing something because the President has line item vetoed it, then it becomes an exchange of legal opinions and legal positions, generally between the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Department of Justice, and on occasion the President's legal counsel, who kind of get in and write memos about that, and it's gotten resolved on a case-by-case basis. As far as attaching something to the resolution, we will look into that and see if a process should be established to do that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Donna, thank you for the response on Dana, legal counsel. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Sada Elmer Begay. Sada Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Kadina Hadita. Oh, Kadina Hadita.
Thank you for that, the pro temp speaker, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Speaker Pro Tem.
Attention, Nana Sada Elmer Begay. I get the question of privilege. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Chanel.
Yeah, Chanel, I'm sorry, I said that I did say the question of privilege 4 times. I'm sorry you didn't hear me. Speaker Tim, I did ask the Speaker for clarification, and I state that if the controller's budget was not included in the breakdown of the budget item 2, I'd say that I want to make a motion to amend the budget. Did answer, he could state that the controller's budget was not included, that it is ready to go, and I've been some talk to council. So I don't know what happened to my motion to amend. Thank you.
Now let the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I didn't hear the whole thing kept breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
So now let Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you kept breaking up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
But then she's just now let Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, I'll go ahead and move forward to, let's try this again. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Nana. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, Hakashina, thank you for that, pro temp. And then first of all, thank you for volunteering to be a pro temp speaker. And then you're doing a good job with all of the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee members, and your questions, but I'd like to offer an amendment to this legislation. I believe that Legislative Council, Kristen Lowe has the amendment, and I'm pretty sure she might have all the documents. So we've been requesting that. So I know we've got partial of all the supporting documents, but we haven't received from the supporting document from OOC yet. So I'm not sure if she has it right now. So that will be my, and she has the language too. So I'll give the floor to Ms. Lowe. Reserve my time.
Okay, Christine, do you have the language ready?
Good evening, Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem. This is Kristen. Okay, so I have the language ready for Delegate Begay's amendment, and I actually did get the document that I was waiting for. We have a situation with the amendments today that I would like to take this opportunity to just explain why we're going to have to do this a bit differently and why I haven't sent them all out in a batch. So it's critical that Amendment 1 get made first for this particular legislation. And I have sent Amendment 1 to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for consideration. The reason that that has to get made first is because if you look at the original legislation, it just refers to amending the comprehensive budget, CN 8820, and with the president's line item veto of the personnel lapse fund, those dollar amounts are now in the UUFB. So to recapture those dollar amounts, we have to go into not only amending the comprehensive budget, but we also have to approve a supplemental appropriation. And so what I've got for the Amendment 1, Exhibit A, those are the budgets in the budget 0006-21. So you've got amendment Exhibit A in the legislation. Exhibits B and C are the legislative and executive branch budgets, respectively, for the amounts that were in the personnel lapse fund. That Amendment 1 is also going to require memos from the Office of the Controller and the Office of the Management and Budget. Again, keeping in mind that this is also approving a supplemental appropriation. So Amendment 1 has exhibits A through E. Okay, now, in order to have all of the other amendments make sense, I had to add some language, changing this to a supplemental appropriation. So that was a long-winded way to say that once Amendment 1 is made, it will open the ability for Mr. Begay, Delegate Begay's amendment, and there's also been an amendment requested for the Office of the Controller and then some other programs as well. But once we get Amendment 1 done, then the other ones that I drafted will fall into place. One other caveat, though, is because I don't know which is coming first, I have to go in and, like I was explaining, each amendment is going to have 3 exhibits. So the budget is going to be an exhibit. The OOC memo is going to be an exhibit. The OMB memo is also going to be an exhibit. So once I know what's coming, then what I do is I go in and I will identify the correct documents and label the exhibits. So I hope that's clear. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, but that was a long-winded way to say that Mr. Elmer Begay's amendment request has been drafted, but it's not ready until Amendment 1 will open the door, and then everything can flow from there. Chair Pro Tem.
Hello?
Hello, this is Kristen. Hopefully everyone heard that.
Kristen, I did.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Lowell, this is Speaker Damon. Yeah, you were heard loud and clear. Honorable James, are you there?
The speaker, I think his call dropped.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Okay, with that, thank you for that information, Christine. So that, Honorable Elmer Begay, so you make that motion, correct?
Jada, if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Okay, according to Kristen, said that we have to do the Amendment 1 first. I don't know if other amendments can be available or eligible. No.
So you're making that motion for Amendment 1?
Oh, I'll go ahead and do that.
Do we have a second? I'm calling for a second motion to Amendment 1.
Junior.
Honorable Jamie Hinyo for a second. With that, Manuel, can you read Amendment 1?
Chairman, yeah, we'll send it out right now, and then I'll read the Word document. And I think Kristen, I'm not too sure if you already sent out the budgets. I'm gonna read the amendment into the record right now.
Chairman Pro Tem, may I say one thing regarding the budget?
Yes, that would be fine.
Thank you. I don't have the most current version of the budget for that document for Amendment 1. What had happened was originally I had a PDF document of the budgets, but then there were other budgets that were substituted by the Office of the President and Vice President for the executive branches. So what I got, I gave over to the Speaker's office. So I don't have everything in a tidy PDF file that I can just attach to the amendment. I'm not sure who has the most current comprehensive documents. That's a voluminous file, and I'm not sure who is currently in possession of that. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you again for that information. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you want to proceed?
Jada, can you hear me now?
Oh.
Okay, I think, Manuel I'm not sure if he has the document that Kristen's talking about. So there's one that's loading up. I'm just not looking at it. I don't know if that's Amendment 1.
You want to withdraw your motion for now, and then when it's ready, we can come back to you?
Chairman Pro Tem?
Yes.
Is it ready now?
Manuel?
I can send out the budgets from what I got, and it's pretty much the most recent. The only thing you'll have to ignore the memos that are included in there, because Ms. Lowell sent the memos separate, but I'm gonna send it right now to the 24th Council so they can take a look at those budgets. One second right here. Okay, I just sent the budgets. I'll read the amendment into the record. Amendment number one. Amendment number one, replace budget forms 1 for the following programs in Exhibit A with new budget forms 1. Navajo Nation Council, Budget and Finance Committee, Office of the Speaker, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Election Administration Offices. 2, page 1, line 15, insert new language as follows. After comprehensive budget, insert new language, _, approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $9,236,549 to fund Navajo Nation government operations, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J. 3, page 2, line 30, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, _, the Navajo Nation approves the supplemental appropriation as indicated in Exhibits B and C, delineated below from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $9,236,549. The Office of the Controller has reviewed this request, and the comments are included in Exhibit D. The Office of Management and Budget has reviewed this request and provided a budget impact analysis, which is attached as Exhibit E. 1, the legislative branch in the amount of $1,050,457 as indicated in Exhibit B and paragraph A to F below. A, Office of Navajo Government Development, Business Unit number 101016 in the amount of $69,432. B, Office of Legislative Counsel, Business Unit number 101017 in the amount of $165,522. C, Office of Auditor General, Business Unit number 101024 in the amount of $200,000. D, Human Rights Commission, Business Unit number 101029 in the amount of $47,771. E, Office of Ethics and Rules, Business Unit number 101020 in the amount of $890. And F, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Business Unit number 101033 in the amount of $566,842. 2, to the executive branch in the amount of $8,186,092 as indicated in Exhibit C and paragraphs A to U below. A, Division of Community Development, ASC, Business Unit number 108125 in the amount of $438,371. B, Department of Health, Business Unit number 113001 in the amount of $750,000. C, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Business Unit number 103002 in the amount of $17,662. D, Division of General Services, Business Unit number 112001 in the amount of $175,000. E, Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, Business Unit 104001 in the amount of $250,000. F, Division of Public Safety, Business Unit Number 116018, in the amount of $2,523,274. G, Navajo Police Department Admin Business Unit Number New, in the amount of $330,000. H, Navajo Nation Chapter Stipend Business Unit Number 108014 to 108123, in the amount of $770,985. I, Office of the President and Vice President, Business Unit Number 103001, in the amount of $579,362,000. J, Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, Business Unit Number 106001, in the amount of $106,588. K, Office of Management and Budget, Business Unit Number 105001, in the amount of $68,120. L, Division of Natural Resources, Admin, Business Unit Number 115001, in the amount of $133,747. M, Division of Natural Resources, Forestry, Business Unit Number 115023, in the amount of $44,764. In Division of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife, Business Unit Number 115025, in the amount of $75,263. O, Division of Natural Resources, Animal Control Program, Business Unit Number 115026, in the amount of $47,401. P, Division of Natural Resources, Resource Enforcement, Business Unit Number 115027, in the amount of $283,516. Q, Division of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation, Business Unit Number 915001, in the amount of $33,015. R, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Business Unit Number 103002, in the amount of $264,630. S, Deltex Admin, Business Unit Number 113010, in the amount of $75,433. T, Daltex Tuba City, Business Unit Number 113014, in the amount of $228,390. U, Daltex Crown Point, Business Unit Number 113013, in the amount of $166,250. V, Daltex Chinle, Business Unit Number 113011, in the amount of $231,375. W, Daltex Fort Defiance, Business Unit 113012, in the amount of $177,175. X, Daltex Shiprock, Business Unit Number 113015, in the amount of $98,495. Y, Navajo Division of Transportation, Department of Roads, Business Unit Number 121004, in the amount of $130,000. Z, Division of Human Resources Administration, Business Unit Number 114001, in the amount of $53,209. AA, DHR, TV, and Film. Let me see. Before, Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, before I go forward on this, Division of Human Resources was not part of this amendment. It shouldn't be in here. So I will not read those into the record. I'll overstrike those. Going on, 4, page 2, line 18, insert new language as follows. After Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 budget, insert new language, underscore, and approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $9,236,549. 5, add memo from OOC dated February 25th, 2021 as new Exhibit D, and memo from OMB dated February 24th, 2021 as new Exhibit E. 6, insert new section 5 as follows. Underscore, section 5, directive to programs and departments. All programs and departments are directed to provide updated budget documents to the Office of Management and Budget, Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Legislative Services consistent with the amendments made in this resolution for expeditious implementation of the amendment to Council Resolution CN-88-20. 7, insert new section 6 as follows. Section 6, underscore new language, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J to the extent these provisions prevent the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to be used to fund recurring expenditures. The Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J to allow UUFB funds to be used for recurring expenditures, and underscore. 8, the Office of Management and Budget, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to the amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 9, renumber or read letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you for reading that Amendment 1. With that, we do have a motion and a second. No, there's not us is the link. Ya na the kid linigi na habe ho ako at Sakodona Atishkido Liniki is Chimasana Honorable Amber Crowdy to Amendment 1. A Banahosh Ato to Amendment 1. Honorable Amber Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you. I would like to ask the sponsor of this amendment. I received this 291-page amendment 10 minutes ago. So if the sponsor of the amendment could explain what is included in this 291-page document, that would be helpful in terms of how we move forward. And looking at some of these budget forms have been modified since the last attempt on a similar amendment. So I would need to know what budget forms were changed. I have a document analyzing the other amendment. And so now I need to know what has changed, and if they can identify that with the page number, that would be helpful. I think also in terms of the question that I mentioned regarding the amendment, if you can identify where in this amendment it would assist with water, infrastructure, power, broadband, improving schools, protecting our elders and our veterans. We've had a few reports with a lot of dialogue and recommendations. And so my hope that this amendment and this amount will be used to meet those needs that were addressed recently at our reports and in response to improving our community. So if I could ask that question, and then I have a series of questions, but I'm not sure because these forms have changed. So if I could get that review, I appreciate that, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Crowdy. With that response, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Shadal, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, I just got the amendment which Kristen she's the one that did the language. So I think it's coming from the sponsor, and I know that remember they mentioned about getting together with the executive branch. So I'll give the floor to sponsor Damon.
With that, Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon. another Honorable Seth Damon.
Chairman Pro Tem, he's got technical difficulties right now. He's trying to log back in.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, Pro Tem Chair, there I was talking away. Let me go back to, okay, I lost my train of thought. First of all, thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade, for bringing this amendment up, and I thank you for helping assist in getting this amendment through the process so that we can go ahead and achieve what we want to do in meeting the request of fulfilling the budgetary items, not only from the legislative branch side, but you also hear from Mr. Paulson Chaco on the executive branch side. To answer your questions, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, your first question, if there was anything specifically changed on the legislative branch side, out of that document in this amendment, there's a total amount of $1,050,457. Of that, it was broken down in the breakdown that there's 69,432 offices that's going to Navajo Nation Government Development, 165,000 to Office Legislative Council, 200,000 to the Auditor General, 47,000 to Human Rights Commission, and 890,000 that's going to Ethics and Rules. Now that first portion of the amendment is the same thing that we looked at when we were identifying these funds, and that's still coming directly from the personal lapse dollars that Budget and Finance Committee authorized. So we kept those the same. So that is still the same from in the comprehensive budget. Those have never changed. And then when we did raise this amendment 2 weeks ago, there was also an additional $566,842 that was going to the Naabik'íyáti committee. So that was the total amount that was going to the legislative branch. And to answer your question, has anything changed in the last 2 weeks? No, we haven't changed anything. If you see the documents that were emailed out 2 weeks ago, they're still the same. The legislative branch hasn't changed anything. We put those documents through the process and we have not changed anything in there. Now, to answer your question regarding, again, if there's anything in there for water, electricity, broadband, elders, or veterans, or schools, specifically in the legislative branch budget, again, there's nothing that's there directly, but there is the funding for operations to help successfully succeed in opening up new opportunities and gaining new options and valuable assistance for our Navajo Nation people for all those different six things that you stated, anywhere from infrastructure to broadband, elders and school, veterans and schools. So I can speak only on the legislative branch side. On the executive branch side, I think Mr. Paulson Chaco is on the line and he can give a breakdown on what was changed from the last couple of weeks and what is presented here today, and then also break down on each one of those item budget forms on what is in those documents. So Chief Paulson, are you on the line to answer that question? Actually, Honorable Pro Tem Chair, if that's possible.
Yeah, Speaker Shinoda, with that, we'll go ahead and give the floor to Chief Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Yeah, Kodo, Chaho AD, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Speaker Damon sponsoring this legislation, and Mr. Elmer Begay making the amendment. Yeah, Kodo. In response to Delegate Amber Crotty's questions, there was only two changes that were made. One was Division of Human Resources, as Mr. Rico indicated, was proposed to have hazard duty pay included, but they opted to not take it because they have internal funds to pay for the hazard pay. In addition, the only other change was Department of Health. They also made a change of to give $70,000 to Division of Public Safety for their hazard pay. And then Division of Human Resources also gave their share to the Division of Public Safety. Those were the only changes that were made on the budget, Madam Chair. And to answer your questions again, these are comprehensive budgets. They're not necessarily for projects per se, for water line, power line, and all the other projects. However, in order to address all the needs that you described, you need programs to operate and also programs to implement these projects. So in a sense, those are, for instance, Soltex. Those are funds identified for providing additional funds to provide food for our elderlies out there, to provide transportation, and to provide staffing for assisting with the senior citizens program out there. So in addition to the veterans, you're probably aware in our discussion that veterans is a budget that's separate. That's going to be dealt with in the next few weeks with their separate budget that the council will be taking up. So, Mr. Speaker, and also Honorable Speaker Pro Tem, that's my response. Thank you.
Again, Chief Paulson Chacos for that response. Elmer Begay for the start, the time to speaker, his name and Chief Paulson Chacos. So with that, that was the response back to Honorable Member Crowley. And we don't have any other colleagues, any of my colleagues asking questions to Amendment 1.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. So there was a memo that identified some changes in the budget. Chief of Staff Chaco, if you could, on this 290-page document, could you let me know where I could find that memo that discuss the changes? That would be helpful if we could start identifying documents so that not only is this amendment in order, but at least there's some logic in terms of what the committee is considering at this time. I did have a question regarding hazard duty pay, and if Chief Chaco, if you could give me insight on how special duty pay was allocated. In my experience and working with like the CHR and the senior centers and the Division of Health, I'm looking through their documents. So this is section, and actually the Department of Health does have in their performance criteria to provide prevention measures like for COVID and other areas. So I appreciate that. But on my document, page 58, it starts talking about lump sum payments for special duty pay. I need to know if that amount, I need a little bit more information on this, because that is different from when I look at the next office, which is the Washington office. So that's my page 64, or actually the budget is on page 66, and I'm seeing a different amount of dollars that is being provided. So if you could provide some clarification on how hazard or special duty pay was identified, and where can I find in this budget where the CHRs? I'm trying to look. I see food distribution, WIC, Daltex. I'm having a hard time finding the CHRs. If you could help me identify that in this document, that would be helpful. And I wanted to ask, and something that I had written down in the former budgets, that there was merit bonus that were added to the former budgets. As I continue to review these budgets, is that was that amended, or was that updated, or do we still need to discuss what merit bonus, what that entails? At that time, it was about $168,000, and also I think in terms of if you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate that. And in looking at the amount that's being proposed in total, this was a section that was line item vetoed in the comprehensive budget, and in that exhibit there was funding for criminal investigators for overtime as they work as our medical examiners, and there was proposed funding for the Child Advocacy Center. And so as I look through this document, I understand the special duty pay. Unfortunately, it looks like executive had a lot of challenges getting special duty paid to be covered by the CARES Act, and that's an unfortunate miscalculation because now we're dipping into Navajo Nation funds. But I'd like to get to see if our criminal investigators were considered in terms of the work that they do, and that this is basically so the office line item vetoed some of these amounts, and now thankfully are restoring at least Daltec and the chapters. If you could give me insight on the rationale from line item vetoing those allocations of the initial budget, and then requesting 5 months later for the same funding. If you could give me insight to that rationale, that will be helpful as we move forward, because next month, within the next few weeks, we start the next fiscal year comprehensive budget. So I'm learning a lot in terms of actions and decisions, and I think it'll be helpful in terms of where we move forward with this next comprehensive budget. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Honorable Member Karate. So, with that, I'll go directly to Chief Boston Socko.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Delegate James, and also Speaker Damon as well. I guess one of the questions that Council Delegate Crotty brought up was the special duty pay and hazard pay, and how lump sum and all of these lump sum is calculated, and some divisions have lump sum payments in their budget. So what I wanted to do, Shema, and also if I may, this was a discussion with the controller and also Shema, Dr. Fowler from Department of Division of Human Resources. So Dr. Fowler's on the line. So if I may, Speaker Pro Tem, if I can allow Dr. Fowler to explain those decisions that were made between the controller and Department of Human Resources. So if I may, Dr. Fowler.
Dr. Fowler, order. Dr. Fowler, Department of Statistics. Dr. Fowler going twice.
Hello, Yate, can you hear me?
Oh, with the Yate.
Oh, Yate.
response to Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Floor is yours, Mahad.
Oh, yat ewa Arnold Dyson Shiyaj Ado Nadine Kitty, honorable delegates and all the listeners. And I was on my phone earlier and I tried to get back on, but thank you for your question, Shicha. Ado Kodo Shiyaj Behin Zido Ado Shiyaj Speaker Damon Naltos Anahdi Ahinil Soziki. A special duty pay do hazard duty pay will yeni. Hashin Toko Ecuador Nankin Tindo Nankines Ta Ado Benacha special duty pay will yeniki Behaz Ani Lini Itod Nika no Ado At and Handal Nishi at yes Bansi Keso Alla Lunch date Nili Beso Basan Neldo no Ot Betatel Nish. Of course, special duty pay will yeniki ya April 8, 2020, that special duty pay was in effect April 8, 2020. I don't understand what the reason why we called it special duty pay was how can we pay our people faster? No. Auto stand with the Shijende October 6, 2020. Auto endle on Chichen Lini Madam Controller. Halet Hajot Kitten dot Nestila Oyo do Hot Ego da Yeta no Behes Ani do Hajo Hatat Eda. Do Nihidenedo not Ani dan Lini do Hajoi Kit Tinta. So on October 6, 2020, ADUS Treasury Guideline. Aja behes ani di kinal gada aja ebik hajon da ayosle hala na nasa in dol kahi benina ni ilyehin dol kahi gi benina hajo da sehnan hit on need. Aro ko in lady November 17th. Yeah, ita a hazard duty pay nanos yet. So we had to make some changes and to make sure that we abide by the Treasury guidelines. Ako hashin no stashin his bed the husband peso bike dest ego yego on tis keso bahas ki ishi le kanal kedet peso hachit aho. Although we have to understand that when during the special duty pay is lindo oyo, we've seen some abuse. Ado apan tahanen dehalet ajoik or tin hatnota. So once that hazard duty came into place, we had policies, procedures that were in place, and with our office of a controller, Madam Controller, there were some deadlines that were set. With those deadlines, and we wanted to make sure that all our frontline workers were eligible for hazard pay. So within that hazard duty pay, it was more streamlined. Yego hajo hatet edo hajo ket no taho. E ajdi to law dan lini do it's isn't de jahi dan lini de sesi gita. E sa la launch dole aro di Department of Health CHR da atat ehi a khano. Just like the launch in Jilneshadi, the question sanas eight at the nini, aquatil naha, et do Hajobe et aquatil yango, ho wanted the Bessinjata, ho hot ebits ani, Hashine la launch in Handashnish, a large day nishi beso, but will edo no what abenach hadilia. Ara hostet na hote Gigi edi nal sosen lini ilket nata ni nel edi talate nat ani dan no lenin hit no ni hi yesen na khasalla di na khanda ni shi kheshi ala lanch da neli ilket no nil do joba da hosne essential and non-essential desne. We were to provide who our essential staff were and which program were essential. That means that they're working and that they're not off, or their offices are not close. Their offices are not close to the public, that they were still providing adequate services. So those were all provided by each of the division directors. But again, it was our responsibility on hinat until tenat ani lini na nanalya deadline al iho bikahonos etan hit that not a deadline na anatalya. So we were given an extension by our Office of Controller. Our Madam Controller gave us another extension to April 4th to make sure all our documents were submitted in a timely manner. Ado edinal sosen lini timesheet yata ash ani alalajit nash halan za nash de kui ihe kitchen johot atas. We had to provide a different interpretation for special duty pay and then hazard duty pay. So we had some division the bigger divisions that did not meet the deadline of February 4th. Adoshin Eshi Hashin took us Twisani to educate and Linisa Nihicheta as Ido Nihistahol na Adosh Ilyada no Tahalne. Oquende Benina Aquatzani Dinal Sosi Ado Hajo Ketni Nilishi Benina Atatza John Lay payroll the Yahin Del I see Danas Idon Deshka Okojo Peso because this, if you're responsible for, if you had the fiduciary responsibility, you have to make sure that all your documents are in line, that times are the hours are accurate, and the proper justification are made. It's a let they need lini ben not need chin. Do le she ashi in need la ho to jo etel yado or that's the nebes besla etel ya a quande jo after shne ye nan hines hato la ho shin do all in lo ta il yado ado o what sa do be hati do ya ehi sa da shin ta has ya ante jo ha shin so to ado jo is kit it honey benina la ado bechin ta is yata a quande Di Kodoshi Yaja Holne Enal Sos Hanayitla. As of February 18th, there's special and hazard duty pay extended deadline. Jo Edik up in Ye Eslahit Lehi Bela as Lin Danko. Di Shichen Lini Madam Controller Doni He Abel Iki Halet Arbitret and that the Dio you Adobitret and that is yet the Nelechit Aban Sinkes La Hai the Hai Gilajo and that the least Johot Abes Be Hista Wheelne. Also as you and Nina no ain't Taka Elton we needs and that he did no hot up and yet Hinane. Aqua 80 shiyaj and linity special duty pay. Lump sum yes neto such it and all yes. Don't lay sense the bahata then no G the quishy nash nation lay 80 hours the nash nation special duty pay ye lago $267.20 that ye la they're gonna round it up. Jo hot around up a 300 da bump bitch and dol yes jo hot is ne lump sum all such a special duty pay and lay hours nash nishido here il kitibik a hunt and jo aj cut I don't know Beninan aita eto nat on nishi eto don hayat eta nana nat the nano ta nana ya eto do what in lake nahal gedejo tax station kashi aita aja hanata del ya don hitch nata ya kwa aita skoto if the physical year ended we can't go backwards and start reclaiming and redoing those hours. Ebeni nacho on nasko that the ne or lump sum and not or nifty special duty pay ki quape lot as linko. Be lotta so sin or 80 tilatin lini not I bah not or yes. Show hey quite kit not no niche. Joshi dan hatatosa. Quadil lump sum for special duty pay that was from March to August. qua auto hazard duty pay is still in effect a quante. Judik at nix yatik at that age Navajo Nation jin that age. So we all started back on February 8th of this month. So we exactly have like about 2 more weeks or even like 3 weeks. She katik abelata so lindo lahoto nido she tak at not so skata that ejo adisla ni yadon tahas nendo put on that it yeta no what they la she ita ako hazard duty paying that all yes. What any hitch la asleep, Madam Controller. Ako Pelakana big etchishi banaho deshnin jo hashit the neck etchishe abikit or tinto ani behes ani linishi sato obeshani chan the junt or bitch and all yesi nihilta lado to tati nida jo ani he eat and not sosen lini to hajo hatil ingo to hajo pikit tiho o ta hal o ben nepes hajin shalto to satoshi ashisha nanas la do shi jo ben na ta da sto jo kwashe na shahnato tles na khanato tles jo hot the to ben yes at the need and dishni ha bahashnetle a kwande jo peso esa but at up la as ni da she hajo be bes na ta haton hot kwak at kwach kan ajnal so skasha ta hata that to zagi hot o kel ben ta hajne to big it he she need jo the quid she ni hiln ta han honda ishi big it la ko she yaj do she do shna da she da no she shna se tsele but ebeda kehi adon the sin da she di ma ideski min shna to the chini bash chin kapa eta she do kache eta shnale ako hon so go she ot eta stano ben hilweshna sa hodat but not all kids. So we do have a memo. I'm not sure of the documents that were attached. Should peso satoi kenda on the na akwaji IC to large yego peso deni in here kwaje IDC money will ye hines de kwaje nihika adol with the snow or you go ban to set case con peso na at eneto to shilchit itla dan de jo ben soit koto ben hilna wish net do le yeah wa yeah shiyash thank you.
Dr. Power Janon, Honorable Delegate Crowdy, Ecuador, Answer, the negative vein, Zito, needs Bishman, Leniki, Epic, Shidi, Inasonando, Ecuador, HK, Naabik'íyáti, Leniki, the Amendment 1, Bahigi, Archibald Zohigi, Siche. Honorable Daniel So to Amendment 1, Chin Aya Equagi, Bana Dishkidoli, no AA, Yahadzi, no Che, Nahosh Ahtoli.
I can't Siche, Speaker or Chair Pro Tem of the Naabik'íyáti, Sicily, Speaker Damon. I guess we're doing cleanup, and members of the Naabik'íyáti. Basically, and this question would go to Legislative Council, Ms. Bob Roth, Ms. Lowell. The original comprehensive budget legislation, CN 88-20. Certain sections of the body of that legislation, they were unlawfully crossed through with red ink. And in that effect, and then the other is unlawfully crossing out conditions of appropriation. Line item veto, as the council clarified, only pertains to dollar amounts. We had a veto, we overrode, and we clarified that line item veto only pertains to dollar amounts. And so in that respect, where they're drawn through, does Amendment 1, can we reinstitute those that were drawn through back in Amendment 1? The other is the question on the use of UUFB. Personnel lapse funds was also put into the UUFB, and part of the drawn through words in the body of the legislation. It was unlawfully vetoed. So those items, my question is, do we include them in Amendment 1? That would be my question, and then just the aspect of the definition. Originally, it was special duty pay that expired. Then it became hazard pay. So in that respect, Legislative Council, is the wording special duty pay correct, and should it not be hazard pay in this particular amendment? Thank you. I reserve my time. Whoops, this is Nabi, so I can get the floor back. Thank you.
Honorable Delegate Daniel So, then Naabik'íyáti, Legal Counsel. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor for response to Legal Counsel. Dana?
Thank you, Chair James and Chair So. I'm going to defer to Kristen about the adding things back into Amendment 1 as far as line item vetoing the appropriations wherein in the comprehensive budget where the personnel lapse fund was used. When the president's line item vetoed those amounts, that was an appropriate use of his line item veto authority. So it was appropriate, or at least the controller concluded that after the personnel lapse was line item vetoed, or those amounts, those dollars go back into the UUFB, which is a large part of the reason that the executive branch's requests here are UUFB requests. The one thing I will add before I turn back to Kristen is that the controller just sent out a memo. Let me see when she sent it out. Actually, it's from Mr. Willie, and I believe it was sent out at 6:33. Its subject line says special duty / hazard pay. And in that memorandum, It does, I think, a pretty nice job of explaining the differences between special duty pay and hazard duty pay, and also it speaks to some of that being potentially reimbursed from CARES funds, and how questionable that may be. So I would refer you to that memo for the differences, explaining the differences between special duty pay and hazard duty pay. As far as it is appropriately identified in the budget document, I'm going to have to refer to our budget guru, Ms. Lowell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dana. With that, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Christine Lowe to respond to Honorable Delegate Daniel So.
Chair Pro Tem, I don't have anything else to add unless Delegate So has a follow-up question. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Delegate Daniel So, are you okay with the response?
I guess the main question is, do we need it to add it to Amendment 1 to reinstate those clauses in CN 88-20 that were drawn through in the unlawful line item veto usage, because those lines in the body of the legislation, CN 88-20, didn't have a dollar amount. So that's the question to Legislative Council. And if I'm way off base, then tell me. But that's my view, and that's the reason I'm asking that question. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel. So with that, we'll go ahead and move forward to Shannon.
Delegate Chair James, this is Dana. Can I add something to Chair So's question?
Legal Counsel Dana, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't believe that those need to be added in as far as Amendment 1 goes. I am going to spend a little time reviewing that specifically to see if it would be helpful, and if so, we can do them in a separate amendment. So that way we won't delay everything for me to do that research. If that's acceptable, please let me know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dana. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward. Shanad, Honorable Herman Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Speaking to the amendment, Amendment 1, Delegate Elmer McKay, Amendment 1. Say, peso, the Geheko, Yagi, so for you. I see you been as the Amendment 1 at the now. I totally agree with Delegate Crotty on criminal investigators. Das Mashiki. As is the Yego Ecodobanan, last term. I serve on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee. I co-host and a great criminal investigators, I don't know, police officers, but mainly criminal investigators. They work as a medical examiner as well. Amendment 1. I didn't quite hear the whole amendment but with the Division of Natural Resources with District Grazing Committee members and also Eastern Land Board. I don't know who would answer my question. The sponsor of the legislation that's Mr. Speaker, or the motioning parties, Delegate Elmer Begay, with District Grazing Committee members out of Eastern Land Board.
Harmon Daniels. Honorable Delegate Harmon Daniels.
Chairman Pro Tem.
Manuel.
I believe the question would go back to Chief of Staff Chaco, as there was questions regarding the criminal investigation and DNR.
Okay, for that clarification, Manuel, I believe Honorable Herman Daniels called drop, but he did ask a question in regards to Division of Public Safety, Criminal Investigation, and then also Division of Natural Resource. So with that, I'll go ahead and relay the question to Chief Austin Chaco.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate James, Chair, and also members of the council. In regards to Honorable Delegate Daniel's question regarding CI, they are included in the hazard special duty pay. And also, I wanted to add that all division directors are on the line right now, so they can all help me and assist me in answering some of these very specific questions that's pertaining to their program. But as far as the CI is concerned, they are in the budget. I hope Jesse's on the line, Jesse Delmar, and also to answer the question with regards to the District Grazing Committee and also the Eastern Land Commission. I have Mr. Rudy Shabala on the line, so I will defer that specific question to Rudy. Rudy, are you on the line?
Dr. Shabala, are you on the line? Dr. Shabala, you probably need to press on star 6. Dr. Shabala, are you on? Dr. Shabala, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, Paulson here. I think he's probably having a little bit of difficulty in getting on the line, but what we'll do is we'll go ahead and once Rudy, Dr. Shabala gets back on the line, then we'll go ahead and answer the questions for Honorable Delegate Daniels. But as far as the questions that he posed on the CI, they are included in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for the response, Chief Austin Chaco. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward to the lineup. Honorable Amber Crotty. Amendment 1. Honorable Member Crotty, Shimosana, are you on the line?
I'm here. Is it my turn to speak?
Oh, no, not Hodges.
Okay, thank you. So I did not hear, Shemayaja, in your, I did not hear about the CHRs, and I reviewed the Department of Health budget about 3 times. Could I be, what page would I find the CHRs? And what I'm looking at is, I did ask that memo that did mention the change from the original request. And so I did find that. That's from Dominic Bial at Office of Management and Budget. And I just want to pause to thank the staff at Office of Management and Budget. When I'm reviewing these documents, it looks like they were submitted on the 23rd. And to be able to review all of these in time, I just want to recognize how much time and dedication that took. And for the Office of the Controller and their staff to be able to review this amount of information that's being provided, and for my colleagues who are digesting at this late hour this huge document. I applaud your ability to go through this budget, and so thank you for your questions. I was looking at so in terms of the breakdown, it looks like the office of the executive had initially submitted a number of programs or number of budgets. And so it went from 36 programs under the executive branch. And now this current amendment is pared down to 28 budgets with, but still has the same amount, that 8.1 million. Pro Tem Chair, that is what I need to understand. That's about 8 programs. And I did hear Chaco, Chief of Staff, Shiaz Chaco, mentioned that DOJ was able to, that did not need a request, that had found money internally. But when I'm looking at my documents on page 116, there's a DOJ budget. So I need that clarification. And I am looking at the Department of Public Safety budget, and I do see overtime. But what I'm not seeing, and it goes back to my original question, was is this overtime for a certain period, or is this because it's hazard pay and it needs to meet certain requirements, or is this overtime for criminal investigators that they use in terms of their investigation work? I need clarification. It's not clear. This is my page 130 in the document. Oh, it's just one document. It's just one budget. So if I see where CI is in there, if I could just get clarification if that covers, because it's under overtime. So if I could get clarification on that and the other areas that were dated, because when I look in my notes and I'm looking at when the council was debating special duty pay, I think originally we had allocated, was it $22 million from the CARE fund on that former tracking number, was it 116-20? I remember at BNF, I asked, why this legislation, because there was 2 competing legislations, And I remember the response was, well, this one's better. But something must have happened where then only a fraction of the dollars were used. And now we have to use UUFB. And that is a discussion on terms of how this committee keeps all of the oversights accountable. And so I would need that question to be answered. How do we fix this? Because now where I completely agree that our employees assisted and earned this money, this funding should have came from the CARES funds. And now we're looking and dipping into UUFB, and I would need that to be answered. How are we going to fix it and prevent it from occurring again? Thank you.
Thank you, Don. My son is Honorable Delegate Crowley for those questions. And I'll go ahead and give the floor to Chief Austin Chanco for a response to Honorable Delegate Crowley.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate James, Speaker Pro Tem, all the members of the committee. The question from Honorable Delegate Crowley was regarding the changes that were made from. She's referring to the 24th memorandum from OMB, where reductions were made in the budget. Just to clarify, it was not DOJ that I mentioned. It's not DOJ. What I did mention earlier on was the Division of Human Resources, as Shema indicated earlier in her presentation. She mentioned that she found monies in IDC and moved and relinquished, or whatever however you want to word it. She gave back money to the Division of Public Safety. Department of Health also gave money back to Department of Public Safety. Division of Natural Resources also gave money back to the Department of Public Safety. The reason this happened is the enormous amount of work that had to go in calculating, because when we got these budgets through OMB, we had to calculate for each individual employee, and the amount of each individual employee we went through to get these numbers. When we got the final numbers, there were some divisions that over-calculated, so we had to reduce those amounts, and the ones that really needed the funds was the Division of Public Safety, because they were asking for a budget of $7 million initially. And that's why you have the Department of Public Safety that has over $2 million. So those are the budgets that went back to DPS based on the amount of work that divisions and OMB and OC had to do in order to get the budget intact. So that's what we did, Madam Chair, and that's how those budget numbers changed. And to address how do you fix moving forward, I believe Shema is still on the line. Her staff and also OC have been working on how to fix this problem moving forward, because it was lessons learned, as she indicated, when we first went into this last year. And I think we know how moving forward to fix it. So if I can give a few minutes of time to Shema real quick to address the fix on how to address hazard and special duty pay. Shema?
Oh, Naabik'íyáti.
Dr. Fowler, go ahead
sorry.
and respond regarding to the special duty and hazard pay.
Naabik'íyáti, I'm sorry for interrupting. Honorable Crotty, how can we fix this? It takes a lot of collaboration, and even to the point of training our program managers. And what we started on this was when we were having some concerns and understanding the timekeeping, the hours. We had to conduct a training, the payroll department, DPM, and myself, and to collaborate and train our timekeepers on the proper calculation. When I did that training, as I facilitated the training and payroll, properly instructing them how to code them, and then to the timekeepers, we trained up to 52 individuals, and these were timekeepers. And we opened it up to everybody within the Navajo Nation, and we even offered to do more trainings if the division or programs, even chapters, requests for it, we're open to it. And we still are, Ms. Crotty. So, and I think it's a lot of training that needs to happen. We need to be more concrete on our policies and our procedures, and to continue educating one another on it. And like I stated earlier, and I spoke Navajo, and I indicated that we've learned a lot from this pandemic. We learned so many lessons, and we're doing some things better. And then we're moving forward, continuing to train one another. It takes a lot of education. But I do appreciate your question, Honorable Crotty. So we will continue to do our best. It takes collaboration. It takes working together to update some of these policies and procedures. And another way one of the other things that will really help us within this, within our government system, is really updating our emergency management plan system. And I know there's several delegates that did inquire about those, because those are another big thing, and that's a whole nother piece of ball game to how do we put those together, and how will it connect with any of these pays that we're talking about. And so that's my brief response. We'll get it done, and we'll be out of this pandemic soon to create more better processes and continue educating one another. Thank you.
A question of privilege, Pro Tem.
Question of privilege, Crotty?
Yes, thank you. I did hear that response, but I still don't see how we're going to fix the issue. So my second question is, what's happening with the CHR budget? Where is it in this budget? And then can I ask the controller, what was the deadline for the special duty pay to be submitted? Because I looked at the resolution, and that was approved by council July 4th. So that was months ago. So I'm just trying to get a better timeline of when council approved it, July 4th, and then what was the deadline to submit? I would need those questions answered. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Delegate Crotty. With that, I'll go ahead and go back to Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco to respond regarding CHR. And then after that response, we'll go ahead and move forward to Office of the Controller Group. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman Pro Tem James. Yeah. I do have Dr. Jim on the line who will answer the CHR question. And also I have Jesse Delmore as well if he is on the line, then to further elaborate on the CI. So Dr. Jim.
Dr. Jill Jim, are you on the line?
Oh, Chair Henyo, can you hear me now? This is Dr. Jim.
This is Delegate James. I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Sorry about that, Delegate James. Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, Padita.
Kaya naam Krati, Shamaka Anaiting Ketito, Delegate James and 24th Council, Chief of Staff, and those on the call.
The CHR does have a external fund budget for hazard duty pay and special duty pay. So they will not be using CARES Act dollars. The first time around, that was the instructions that I gave to the staff because of the condensed timeline, that it was not, it was going to be time consuming to look for additional funding, as we already have dollars from Indian Health Service for CHRs and public health nurses. There was a specific allocation that was given to them. So that is the budget that they've been using to respond and support their work out in the pandemic. So we will not be seeking any general fund dollars or CARES Act dollars. Most of the 638 programs. Thank you very much, and that will complete my response.
Thank you, Dr. Jim, for the response. Shuttered Controller, Alina Kirk, are you on the line?
This is Controller on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'll go ahead and give you the floor to respond to the Honorable Delegate Crotty, dedicated.
Okay. Good evening, Auto Shitsila Pro Tem Speaker, Auto members of the Navajo Nation Council, Auto Shadeja Kui United Kiriki. In terms of the timelines, the special duty pay in particular covers the period from March 2020 all the way to when the government opened back up in August. We internally at OOC, we process that biweekly through the biweekly payroll process. And so initially, internally, we said if we were going to meet the CARES deadline, we first started with a December 18th date. But then our office was also noticing that although the government reopened in August, we weren't getting a lot of the documentation. So, and then also because we go back and forth with the documentation, they're incomplete or inaccurate. We set a deadline and we sent a memo out which spelled out a deadline of October 26th, 2020. That was to ensure that we get all the documents into our office, and then that would give us ample time to go back and forth with the programs so that we can take care of everything by the December 18th deadline. If you recall, in working with CARES funding, we had that December 30th deadline. So that was initially what we started off with. And so by the October 26th deadline, later on in that week, the NABI resolution 49-20 came out. That was passed, and that gave a deadline on the CARES funding of November 20th. So that happened, I believe, October 30th. So what that did was, in order to meet the November 20th deadline, we had to process everything with the pay period processing. We had to get, I believe, internally, we had to get as many of those requests that came into our office, as many as we could process by November 10th. And so our office did the best that we can within our capacity. So that was what we had to do as far as the CARES, the business unit that was set up under the CARES funding, the $20 million that was approved under CS-73-20. So that's the time frames. Ado Naabik'íyáti, the hazard pay timeframe, that was a new version. It's a narrower version of the special duty pay. Those procedures came out, and it covered the second government shutdown, which started in December and ended recently. It's the hazard duty pay. So obviously that, in terms of the original special duty pay, some of those didn't get paid either because they weren't submitted to us by October 30th. And so there was that. Then there's some that were submitted to us. And sometimes if we had to kick it back, but we couldn't process that by the November 10th date. Or some of the requests do not have any budget. So especially if they miss those deadlines. So for the November 20th deadline. And so that's kind of a quick synopsis of some of the things that has happened or why things didn't get paid. There usually is a number of reasons for it. And so Naabik'íyáti, I believe in January, we did have a meeting with Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco and Shamadok, Dr. Fowler, and we also agreed upon another deadline internally to the executive branch. That one was a February 4th deadline. The problem with that deadline is a lot of the divisions, programs, and so forth, because we came out of a continuing resolution, new budgets being set up with the comprehensive budget. Some of the programs may not have the budgets or the funds availability to meet the February 4th deadline again. So that may be more of a funds availability issue. So that was the February 4th deadline. So, and then moving forward, obviously, throughout all of this, we've crossed fiscal years. The fiscal year 2020 ended back in the end of September. And then also our calendar year reporting to the IRS has ended the end of December. We have since issued W-2s on those. So we have these problems of crossing fiscal years. We have problems with IRS reporting. So that is the reason why we set out new guidelines and in anticipation of the approval of these amendments and so forth. If there's more to be processed, then we are asking for a lump sum payment mechanism. We cannot go back and change time cards, time and attendance reporting, because those are being audited for fiscal year 2020. And then obviously we can't change IRS reporting that we have done. So at this point in time, we're working with a lump sum payment mechanism for the special duty pay. Hazard pay is still essentially open, but a lot of times I think some of the programs have budget issues and so forth. Keep in mind, hazard pay is a lot more narrow, and the reason why is the employees, the nation's employees, they are funded in various different ways: general funds, proprietary funds, special revenue funds, and then also federal funds. Federal funds has their standards, and they have documentation standards. And then obviously also the other thing to keep in mind is in the future, if we get future CARES dollar, ideally, and I think it's in the best interest for the nation to get reimbursed these types of costs. But in order to get that done, we have to have documentation, and so it's we have to meet the audit standards of what we call the uniform guidance, not only for federal funding. As you know, note that the Division of Health and some of these other entities. They rely on federal funding, also to fund hazard pay. So with that being said, it's hard for us to have different standards for the documentation. So a lot of times, the requests that we get into our office, they have to be documented pretty well. They have to define how their work duties are dangerous, and et cetera. And so a lot of times we don't get that. And so we have to send those documents back. And so we really depend on the documentation, because after all is said and done, all of these files are pretty much audited. And it's a high-risk audit area, so that's why we have to follow these audit standards. And the baseline audit standard is the federal rules. So I just wanted to stress that. But hopefully that gives an idea of the time frame. That's my response. Ado if you have.
Yeah, John about now internet shut here. Thank you for the response. There is none of my colleagues in the lineup. This is
Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Chanel, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I apologize for the previous issue. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about what I'm seeing. My question is, are we paying hazard pay, special duty pay, and overtime for every Navajo Nation employee who reported for work during, I guess, from March all the way until February? And the reason why I'm asking that question is, looking at some of these budget, page 22, a principal attorney getting $5,606, and I question because yes, they were called in, but they, sat behind a desk and really were not, I guess I'm kind of thinking in terms of PHRs who are out in the field, who are making contact with the public, who are really out there. And I would think that they are the ones who are really putting themselves on the line. We also have officers, we have criminal investigators who are really, out there versus a principal attorney. I mean, how is a principal attorney out in the field? Granted, they did come into work, but at the same time, I guess that's where I'm asking the question. Are we paying for these employees just because they came into work and those are the hours that they documented? Because when I was thinking of special duty pay and the money that people were asking, I'm getting contacted by process servers from the judicial branch who still haven't been paid anything. Now, I'm not even talking about special duty pay. I'm talking about their regular pay. They haven't even asked for special duty pay. I'm talking about the criminal investigators who were out there who still have not got their special duty pay or their hazard pay. I guess the real frontline workers is really kind of what I was thinking about when we were talking about getting them paid out. Those who, went to work at the Department of Health and, were actually out there with the people. And so I just wonder, are we paying our employees because they were asked to come to work? I just need that clarification because I was reading the memo that was sent to us by, I believe it was the controller regarding the special duty pay and the hazard duty pay. And I'm looking at the supplemental budget, and I'm just wondering, to me, it looks like we are paying every Navajo Nation employee who was required to come to work from March to February. Special duty pay did have that time frame, as was explained to us. Hazard pay is very stringent. It applies to hazard or to certain, employees. But I'm just looking, and I'm questioning page 39. There's no details. Is 2 people getting? If you look at page 39, let me scroll back up. And this is the one that really made me question. Is that what we're doing here with this budget? Are we really looking at the actual paying people who actually really were out there? It just says page 39, hazard 0.5, 144,189. Hazard pay 1.5, 37,258. I look at that compared to the other budgets, and I'm wondering, is one person getting $144,189? There's no breakdown. Is one person for hazard pay at 1.5 getting $37,258? There's no breakdown on that. Page 59 is another one. It's really vague, and it doesn't really provide us any information about who was getting what. And again, if that's the case, if we are paying for all of our Navajo Nation employees who reported for work from March 1st to February, what was the date that we were told? February 18th. Is that the right thing to do right now with our limited budget and our limited revenue? Again, when this legislation was presented and we were talking about special duty pay, I was thinking special duty pay. I wasn't thinking of, giving Division of General Services, for instance, $173,378 for, DIT staff, for, I guess I'm just having a hard time. Help me understand what the definitions were. We got the hazard pay definition, we got the special duty pay definition, and based on those definitions, I'm just having a hard time seeing how some of these people were actually in hazard, or I guess how they can be considered to be hazard employees who were in a hazardous, environment, and then those who were in special duty pay. So help me to understand that. The second thing is, how many of these employees have already received special duty pay? And to me, I would think that, are they asking for more? I know we heard rumors about, and it was really unfortunate that only the legislative branch was accused of, thousands of dollars going to managers, when in fact some supervisors, again, rumors are being said to be paid up to $19,000, $15,000, and I believe it was our Speaker Pro Tem, Honorable James, who asked for a breakdown so that we could see how much people were really putting in for special duty pay. So I'm just having a really difficult time trying to, I guess, in some cases, justify how some of these individuals are getting the amount that they're getting. So if somebody could please provide me that information, thank you.
I had another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton for the questions again. Not Kodoshi, Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. Not this article, not outside the hot or the response to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you again, Speaker Pro Tem James, and also members of the Navajo Nation Council. I will go ahead and to address the question with regards to how the determination is made for each one of these programs, what I'll do is I'll refer this to Shema first on how each is determined, and then I'll make a follow-up on that. So, Chair Pro Tem, if I could turn this over to Shema real quick, and then I'll do a follow-up as well. Thank you.
Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. So I'm assuming that it would be Dr. Fowler.
Yes, that's correct.
Shema, Dr. Fowler, are you on the line?
Pro Temp Chair, Shiaz, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. I'm not taking response. What's yours?
Okay. I didn't hear the whole questions, but I think you were inquiring about if some of these individuals were paid special duty pay or hazard duty pay while they were at work or while they were just home. We have, ever since the executive order came out, the employees that were placed on administrative leave, most of them went home and they were paid at being home. And then we had some of them that were working front line, various individuals when it first started back in March. And some of these individuals were helping, some example like CHRs, people that were working in Department of Health, people that were assisting with some deliveries, and those people that went really face-to-face out there with some of the people. Those were the individuals that were frontline, and we sent out information that what it really means, essential and all that. They had to be very descriptive in the detail and in a document when they're submitting their forms, a detailed description of work performed, which must be provided with their timesheet. And that was submitted to them, and it was at the discretion of the division director at the time, the kind of duties that they will be doing if they're just gonna, not only if they're just gonna be sitting at the desk area, because once we had the special duty pay procedures, it was outlined, if I can find it here, and our policies are available on the DPM website. If somebody can go, if you can refer to that, it's really outlined in there what an individual should be doing as frontline workers and how they are to receive the hazard pay, because the essential employees are those employees that are frontline workers or directly working under the CARES Fund, which was back in the when it first started. On the hazard duty pay, it was more strenuous because as I stated in my report earlier, that both the payroll office and ourselves, we really seen some abuse to this. And you know, a lot of times when ishi behas ani hata del hata alco tahot an de gizita hollo halet all in that it lotanini stop the hollo. So those are some of the things that's why when we made it to where it was frontline employees for the hazard duty pay, it was more defined that these are the individuals who perform hazardous work or work involving physical hardship, which is related to COVID. That's how it's worded in the procedure. And the employees, and these employees are the ones that prepare and respond and or mitigate to effects of COVID. And we outline those individuals, like these are the specific ones: Department of Health, Public Safety, criminal investigators, fire department, EMS, the emergency management system. And then it does state in there that there's other employees that are designated frontline, but by the appropriate division director. And so they had to justify what are they doing. And at the same time, if they're at home they're being paid, and if they were doing additional duties, they were also being paid, but the funds had to be there. Per our controller's office, the funds had to be there for us to be issuing any hazard pay. So that's kind of just a little piece of the question that I've heard, and that how I will respond to that. And I think if we elaborate more on some of the abuse that has happened, we have some people that, you know, when they said lump sum, they went way beyond, way over 5%, even though it states in the procedure that they cannot go, or our memos, it cannot go 5% or above. And we had some that abused that, and we had some division directors that approved some of that, but we had to go back and try to say, this is what it states here, and this is the memorandum. So we had to kind of go back and forth, and we did have some individuals that did not submit the proper documents. So payroll had to get back to those particular divisions and say this is why they were denied, and all. It kind of went back and forth for a while. And the alloid or hayu halate up and that it on it not at all yes that the know that and other hardship down on it on the machine that illa. I think we didn't explain that enough well too to argue the best of it to other or you know they take off and leave and they knew that they were going to get paid. So I think we Ani hishing sto na de sto ko kwa ha jobe be sta huil na shin do hot ni ho atan sto ko piket itha ko an nan tin shi not ko hon sa got an na sit or less pro temp shi ya do na ha wa an ko ta ha. Thank you.
Shima Dr. Fowler, not outside, her name's Vehicle. Thanks for the response. With that, I'll go back to the Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Chair Pro Temp James, and also members of the council. Again, as Dr. Fowler indicated, these are procedures that have been put in place now. So. And then to specifically answer some of the questions from Honorable Delegate Newton with regards to if everyone is getting paid from these accounts, I'll answer it this way: is that all of the division directors got together and they worked with their respective department to come up with the funds that you see here. Some of the divisions, like for instance, Division of Economic Development, Division of Social Services, those divisions chose not to participate or ask for any UFB requests simply because they have other funds that covered their employees. Now, the list that you have here has been developed by each individual division to come up with each one of these budgets. And these are the employees that have been deemed to be in the hazard duty pay for payment. So that's how I will respond to that, Delegate Newton, and also the response from Dr. Fowler. Thank you, Chair Pro Temp James. Thank you.
She had Donna Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco. I don't have any updated listing regarding the lineup for Amendment 1. So with that,
this is Delegate Thermal Food.
Chanello, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. Chanello, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Follow up, Mr. Smith.
No, I still have some more questions.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and move forward to Honorable Raymond Smith. Sinale. Ado, Honorable Amber Crowdy. Now, just after Raymond Smith, or after Honorable Crowdy, we'll go back to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Sinale, Honorable Raymond Smith.
Here, Pro Temp Chair, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Ado, Klasin, das noch sage. Alas, la naidikit. Dina nishilia. Dehani, das hoste Jansen de. Nikot oin sao. Ato neta. Alisi naidikit la. Shido naidikit holo. Hey, don't quite cares money. Bendo nishan. Behis ani. Ndo sto behis ani cloud out or nis beni nashi. Sada wachin da sieda. So you to was data. The Department of Corrections Ebahatis Nanishadai Tlado frontline workers on Lido hazardous pay, special duty pay. Ado Yadajit Nahades Nildano Akona Sosigi Aiti and Jono without case in Nildo Yanit Onat Dero Bigatan you don't need the don't need. Oko Ebe Hadith you don't need. Didi Bini Nanigi UUFB. Joy Anhin Hipeso they Washington, they cares money. I should obey Bedis to do because Ani Ebekel that they know. Nasu Kadida Yalagi Kushinedna Kushi the Milso. Yen a cares money. Ado Utsada. Don Hisiat Eta. A condition I the Kidgi ha. And lady Washington no. Eso that. But Jana do Nito Bendo Nishkushi the Milso. Ashit Arjini billions again neck echo. Nakina Hani Lauda the Milso. Ade Beso Chidota. A codida the sad beat also. A what sago ha UUFPA be not also. Shenanda Adonan Naida Kidigi Joe de his Ani Benache ha Kon hidne Dashnisha Exempt Daliegi Eshto Tabadoni Joe non exempt Migi ha Edo Naida Kida AI down overtime. Exempt overtime do tadan. Ako Ada Zipanina, what's that? My question is exempt employees, Etam cares money. Did they get paid? Kadigi ya kushi date hadina so sahate so. Ako oh you peso. Nishad dan eto exempt biltras. Ashwat Shabe his ani no exempt to bachana yeda. Ko hashit exempt non-exempt employees aja hashin dash nishan eto baos nanalo. Okay, that's number 2 question. number 3, he he could amendment he does it so OU case in the Division of Community Development, Division of Health. Although quite Mr. Manuel, Rico Manuel, I think when he was reading this, he said Human Rights Commission shouldn't be in there. Is that what I heard? If that's the case, then does that change the figures? Because Human Rights is requesting $47,771 in business unit 101029. Cool. In this amendment, it still shows Human Rights Commission under D, and it's understricken with new language. Shananda, those are my questions, and I hope I get a good answer on these. Thank you.
Honorable Raymond Smith. Ado Nana on $1,000 related amendment was human resources na check hard so chokot auto ben check out the nako ko to be no ko 80 by years to ba need this on $1,000 ko achieve ya ikodo not answer the heart of the hiki response to Honorable Raymond Smith, Chief of Staff Paul Chaco, Chief not this article for response not hard to hiki
Honorable James and also members of the 24th Navajo Council. There's, I believe, 3 questions that were posed by Honorable Delegate Smith. One was corrections. The second one was exempt employees and how non-exempt and exempt and how it relates to the hazard and special duty pay payments, and also the Human Rights Commission question. Number 1 is I'll have for corrections. I have Jesse Delmer on the line to address the corrections portion of it, and then what I'll do is refer the exempt employees versus non-exempt payment to Dr. Fowler. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Jesse Delmar, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give you the floor to respond to Honorable Raymond Smith.
Pro Tem Chair. The Council of the Navajo Nation, and thank you for talking about this item. Just to make some clarification, way back when, I think the controller pretty much covered this, and also Dr. Fowler did cover this as well. When this policy came into existence, special duty pay, some departments had money. Like, for instance, the Uniform Patrol Department, that the Chief of Police supervises, and some others who had the money to pay the special duty pay. And unfortunately, we experience loss of life with our employees too as well. So based on that, everybody is responding, and we said that from the beginning that everybody is essential with the Navajo Division of Public Safety. We needed all the bodies we could. So, as Dr. Fowler mentioned recently, and fortunately, some departments had money to pay for a special duty pay. And like I'm telling you right now is that even the command level people were responding to calls, to service calls daily and nightly. And unfortunately, the Navajo Nation Department of Corrections didn't have the money to pay for these, to pay for special duty pay. So we had to wait on and resort to some funding that came through the Navajo Regional Office. It was only $3 million. And what we did with the $3 million was we had to address the whole division. The whole division consists of 7 departments. And it really took a lot of time to come down to the business unit numbers, and finally it came through and we were able to address some payments and to include the Department of Corrections. Of course, under the CARES Act, I really appreciate Amber Crotty, that how do we correct this? Of course, under the CARES Act, $21 million need. Of course, we jumped on it and we said we're going to be prepared for this. So knowing that the Navajo Nation Department of Corrections didn't have any money, they had to wait for a business unit from the Navajo Nation for us to start. We couldn't submit our payments until we had the business units established. We wanted to include the numbers to the claims that we had. So I believe the controller made clarification this evening that there was a deadline based on the NABI resolution 4920. He gave a deadline of November 20th. I guess in preparation for that, the controller's office, they came up with a deadline too as to when they could receive these claims of October 26th. So we only had maybe less than 3 weeks to get our claims submitted. That date when it came, all the claims that we had submitted only. So all those monies, the 21 million, whatever we spent up to that point in time, went to the hardship. We hit that no. So but perhaps, a huge kid, we had a perfect opportunity for us as a Navajo Nation to compensate our employees from the CARES Act. And we really didn't have a chance to spend those monies. Hardship funds. So but as Chief Chaco mentioned just now, from the $8.1 million, so thankful to the speaker too, Speaker Damon, for sponsoring this and working with us as the executive branch. Like the Chief of Staff mentioned just a while ago, from Dr. Fowler, from Dr. Jim, and also from Dr. Shabala. Around about $2.8 million for hazard duty pay. Based on the monies that we were allotted as the executive branch, as the speaker mentioned just a while ago, for around about 8.1. Chief of Staff, and I think the final budget version right now is 2.8. So thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair.
Response again. Thank you. So with that, next line response from Dr. Fowler to Honorable Senator Raymond Smith.
Na Pro Temp Shiaj Adoshana Nadine Kidi as far as essential and non-essential employees under special duty pay that was effective from March to August. All lump sum payment is eligible to essential employees, whether they're exempt or non-exempt. So it states that any exempt and non-exempt employees in Lini are eligible to get this payment. So those individuals that were eligible that did not get paid from March to August, they are being considered for special duty pay once this is approved. For exempt and non-exempt. Nana hazard duty pay eligible essential employees, exempt and non-exempt. They're determined by division directors. As long as both of them do not, it states that it should not exceed 5% of the employee's annual salary. Exempt and non-exempt employees are eligible for both special duty and hazard duty pay. So now the hazard duty pay for the period from November 16, 2020 to February 7th. So February 8th, Auto Sachibanatis Kide Osapakash for Mr. Delmar. And it was some time back that the CARES Act funding was able to accept some monies on behalf of the Division of Public Safety. We closely work with Mr. Delmar and his staff by monitoring the monies that are specifically under DPS. So as of November 16th, under Department of Correction, they have about a little over 155,340 remaining. So what we do on that is they know the balance, and once they do the timesheet, it comes to Vital Records Office, which is under our Division of Human Resource. Auto AA payroll, auto payroll. Auto payroll to Ajasa Anana Isha Hail Kiso Haishi to Okot Edin here auto if we didn't catch it and a payroll catches it, auto it goes back to DPS if a correction needs to be made. So hours again Ajab Boston Ako Ada Ben his quotation so we are closely coming down to the zeros on the DPS under CARES Act, but we are still in need of additional funds in various areas as well, because under that is also the burial assistant. Ada Aja, where we're assisting with that area too, but Ada Aja so call OEU Hashin Sukabe Ka'anecha. So that's a little bit response about the exempt and non-exemption, Mr. Honorable Smith and Pro Temp Chair Ihiha.
Hey, Delegate Daniel So. Okay, with that, the Shahad Dance check. Oh, we'll add you to the list. On the other, Shamasana, Honorable Member Crowley, okay,
thank you, Pro Tem. So I wanted to ask a question to Chaco. I've asked it and it hasn't been answered. There's a number of allocations in this request that were line item vetoed in the comprehensive budget. And I read the line item veto memo, but it's nearly the exact amounts are being proposed here that is being basically sponsored by the Office of the President, Vice President. I finally found the page 46. What changed from September or the end of last year to line item veto Daltex, chapter stipends, tax commission, and possibly OMB? What changed? What rationale changed from that decision to now in asking for the funding? And why I'm asking this question, and I think it's very clear, I am trying to understand the rationale that the administration uses when line item vetoing. Because I go back to the People's Initiative and what was being stated at the time, and the reason why there needed to be a line item vetoed, and not just a line item veto, but a line item veto that council could not override. And at that time, they felt, and the argument for it was that council, at that time, that council were allocating dollars that were not appropriate. But now what we see here counters that argument, because council is allocating funds, and then the administration, the executive administration, is line item vetoing. Says some stuff in a memo, a lot of lateral violence, a lot of microaggressions. I would request a lot of like trauma-informed training, healing the inner child, you know, knowing that you're worthy, you're enough, so you don't have to put that type of language in a memo. But we see it here now reallocated or asking this council to appropriate those funding. I need the rationale for that, because what it appears to be is not so much that the funding is not needed, and it's not so much that the funding's not available. It's more, in my opinion, dictating when and how this council should appropriate dollars. And this administration has been very successful in convincing delegates that appropriation or these decisions should come from the administration, when in fact that's the role of the delegates and the council based on the needs of our people. And so I would need that question to be answered, because I finally got to the part of this amendment where we're now beyond the hazard pay, and I'm looking at the additional funding that is being requested. But I want to go back to that, and I want to have that conversation about line item vetoes first, so that I could understand the second part of this amendment, where you're requesting additional dollars that are not hazard duty pay or were not unmet needs from the executive programs and are actually now additional requests. So if I could get that question answered, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Pro Tem.
现在当しましたね、Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Question response with Honorable Chief of Staff, Austin Chaco.
Thank you, Senator Guy, Honorable Delegate James, and also members of the Navajo Nation Council. with respect to the veto question. You know, as the previous resolution for the comprehensive budget, there were several questionable items that were on the budget, the budget that was passed by council and which the president vetoed, such as the tax commission. Now, in our talks with the tax commission, we had proposed for them to utilize some funds from other sources, which didn't fall through at the very end. That's why we are now including them in this budget. That's one area, is that some funds were identified but later didn't come to fruition. So that's why they are included now in this budget. For instance, the other one you talked about, you're describing was Dultex. Again, those the initial budget that was passed didn't clearly address all of the issues that were with that addressed Dultex. As you're probably aware, that's going to be over $1 million short every year. So with that, that's why the president vetoed that line item for the program. So and then in addition to the chapter stipend, that was also line item veto because it didn't include the full year amount, and which we had to review and also make changes to include 2 additional meetings for the chapter stipend program. So those are the things that we have to look at in order for our executive branch budget in order to make them whole again. So hopefully that with this budget, that will do just exactly that. So Mr. Chair and members of the council, that would be my response. Thank you.
Yeah, I did not know her name and for the response. Honorable Ricky.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair James. Hello.
Is another Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton?
Yes, Shanella, I thought I was after Honorable Crotty. That was the lineup. You said Raymond Smith, and then Honorable Crotty, and then myself, and then I believe Daniel So had also asked to speak as well. So can you go through the lineup again?
Honorable James, it's okay. She can go ahead of me. I'm fine. Honorable James can go ahead.
How question that Honorable Rickness Ado the lineup it changed, so I apologize. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Rickness, Honorable Daniel Sodole. So with that, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Yeah, Shanella, and thank you, Chair Naz, for allowing me to speak. Really quickly, I guess going back to what I had asked initially about the special duty pay and the hazard pay, and whether we're just paying all Navajo Nation employees who are, who showed up for work. I guess when I saw this amendment coming through, I thought we were just paying for the special duty pay for those who didn't get their share or who were not paid special duty pay. And initially, I thought these funds, this money, was going to those boots on the ground. But looking at the document, I'm seeing, and I share the same sentiment as Delegate Crotty about the line item veto, because if you look at page 151, they have $106,000 that was line item vetoed, but they're asking for it back. And I'm wondering what the rationale is as well. And I'm glad that question was asked, because I wrote it down, and I'm just wondering how that, it just doesn't make sense to me. And it did. And then on top of that, the president and the vice president's office, from what I'm seeing, they're asking for an additional $556,480. And again, I thought that this amendment was pertaining to special duty pay, to pay those boots on the ground. And yet we have this additional $556,480 that's been requested by the president and the vice president's office. And then what really upsets me is that we council and president and vice president's office just paid $4.9 million for a house in Washington, D.C., when our veterans and our elderly don't have homes here on the Navajo Nation. A house. And I remember during the discussion, I said, wait till they come. They're going to be asking for more money to fix that house. And there it is in the budget, $100,000. $100,000 to maintain, repair, and use for consulting fees. If you look at page 129, the Washington office is asking for 11D Street House, $100,000, so that they could use that for maintenance, repair, and consulting. In addition to the lease money. I'm sorry, we are still in the midst of a pandemic. I don't know if this is upsetting for anybody else, but there's videos out there, and I pray to God that the federal government sees what's going on the Navajo Nation and starts asking some really, really hard questions, like how we can spend $4.9 million on a house in DC, pay for an additional $100,000 in maintenance when we have our veterans living in shacks. I pray to God that the right people see that video out there and start asking questions of us, the elected officials, and the way that we are basically playing with money. Well, our Navajo people are out there suffering. I just can't understand the logic in how this could be slipped in there. The fact that we just gave that money to Washington, D.C. office, and now they're coming and they're asking for lease money, and they're asking for repairs and maintenance. I don't know, and maybe it's just me that's going to be frustrated with that. But I don't understand how the president's office could be asking for an additional $556,000, $106,000 of which he originally vetoed, and now he's asking for it back. And then an additional $100,000 for the DC home, and additional monies for leasing, and I'm looking for that. And I just don't understand. I just don't understand the logic in this. I don't understand how we can sit here and talk about giving more money to them when we can't even talk about housing on the Navajo Nation for our people. I guess it's just really, I am just really, really frustrated right now. And I don't understand, and maybe that's the problem, is I just don't understand. I'm meeting with veterans tomorrow. How do I explain to them that this is what's going on, that us leaders are making these decisions, these choices? And we have our veterans who are talking about the homes that they haven't received. I was looking back at the original CARES, CJN 47-20 on July 4th. The president vetoed $7 million that was supposed to go to 156 houses. We, council, we approved $45,000 for 156 homes. People who experienced burnout, people who lost everything, their home, their belonging, their shelter, the foundation of their family. He vetoed that. And he turns around and he buys a house in DC. I don't, you know, I am sitting here with a big lump in my throat because I can't explain that. So maybe there's somebody, Chaco, Mr. Paulson Chaco, maybe you can explain that to me. And, you know, and when you're out there, you're explaining it, maybe you guys can do a radio announcement and explain how President Jonathan Nez, President of the Navajo Nation, vetoed CJN-47-20, where the council gave $7 million to assist 156 families. I'm sorry. I'm just really upset. I'm really frustrated, and I think about the story that Shanella, Honorable Vince James, shared with us of that couple who froze to death, waiting for assistance, waiting to be helped, just so that their home could be connected to the electricity, to water, and they froze to death. Our elderly people. And I remember when Honorable Vince James told that story, how his voice was shaking and how he asked this body, how can we allow something like that to happen? And not 2 weeks later, 4.9 million out the door. We're padding Washington, D.C.'s pocket. So for what? So that we can fly a flag outside of a house? Not an office, a house. And now they're coming before us again for an additional $100,000. And nobody sees, like, that doesn't upset anybody. It took me, I'm going to admit, it took me almost 7 minutes to download this entire document. And I'm going through it and I'm looking and I'm questioning, because it's very difficult to try to explain to the average Navajo person what council is doing. When the average Navajo person comes to you and asks you, how is it they're spending this much money on these things? So again, maybe Mr. Paulson, maybe you can explain to us and explain to the Navajo people who are out there, who are listening, how the Washington, D.C. office can come to us again, not 2 weeks later, not actually maybe a week later, asking for an additional $100,000 for repairs, for maintenance, for consulting, and then asking for more money to cover their lease. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that is my first concern and my first question. My second one is, you know, we've been talking about the special duty pay. We've been talking about hazard pay. It makes it sound as if our employees have received nothing. And that's what I mean is detention. I know that they haven't got anything because the documents were submitted to us late. And I questioned, was the director and was the supervisors paid? Because if the supervisors and the directors were paid, there's no excuse for their boots on the ground not to be paid. And I did ask that question, but I know detention hasn't been paid. I know our criminal investigators, some of them haven't been paid. And our criminal investigators, I feel for them because they're wearing like 5 hats. They're investigating, they're medical examiners, they're signing off on death certificates, they're moving bodies, they're out there 24/7. And when I initially looked at this legislation, I felt relief that special duty pay was going to be paid out to our employees. But I'm looking at this now, and what I'm seeing is a Christmas list. I'm seeing a Christmas list, and I feel like OPVP opened up that door and said, okay, everybody who wants to get paid something, go ahead and submit your document. And I'm thinking of the attorney who's sitting behind their desk versus detention, who is having their officers out there arresting and booking people, having that human to human contact, or the CHRs who are out there delivering food. I'm thinking of them versus somebody who's sitting behind a desk who's going to be getting, $5,000, $4,000 of what we consider hazard duty pay. And then I also find it very interesting that reading the memo that was sent to us regarding the hazardous pay and also the special duty pay. Hazard duty pay covers the frontline employees as defined in these procedures are those, quote, who perform hazardous work or work involving physical hardship that is related to COVID-19, including the employees of the following departments who are presumed to be frontline employees: Navajo Department of Health, Navajo Public Safety, Navajo Fire Department, Navajo Emergency Medical Service, and Department of Emergency Management. Other employees are designated frontline employees by the appropriate division director or the equivalent legislative official. Those are our hazard. That's what's covered for hazard duty pay. Special duty pay is a time frame, March 1st to August 16th. Again, I'm looking at this and I'm just wondering, are we being Santa Claus here by giving everything that's being asked, or should we really be looking at this? And then I also questioned the time. This amendment was proposed tonight. And if you look at the amount of information that is within this document, 161 pages, with only a few minutes to look at, I'm wondering if we are jumping the gun by not being able to examine everything that's in here with thorough eyes, with a thorough looking, and really questioning whether some of these things should be paid out. Again, when our people are out there, our people are suffering. So I hope that I make sense. I hope that you understand my frustration with seeing what's within this budget. And I wonder, if we were to just look at special duty pay and just look at hazard pay, what are we looking at exactly? Thank you. Shanella.
Honorable Eugene Charles News, Nadil Kedos, Leniki, Okokodo, not Hot or Zihikishi, Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco.
Yeah, Chairman Pro Temp James Kudoshanaho, Navajo Nation Council, Kudo Unzaho, Benahal, Kadi Kudo Pesubahin, Inigi, Ado Kudo Isa, the Shin, that Nadish Ashkudo, that Sagi, how Zigi, Ya Kudo, the art, so that art edat the Kudon Handa, the sheep del she employee that epic esquido that edat which in Ilia, but need Taga but Isa Kudo Abi has speed all this so art epic is law that the special duty pay hazard pay. I see the dash Nishigito Hashing so Arasabit in the East Yada. They marched only November to a special duty pay which only December dog coaching whole GGH to a hazard pay not a petit a bit and doll getting a hot a base of money jado hashing so a could open the Nishidon Hanta Nishi division directors he could a not so siege that the gilla. Hot Sadi hot on Nadish Tabanite Kitty. The Hashing so veterans, the Hashing so elderly the Ghani be Baho Zi. Kudo Hashin Kudo the more than which that they could ya not at Asian Kudo make a veterans office key. The Navajo Nation Veterans Program could ya not source Kudo base so the not source budget aged and another she could ya but not or Kato let Hashin not place of the veteran program key to a be it Hashin so it could only his last toy. Machine so able to can now the machine song is the last so without a one they because though what he would a base of budget in the house il neta thought on the need so could the machine so base on the nature the initial agile to the machine so could one at all netland the AGA the how did it machine so ya Kato woodland to be at the nation and I a Toshin Hashin so a Kaigi. The last so become not of Jatohashin so a without Dinal sauce at an who did Agi a Belanat of Oshis. Ishing with a ya without not all with Arjes the last so because Anje. Shin and I show the Donan Koshka in condition Kodo. Plus the last so the notion. Honorable Delegate. A gay honorable delegate Nez the Christian culture could the last so than long but they nish out ado with Jay then long by a tin hallen she could date nishi could quickly a shing so then in out that ill was than he could quickly out it never a shing so once a day case so benefit shing so ya the car deal with the need so they need niche chin out about the not relation and I sure that
Question of privilege. Question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Nulle. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Okay, Lashdella. Question of privileges. Earlier I heard Quishi case in the amendments. But Quishi Kate kid and the deep date moss than they and the quiet by yet here. Okay, though they run the heat. What is it? Oh, table is flower. What is it? Oh, not so this is count. Those they are did about Ado. Okay, Quishi case in the Shinanda, Shinara, Quishi amendments under the band-aid. Okay, none amendments, none be none so you have Bayana Nanti. Ado none, also place need all this. Place needs Leo, other than all not so this either. They of course, can't by not date either 1 o'clock. And the jingle by yet so. Yeah, but I don't thought I thought the bone it's not a gate and that all over down Nazan. There's your question there. And that another care.
Yeah, that's another question of privilege. Be going to add motion to table. It'll be hard. It is balanced or the although I use on not the critical. What are not on the hard decision? Honorable Raymond Smith.
We like the Shananda, we like the amendments. We like case in it, and I get here.
In that Amendment 1, although the question section, none, of course, we haven't gone back to the main motion yet. Of course, for those hello, Honorable Ricky Nash, about to be shot.
Thank you. Honorable Program Chair James, Bishwas, Annosaniki. I guess Naabik'íyáti, the Gala, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Out on the shield. Don't think it Ashiban Sea case. The Okit out il Nefigate Ashin Joshiban Sea case out Echala. The never base of Bedi Nithati UUFB. Cares Agake, Hapasahoya. Eh, be Ohio late and Nebichan Holia. A cotia, ne, and Mrs. Allowed and Lenidon is if and the front line against the hazard, it's hazardous up front. The article have evidence lago go. The Nation Sus case go call memorandum controlling HE. A call division director up about the Hadlisa memorandum give it the what are Shanda Nishi essential than Leta no what are had an hazard pay is a law Bahasinia. A call and this Samaya had see Dr. Fowler. Saib and that Loto Said and the Hakisto what are no. I used it I hate I had see a code memorandum ego and they page 3, the second, pretty much the second paragraph. Note also that our office has seen exorbitant amounts of requests by employees ranging from 17,000, 19,000, 21,000, 26,000 a car. Unfortunately, these types of waste and abuse become problematic when it comes to audit scrutiny. Then some data. I don't lay page 3. A reimbursable bakagi not that na. The kodo besoki on the second sentence it says that OOC have not received the specific calculations from the Office of the President, Vice President, Executive, and Legislative for which they base their UUFB funds budget requests on. Therefore, our office cannot ascertain whether these hazard pay requests are justifiable so that the nation can reimburse the UUFB with future CARES funding. And the next pretty much short paragraph there, sentence states that this is to ensure no audit issues, no compliant issues, no penalties or excess, and to minimize fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, because Oban Suskes got all by got deep base or okay, and then it get on to the net. Unlay chapter jam. And then la the job by Nizen get Ari Tada and Nico, banana shade la. And the grazing official, the eyes of banana shade la got the hot era, Bendash slaughter on Nifid or big at the Harlan cannot be dead. So chapter the Dabaka nature, this one has unnate Lenny. A court de Koroge, yaha. Nan tint the hot on not at low Ajahit Ashin, the Hakis go, the hot base of Chichon, Nista no. Nifit Nedo Halet on and Tinki, I Snelan Soban, Suskes, and I obic Babicatitra. A Koban Suskes, a hot I Snelanson. He to never base okay. Overcar Chahon Neko. Lago patient or Lotsons and Gonald Sorsikishi Hota has it all least. Jashi Adon just Nishton there, one day Hijita has a late sharp answer, so that what the peb answer soccer. A beg Cashido has it. You're not as special duty or hazard pay or sitting in an office. It's not special duty or that you're not essential. Wanda Santa Arai or office or computer, but that Santa is la. De la I need that in so on this case. Ako on as kajigot a big assassin. I think that's where we need to look at it and say, if we just request an investigation of all this special duty and hazard pay, it's very obvious the police and frontline workers are going to come clean. But if we have an investigation, then we'll know. No, if we're not doing anything about it, what good is it? Investigate the fraud, the waste, and the misuse and abuse of all these funds. I sit in there. And I just have a question for our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff. If we see that there is evidence of people submitting documents and they're committing a crime, how do we begin to request an investigation of all this that is going on with special duty as well as hazard pay? That's my question. Thank you.
Honorable Rikinez Kodo Sat Lunigin Janobe Hananin Nito Naabik'íyáti Lunigi. So with that, I'll go ahead and defer the question to Legal Counsel Dana.
Thank you, Chair James and Chair Nez. There is actually a couple of different approaches that could be taken. One approach is if somebody has actual knowledge, if an employee had actual knowledge of that incorrect documents were being submitted to the controller's office. You are correct, under the criminal laws, falsifying government documents is a crime. So if an employee spotted that, they could take two actions. One, I believe the controller's office has a fraud prevention hotline. They could provide information there. They could also provide information to the white-collar prosecutor's office. As far as the delegates and the government in general, there are a couple of different approaches. Most likely, the first approach, and these approaches kind of combine together, but the first approach would be to ask the Auditor General's office to do an audit of the special duty pay, the hazard pay. That will probably require some additional funding to the Office of the Auditor General, because I suspect they will wish to contract with outside an outside investigative audit firm. Then depending on what the auditors find, then it can be referred to the white collar crime unit. That's one approach. That would probably be the approach I would recommend, because you have a lot of pieces in place already. Another approach is to look at requesting the Attorney General to perhaps appoint a special prosecutor to investigate it. And the same could be done through the Office of Legislative Counsel. However, our authorities are a little bit more limited over the executive branch. So of those three options, I would recommend first going through the Auditor General's route and requesting a audit with some specific parameters. It would not have to be a full-blown audit, but you can determine that you want these issues: special duty pay, hazard pay, who got it, who requested it. I think that that's part of your big question. Were documents falsified and submitted to the controller's office? That in and of itself is not kosher under Navajo law, even if the controller kicked them back. So that's my first route that I would go with, the Auditor General's office. My next suggestion would be the Attorney General's office, getting an investigation done, and then we can look. The third option would be to run a special investigation, a special prosecutor through Office of Legislative Counsel. I hope that was helpful. We can certainly have further conversations about that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Nez, for the question.
Thank you, Legal Counsel Dana. Another Honorable Raymond Smith. Amendment to Gisnan. Do the dog Asidida, the skin dot Ashila the Qui, Jacot A. Yinashadesh Kidoko. Hastfa is Dotoles, the A on his husband, there will be amendments that will be made, that will be requested. So A what are not on another Honorable Raymond Smith, which Hana Street or the Ado Nana. Another Honorable Raymond Smith is the table. What? No, that you had vehicle. Ako Nendol Tostrono, a what are a behead to Schna name there, Conde has on in go a question of privilege, go a or behas the Snata, Jokot a has on a had it within the policy states that you cannot make a motion within the question of privilege. So with that, even if the amendment, if this legislation was tabled, it will still move on to council. Although the last one is, I believe that we received an email regarding the revised amendment, an updated amendment for Amendment 1. Asian Stohit Aban, so case solution at Ahnosinigi. Although the Amendment 1 Nigi. Ado Labahanat is the Dona Adishkidolish Ninigi case. So he Honorable Daniel Sodo, Honorable Amber Crowley, Honorable Raymond Smith, a what are a trial, a K Nanas the Hoko. A put out a Ecuador, not on Sad Linigi, not the Kidigi, a Behana Street Dolly. So with that, we do have the lineup with Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Amber Crowley, and Honorable Raymond Smith. So with that, I'll go ahead to my chair. Amendment 1, Honorable Daniel So.
Here, last say, here, long quaggy, Sanaho, Kodo, Yasato, Bansis case, so, Oyo, not Ajo, Beso, the dot, Nenegi, Oyo said this, thank you, Honorable Presiding Chair Pro Tem, Auto Speaker, Will Paulson, Special Chief of Staff. My question goes to Legislative Council. This particular supplemental appropriation is for the period of October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2021. But what this amendment entails is appropriating monies for hazard pay, special duty pay that is before October 1, 2020. And so in that aspect, I really feel like that's unlawful. We're appropriating monies for a different time period. The other aspect is, and this is a question to Chief of Staff, within the President's office, there is monies appropriated for special duty pay. My question is, how was those calculated for the exempt as well as the non-exempt? And this, the other question is, and what makes me focus on this is what Division Director Jesse Del Mar brought to the forefront. We have personnel. When they were classified as essential and they came back, they tested positive. Some may have passed. Did those employees have to sign waivers to be back at work? And if they were told they needed to sign a waiver, was that a form of coercion? The other is some staff may have contracted the virus, gone home, and survived, but they have lingering symptoms and they require additional time off or reduced hours. How is the Division of Human Resources working with those folks? And are we making special accommodations for them depending on the level of disability that they've encountered? Or a police officer that's having to continue to roll around an oxygen tank, an EMS person doing the same. What kind of accommodations are we making for them? Because we're the ones that said you're essential, meaning the supervisor, the division director. And now this council basically has the liability in hand, and what kind of accommodations have been made into increasing the level of insurance coverage that these folks now encounter. This is something that's of great concern. And right now, we know that the Navajo Nation system, the personnel system, can stop grievances. They can stop appeals. We know that. That's how come there's so many cases within the Office of Hearing and Appeals and with the Labor Commission. We know that. And in this case, with the Nez Lizer administration, with Chief of Staff Paul Sanchaco, how are you and the other divisions making sure that there is no abuse of this very slanted system that was created throughout the years to make it to where people can't even sue those officers? Yet our people are being forced to collect unemployment. And right now, I know that that's worse than poverty wages, because I was injured on the job and I might as well have gone bankrupt. I personally experienced it. And so that's the reason I'm putting this issue on the table. And I really, on the one hand, we have an executive officer that says, yes, or we care for our employees, but at the same time, the abuse of forcing people to be essential, and then to show up, and then to get sick, and then to be denied hearings. The system is covered. Allow these hearings to proceed. The insurance is there to cover the nation if they're found to be at fault. That's the part that we have to find. And if it takes an investigation, if it takes a audit, as Brother Chair Ricky Nez is calling for, then I want it to be also inclusive of this aspect of classifying people as essential, and then just making it to where they end up suffering because of reduced wages, suffering because they don't qualify for safe hazard pay. Here launch a che kodo shahuil gito kodo sunan I quagin hilta nihil nice tony gito con quagi tato the inot on gito con Chief of Staff the division director Shinta Inos oh new the hold Naabik'íyáti the not Ga wat dan dit sin ja wat Ela Chichi
Here done che sa lini kita na di kit lini be hanane zi ako sahishin. I'll go ahead and defer your question to legal counsel Dana, and then after that we'll move to Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco regarding your question. Here che Dana.
Thank you. This is Dana. I'm going to answer the question briefly and then turn it over a little bit more to Ms. Lowell. And the question I'm going to address is whether it is appropriate to be including costs from last fiscal year in this legislation. As Ms. Lowell explained a little bit at the beginning, you've got the original legislation, which used the unallocated funds to amend the budget. Now you are moving into using UUFB funds. So there's a little bit different requirements on the unallocated fund and the UUFB fund. Generally, it would be appropriate to be using the UUFB funds if needed. It's been done in the past to pay for prior year expenses. You couldn't use the unallocated budget funds to do that, but you could use the UUFB funds. So with that, I am going to defer to Ms. Lowell to add to what I've said, or correct it if she thinks it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I'll go ahead and refer your request to legal counsel Christine Lowe.
Thank you. This is Christine Lowe. I agree with what Dana said, and in particular, especially in the instance where, say, these funds are being used for a bonus, say a lump sum bonus, they're being paid in this current fiscal year. So we are not trying to open up or amend payroll documents or anything like that. It's money that will be realized in this current year, 2021, and that'll be reflected in the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2021 budget. Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you for that response on Ms. Lowe. And then with that, there was another question for Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the time to Chief of Staff.
Chairman Pro Tem James, and also 24 members of the Navajo Nation Council. There was a question with regards to Brother Daniel So regarding how special duty pay and hazard pay is calculated. And I think Shema covered that at some point, but 5% of your annual, 0.5% of your annual salary for exempt employees is how this is calculated. And for non-exempt, it's 1.5 times for non-exempt employees. So that's how it's calculated, Daniel. So I'll have, if I may, I'll have Dr. Fowler elaborate a little bit more on the HRP. So if I may, Dr. Fowler, if you could respond back. Thank you.
Chairman Pro Temp Chair, I'm on the line. This is Ms. Fowler.
Okay, dan chakna astivasta ado paikita shma Dr. Banadin ako ishink at a banawitish as. Dr.
Iha Shiaj Pro Temp Chair, Ado Daisonos Ado Shache, Kodo Naidin Kidi Iha, Akodi Hit A Peso, Budget Hit the Nini Gijo not Lini Hishi Aja OPVP Jenda Nishi Kedez Aja Bansala, Kodo Nidi Yahod Naid non-exempt time and a half. Auto executive not to exceed 5%. They may budget not the 5%, but that does not necessarily mean they give them the full 5%. Because 5% on the art and then she dot as non to Casey the hollow. A quande to a not any linear up Hashit Ape on the Aido Hane La Ned A personally to a arge. Ya Ashra Hossan Ado di Kodona Adens Kit di Nakanda Nishi Ani di the Cousin Sar Nas 8 at the Hatabadi Nini to Shint out Zit and then Stonte Johashine La Dal Nishi Petol Na Ado Hashine La in his aunt Bicate Hastin Koye Gobahin a Janes Kate case Ani the Nishi. Ko ado yego na isnanite a quante a late a quato sa yat ehi sa be honini which hato zihi a betoye hala nihitene and lini sa ye need and as at sa nihiyata ho ato nihit hata istri nate oko kodo DXR le hit the nice na nish the neniki Abe Danil Toit Kodo Nakhandad Nishi Ba Huiliado Bikisidit Okodiani the Kosinsa the Dol Nao Not Zago do Art and Hast Egon Hando Dasta so Hashine La Ben Sekesi Saho Iyila do Hajon Sedekesta Ado Ishi Yayas Hito Yinad Nishito Ad and Hajoy the Dol Nishta Oko 80 not Ani Dan Lini Bebesnta Hashne Dinah Nishin Lini Hajot that Dinosen Ba Atahosia Halati Hashine La Anin Hijeta Stel Oko Oda Achakato Ziko Sapachi Dilt Es Yeah Ofin Zen Jo Equa and the bed Nihit Nahot it Arch Yasti Arch it's easier and Nihi Nad Nishi Sat Yasatani Aben Hit Nahot it. So when an individual, an employee catches a virus and survives and comes back to work, that we have to understand, and I constantly tell my managers and our employees that they're all not going to come back 100%. We were all impacted by this emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. However, we do have policies that are implemented within our Department of Personnel Management. We do have COVID leave, which are approved. We have telecommuting policy. Even though we've all returned to work, we're still honoring that we have some employees that are still teleworking. We do have a flexible work schedule, and we ask kindly that each of these division and programs work with their immediate supervisors. But we do have supervisors and program managers that do need some training. Hashit Eshi, the Nesan, his tweeted Kanage, Edi, at the Yohos, do Hashin Sakona and Skin Lini, do Basalada, don Hasalada, a Quandesto A, Natan Skinishi, Testo, Father, the late Nat Ani Jeleho, Handal, Nishi to Dosano, Adonad, Nishi, Jelo, Stop Nat Ani, Jidop to Dosan, Johot sa bendan hitne ta ko khashini teshin en dal nishi ana let in hitri ata hit a kwande yikalde don his bahos zanda khashin sokoshi hon wadishi so anta has it. So everything is different, and we're doing our best in handling it case by case. We do need counselors. We do have a division of general service, and in that under that general service is the employee benefits, which has EAP. But no, another division of Konde. We have to work together. If we need to hire more employee counselors, we have to. And most importantly, I tell people, don't make promises that you're not going to keep. Hazard paint or yes, no. Obedation although what Hashine launching what Benet Dale so on Hianate Jordan Tin or Lenny do be Ohido Atlishin Bunny Yan Jonne she is what Yag on Jonne Conny Hido Ashe Kodo and Dale Nishido not Annie than Lenny Annie so Benny so do be Yadanit Ada. Nikito kata easy. Hashine not ani is not kai. Es kena di it has on that late in tasa cheta seats the itza. A what it a nikito kata easy. So the neto ade kasata is ito han his seat. Yate ido nihin tekesi ashita katan his Shindishi da hashit ozet a quande. Johot ahit adoti Naabik'íyáti hatnini iskista hajid na hashin sako na antin lenins the doleso benash antin dole susazido na hahensen nihin do saton na antin leni behata zi ani a jashin hashkel Sadi belchados in the just hashini teshin a bit the neatle. Hashini teshin a hot so all like your anna and letting hit her or zita nini the holla. Jo asked the snake a jota his dolls and her job and the haja donant ada do anzago il keda adonal sosta her job keta janisa her job is it here donant ada. Quande joben that need hinchi do leshe do ado that is no sign na here konsuka nana seat ole here she has a chief of staff shato kaat shatin ani by hensen konsushin do leshe has protect here.
Chairman James, you might need to push *6. You look like you're muted here.
Yeah. Oh, the yes team. Yeah, Shma, Dr. Fowler.
Adesa Delibe Hananensi for Kudo Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. Not answer Hanansi.
Yeah, non-national died, Chairman Pro Tem James. Yeah, I thought could have been this or that. Sure.
Hakwashina, Achina Sonando, not the Kidiki, Ajis Kit Sohiki. We'll go ahead and go up to the back to the lineup. Honorable Amber Crowdy. Follow up, Amendment 1.
Thank you, Pro Tem. On Amendment 1. Yeah, so I was just looking at the line item veto. So it looks like Tax Commission, there was no change and is added to this legislation. Budget, Office of Management and Budget, no change added. Office of Government Development, no change added. Office of Legislative Counsel, no change added. Office of Auditor General, no change added. Office of Human Rights, no change added. And I was looking at the DALTEC. Actually, there was a reduction. So you not only line item veto DALTEC and the comprehensive budget, but now it looks like they have a reduction of 30,000. So I could see that, but so if you could help me understand why there's a reduction there. And I'm looking at the chapter stipend, and it was actually a recommendation, I want to say from the 3-branch chief. I'm trying to pull up the budget instruction manual to assist with that chapter shortfall. That was line item vetoed, and now it's back. But it looks like to make amends, there's an additional 2 meetings, and I think politically that's a smart move. So I'd like to know why DALTEC has that reduction. And I'd like to push back on that comment regarding that DALTEC always has $1 million unmet need. It's not that DALTEC every year has a 1 million unmet need. It's every year the executive branch shortchanges that program by $1 million. So I think we need to be clear because other programs are getting an allocation before our DALTEC program, senior center program, is fully meeting their needs. So I think in terms too, and now hearing that programs that are not asking for Navajo Nation dollars can use their federal budgets, I'd like to have a request on all of the programs that that utilize their federal budget for hazard or special duty pay. And if we could have that by, if this is going to council, we would need to have that by tomorrow. And then I'd like to have a conversation on something that was not acknowledged in the line item veto was a child advocacy center. And so since that time in September and the line item veto October, November, there has not been a conversation, a collective conversation about what Navajo Nation is going to do for a child advocacy center. In reading the memo from the president, the line item veto message states that the executive is working on that. So Chief Chaco, if you could give me an update on what are the plans for the Child Advocacy Center. I've reached out to the national advocates, the National Advocacy Center Alliance. I've reached out to Casey Family, and no one has heard from Navajo Nation Executive on developing and providing support to our children who are victims of violence. So I'd like that that update as we're dealing with these other UUFB requests for the Washington office or the office of the president. Thank you.
Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, it looked like Honorable James' call dropped. Do we have a Chair Pro Tem? Honorable James,
Yes, Vice
star 6.
I can take. This is Vice Chair Smith. If you need me to take over, I can take over.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello? I had Honorable Member Crowdy, then not indicate. So with that, I'll go ahead and give time for response from Chief of Staff, Paulson Chanco.
Yes, and Chairman Pro Temp James, and also members of the Navajo Nation Council. There's two questions I believe that Delegate Amber Crowdy posed. One is the budget for the division of or Department of Health on the adult text program. I do have Dr. Jim who's on the line, so Dr. Jim can further explain how the reduction from in her budget and how that change was made. Dr. Jim?
Dr. Jim, are you on the line?
Yes, Delegate James, can you hear me?
Oh, I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for asking that question, Shema, on that for adult text. We have actually been working on these budgets for a while. Those documents that were signed, I think 2 days ago, actually, we've been signing several of them to make corrections. And the adult text budget is related to basically there were some hours that weren't fully, vacant positions that weren't fully funded at 2,088 hours. And so because we don't get enough base budget. And so we were advised to make sure that those vacant positions we don't ask for any additional funding because it's already almost the second quarter. So therefore we didn't ask we had to make changes to reduce those vacant positions that we don't need to ask for funding because they really haven't filled the position. So it didn't, there's a reduction in funding there. So thank you. That will complete my response.
Chief of Staff, Paulson Chanco.
Yeah, to address Delegate Crowdy's question with regards to the child advocacy program, what the executive branch is doing to move that forward, I have Deanna Neswikishi who's on the line. Deanna, can you answer that?
Deanna, are you on the line? Ms. Kishi, are you on the line? Ms. Kishi, are you on the line? Going twice? Maybe you need to press star 6. Ms. Kishi, are you on the line? I believe she's not on the line. Chief of Staff, Paulson Chanco.
Okay. And I thank you, Chairman Pro Temp James. What I'll do is to answer the question with the Child Advocacy Center. What I'll do is we'll go ahead and get that question in writing by tomorrow morning. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Question that he had on Chief of Staff on Paulson Chanco. With that, we'll go ahead and continue on the lineup. Honorable Raymond Smith, Shanada.
So, Shanada, thank you. At this point in time, I don't have any questions, Shanada, on the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, going back to the lineup, Honorable Shanella Eugenia Charles Newton.
Yeah, Shanella, thank you. My first question, and this may be a question to Dana, but Dana, is there a way to remove some of the budgets that have been presented here, those budgets that are not related to special duty pay and to hazard pay? I'm looking back at the veto message that was written on July 4th, 2020, regarding CJN 4620, and I find it very interesting that the president stated, he came out and he talked about how frontline workers are used as pawns in a political game. And that was the accusations made to council. And yet I'm looking at this legislation and I'm thinking exactly that. Our Navajo Nation employees who deserve special duty pay and hazard pay are being used as pawns when there are expenses that are included within this amendment that shouldn't be there. If this is a special duty pay, hazard pay amendment, then we should stick to special duty pay and to hazard pay. And so I wonder why this amount was included in there. So I'd like to hear from Santee Lewis as to why she's subjecting the Navajo people to this cost again. As I recall, they did state that the House was ready to move into, everything was good to go, and now they're coming back asking for more money. So I am a little bit concerned about that. I'm looking for the message concerning the 156 homes that was vetoed by President Nez, the 45,000 to the 156 homes. And I'm looking for that message because I did use that specific language when I informed him of the homes that were burned here in the Shiprock area during the pandemic. And I asked him how he was planning to work with his executive branch to address the issue. I never got a response back, and I'll make it very clear and on the record that when I email President Nez, I never get a response back. And so it's really unfortunate that he goes out and talks and says that he's trying to work with council. I'll make it very clear that he is not making an effort to work with this delegate. I have emailed him on several occasions. I have included the 24th Navajo Nation Council in those emails where I am asking him those questions. Again, I haven't received a response back from him. I have yet to receive any type of communication from President Nez. And I also want to point out that I think it's very interesting that he talks about but he has never, ever used as a way to speak to me. But I do all the time. I call him Shaja'a, and I think it's very interesting that we have a president who talks about the importance of and doesn't really practice those words. So my second question is, what is the plan at this point for addressing the housing needs for not only the veterans, but housing needs here on the Navajo Nation for people who are in need? As we have been told since March, many of our people are living in homes, multi-generations living in homes. COVID, of course, at that time when it was brand new, we questioned how do we prevent COVID from spreading? And we learned as a council that housing is very, very important, and yet we haven't even addressed that yet. We still have a lot of our families who are living in tents, our families who are living in shacks, our families who are living in dilapidated homes, and we haven't even had that discussion yet. So how is the executive branch planning to address those issues? And I think previous to this discussion, there was Honorable Vince James that talked about the needs in his community, and it was immediately addressed. So the family, as I understand, was going to be getting a new home, which is good. It's great. But I believe there was another delegate that asked the question, what about the rest of us? The rest of us who have families living in our communities who need homes. Are they also going to get brand new homes as well? I know that I got an email from Pearl Yellowman not long after I asked that question, and she asked if she could meet with me. So I'm hoping that that same type of invitation has been extended to all of the delegates, and that we have that conversation about how many homes are needed here on the Navajo Nation. And even if it's just helping to do a starter home, I think that would help a lot of our families. Now, I know that there are some who may argue that, are we enabling people? What I question is the millions of dollars that we're receiving from the federal government. The federal government is trying to assist us with homes, and yet, this hasn't been addressed yet. And I know at one point I did send out an email, and there was a response that there was some things being taken care of at RDC, but I have yet to receive an update on what has been going on with our homes. So that's my second question: is what is the executive branch's plan to try to address homes here on the Navajo Nation? Third is I'm wondering if the controller could maybe talk to us about how much hazard pay and then how much special duty pay has already been paid out. I guess we're talking about, potential fraud that's coming about. We're talking about, and it was really interesting because somebody, I won't say who, but there was a person who forwarded me an email that came out from, I believe it's Ms. Neswood Gishi, who was pointing fingers, and I thought it was a very interesting email. I'll be happy to share that with council. But this issue of fraud and how, we are asking these tough questions because we have to, to me, it just seems as if those are the questions, one, that obviously has to be asked, but two, it's a matter of making sure that people are really saying what they did, that, what they did. And that's why when I think of special duty pay, when I think of hazard pay, to me, those are the people who are out there in the community. Those are the people who are trying to help, who tried to help during COVID. It's not the people who locked themselves in their office. It's not the people who didn't want to have any type of public interaction. It's not, to me, and this is just my opinion. I'm sure I'm wrong on this, but to me, those are not the people who should be getting special duty pay. Those are not the people who should be getting hazard pay. Granted, we all were out there. All of us, we were out there. Some of us caught COVID. Some of us didn't. Some of us, we went about our business. We went to work the way that we were supposed to. We questioned whether we should even be out there. But I think that, most of us, we went out there, we did it. And so it is really sad because there are a lot of people who did lose their lives. And those are the people, their families are the ones that should be compensated, because now suddenly a member of the family who was gone, who was contributing to the salary towards the family, is now no longer there. What do we tell those families that we're paying people who are sitting behind a desk versus those who actually lost their lives to COVID because they were essential workers, because the Navajo Nation said, you come back, you come to work, and we'll take care of you. And now there's this issue of insurance. It just seems like, we're going back to this statement made by President Nez on July 4th. We're using our frontline workers as pawns in a political game. And he's the leader. He is using the employees who deserve special duty pay and who deserve hazard pay to throw in extra money in there for furniture, for renovation, for consulting fees, for other expenses that are not even related to special duty pay or not even related to hazard pay. So this goes back to my first question. Is there a way to remove some of these budgets that are not related to special duty pay, that are not related to hazard pay? And is that something that this council can do, is focus just on special duty pay, just on hazard pay, so that we can get our Navajo Nation employees paid? And then perhaps a separate amendment that addresses the additional $544,000 that is being requested, $556,480 that is being requested by the office of the president and the vice president, and then the additional $100,000 that's coming or being requested from the office of the Washington office. Is that a separate amendment that we can consider? I feel like we're being put in a position where I would vote red not to give an additional $100,000 to the Washington office. But I know that if I vote red, that means that I'm voting red against special duty pay and against hazard pay. If I vote green, I'm voting green, and I'm voting yes for special duty pay and for hazard pay, but I'm also voting yes for the $100,000 for the Washington office and the $556,480 additional that will be given to the president, vice president's office. And I really hope that the people who are listening online are following along. And I wish there was a way that we could actually share some of these documents so that they could see exactly what we're talking about. But again, I don't believe that this amendment is special duty pay, hazard pay. I believe that this amendment is a Christmas list that has been presented by the executive branch. And it's really hard to say, but as much as I want to vote red on this, I know that I probably have to vote green because it affects so many of our employees. And there we go. We're using our frontline workers as pawns in a political game. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles you did have two questions, and the first one was to legal counsel, so I'll go ahead and refer to legal counsel. Dana.
Hi, Chair Pro Tem. This is Kristen Lowell, and I can answer that question.
Okay. Ms. Lowe, the floor is yours.
Okay, sure. Thank you. In answer to Delegate Charles Newton's question about removing budgets from Amendment 1, yes, that can be done. What would need to be done for that is to delete we just put a line through. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do this. Okay, if we just we could take it out of the Amendment 1 document. I don't think it's on the screen, but it is in number 3, paragraph, Amendment 1, line number 3, paragraph C2, and you would just identify the budget that you would like to strike, and then that can be removed. And then the budget would also need to be removed from the package. That will require the cumulative total to be recalculated. We can do that as a OLC and OLS can coordinate with OMB and make sure we have all of our cumulative totals correct at the end before the document is engrossed and finalized. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Lowe. With that, I'll go ahead and refer back to Chief of Staff, Austin Chapo.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem James Gafford, and any other members of the Nomination Council. There was a question with regards to a couple of concerns, and some of those were, but the question that I received is housing needs. for veterans. Again, as I indicated earlier, there is a veterans housing budget that is being prepared, and also the Veterans Housing Trust Fund that's being prepared to address housing needs for veterans. Secondly, there was also a question on the overall plan for housing, and I do have Dr. Yellman, who's on the line right now. She's been working with Jim Shoreline and also Navajo Housing Authority with regards to the overall housing plan. So, Dr. Yellman, Chairman Pro Tem, if I can allow Dr. Yellman to respond back to the overall housing needs on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Dr. Yellman, are you on the line? Dr. Yellman, you probably need to press *6. Dr. Yellman, going twice. Dr. Yellman, are you on the line? Chief of Staff, Austin Chaco. Dr. Yellman's not on the line.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, with the question posed by Chairwoman Newton, I will have a written response to the question tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay, I got it down. Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and go down the lineup question. Shanala, Honorable Raymond Smith. Shanala, Honorable Eugenia.
Yate, can you hear me?
Shanala, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Question of privilege.
Yeah, Shanala, my third question was whether we could find out from the controller how much of the special duty pay and hazard pay has been paid out, and whether it would be like something that we can get where it details each of the departments and the divisions and what they have already received. I don't know if that's something that we can ask for, which is why I was asking if we can get an answer from the controller. Shanala, that was my third question.
I apologize, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Shade, Controller Kirk, are you on the line?
Shitsile, Pro Tem Speaker, I am on the line if you can hear me.
Oh, the floor is yours.
Okay. I believe the question was how much special duty pay has been paid out so far, and I did send a report today, and also it was a couple of requests that have been made in the past with Naabik'íyáti committee. I believe the last request was Shiaj, Delegate Elmer Begay requested it. So we did prepare a report as of the end of January for the transactions that the requests that we have processed altogether. So which I believe all of you have probably received. So to date on the special duty pay, which covers a period from March to August, that was the period where employees that were essential and were on call and they were eligible, they could receive special duty pay, provided that they have all the proper documentation and that there was the documents are submitted to OOC, and that there was sufficient budget available And they were deemed essential as well. So those were essentially the requirements to be eligible and to make a request. So to date, the special duty pay, it covers that time period. So our office has paid out $11,303,850. So if you see out of the 11.3 million, 47% of that was for the Division of Public Service, Public Safety. They were paid $5,335,633. So auto, the next highest one was the Division of Health with $2,581,785. They made up about close to 23% of the overall 11.3 million. Social services was next, the third highest with 1,002,780, and that's nearly 9% of the 11.3 million. Division of Natural Resource was the next highest with $714,567. The next highest after Division of Natural Resource was the Office of the Controller, $425,549. And you'll see the pie chart that we prepared. So Division of Education was after that at $284,000. General Services was $189,000, and so on. So you'll see the breakdown, but I just kind of gave you some of the top ones. And then also in the packet, because hazard pay, that covers the period from, I believe it was November when the government shut down again. It opened back up needed February. So we haven't really got too many of those documentations into our office, namely because of the budget. So to date, as of the end of January, the total amount that we process is $158,830. These are all taken from our payroll records. We are continuing to process these, whether there's special duty pay or hazard pay, we still process them at our office. As mentioned before, a lot of it depends on the type of documentation we get in our office. All of these transactions are subject to audit. Right now, all the activities from the last fiscal year are being audited by our external auditors. And especially on the CARES side, the CARES business unit, we have to have all of the documentation and meet the Treasury requirements. And then a lot of the same requirement is expected, especially if utilizing the federal funds. And so it's very hard to treat different funds differently. So rather than trying to do that, because I don't have the resources to do that, we pretty much use the federal guidelines and the federal standards as kind of a baseline or the standards. So because of that, I think there's a lot of frustration because, as you've heard, sometimes we have to send those things back. So just to kind of give you an idea, I've been listening to what has been discussed tonight. I know some had some questions about certain departments. I do have a more detailed list, and I want to say, I don't remember if we sent this detailed list out, but that's available if you need a more detailed list by department numbers. We do have a list of special duty pay that's broken down by departments, and there are 101 departments on the report. And so, as you can see, what we did was we grouped them by divisions and offices when we provided the pie chart. But the department